Macaulay's essay had been provoked by Edmund Burke's savage impeachment address in the House of Lords in 1788, indicting Hastings for high crimes and misdemeanors on behalf of the House of Commons. That Hastings was a rogue is beyond doubt. He wanted to make money, and in those early days of British rule in Bengal and neighbouring regions he looted at will. The fact that he stole from the rich to make himself richer shocked polite society. The following extract from Burke's speech indicates what he might have thought of Churchill presiding over a famine that cost 5 million lives. 17. My lords, I do not mean now to go farther than just to remind your lordships of this, that Mr. Hastings' government was one whole system of oppression, of robbery of individuals, of spoliation of the public, and of supersession of the whole system of the English government, in order to vest in the worst of the natives all the power that could possibly exist in any government, in order to defeat the ends which all governments ought, in common, to have in view. In the name of the Commons of England, I charge all this villainy upon Warren Hastings, in this last moment of my application to you. My lords, what is it that we want here, to a great act of national justice? Do we want a cause, my lords? You have the cause of oppressed princes, of undone women of the first rank, of desolate provinces and of wasted kingdoms. Do you want a criminal, my lords? When was there so much iniquity ever laid to the charge of any one? No, my lords, you must not look to punish any other such delinquent from India. Warren Hastings has not left substance enough in India to nourish such another delinquent. My lords, is it a prosecutor you want? You have before you the Commons of Great Britain as prosecutors, and I believe, my lords, that the sun, in his beneficent progress round the world, does not behold a more glorious sight than that of men, separated from a remote people by the material bounds and barriers of nature, united by the bond of a social and moral community, all the Commons of England resenting, as their own, the indignities and cruelties that we offered to all the people of India. Do we want a tribunal? My lords, no example of antiquity, nothing in the modern world, nothing in the range of human imagination, can supply us with a tribunal like this. We commit safely the interests of India and humanity into your hands. Therefore, it is with confidence that, ordered by the Commons, I impeach Warren Hastings, Esquire, of high crimes and misdemeanors. I impeach him in the name of the Commons of Great Britain in Parliament assembled, whose parliamentary trust he has betrayed. I impeach him in the name of all the Commons of Great Britain, whose national character he has disinured. I impeach him in the name of the people of India, whose laws, rights, and liberties he has subverted, whose properties he has destroyed, whose country he has laid waste and desolate. I impeach him in the name and by virtue of those eternal laws of justice which he has violated. I impeach him in the name of human nature itself, which he has cruelly outraged, injured, and oppressed, in both sexes, in every age, rank, situation, and condition of life. My lords, at this awful close, in the name of the Commons and surrounded by them, I attest the retiring, I attest the advancing generations, between which, as a link in the great chain of eternal order, we stand. We call this nation, we call the world to witness, that the Commons have shrunk from no labor, that we have been guilty of no prevarication, that we have made no compromise with crime, that we have not feared any odium whatsoever, in the long warfare which we have carried on with the crimes, with the vices, with the exorbitant wealth, with the enormous and overpowering influence of Eastern corruption. My lords, it has pleased Providence to place us in such a state that we appear every moment to be upon the verge of some great mutations. There is one thing, and one thing only, which defies all mutation, that which existed before the world, and will survive the fabric of the world itself, I mean justice, that justice which, emanating from the divinity, has a place in the breast of every one of us, given us for our guide with regard to ourselves and with regard to others, and which will stand, after this globe is burned to ashes, our advocate or our accuser, before the great judge, when he comes to call upon us for the tenor of a well-spent life. My lords, the Commons will share in every fate with your lordships, there is nothing sinister which can happen to you, in which we shall not all be involved, and, if it should so happen that we shall be subjected to some of those frightful changes which we have seen, if it should happen that your lordships, stripped of all the decorous distinctions of human society, should, by hands at once base and cruel, be led to those scaffolds and machines of murder upon which great kings and glorious queens have shed their blood, amidst the prelates, amidst the nobles, amidst the magistrates, who supported their thrones, may you in those moments feel that consolation which I am persuaded they felt in the critical moments of their dreadful agony. My lords, if you must fall, may you so fall. But, if you stand, and stand I trust you will, together with the fortune of this ancient monarchy, together with the ancient laws and liberties of this great and illustrious kingdom, may you stand as unimpeached in honor as in power, may you stand, not as a substitute for virtue, but as an ornament of virtue, as a security for virtue, may you stand long, and long stand the terror of tyrants, may you stand the refuge of afflicted nations, may you stand a sacred temple, for the perpetual residence of an inviolable justice. Considering the House of Lords a sacred temple to combat tyranny was a far-fetched notion even then, and Burke's shameless flattery did not work. Hastings was acquitted. The process had lasted almost 2 years and had bankrupted him. His reputation never fully recovered. Nobody ever suggested impeaching Churchill, or Attlee, his co-partner in colonial war crimes. 11. Resistance and repression. The partisan knows she'll be killed. In the red glare of her rage, she sees no difference between dying and being killed. She's too young and healthy to fear death or feel regret. Nazim Hikmet, Human Landscapes, 1941-5. What of occupied Europe? The resistance movements against fascism were uneven. Churchill kept a close watch, for they would play an important role in shaping the post-war order. A distinction must be made between the actually existing resistance, a minority in most cases, but one that fought politically and militarily against the fascists, mainly under communist leadership, and conservative patriots that included, especially in France, a handful of monarchists. This courageous minority was in sharp contrast to the silent or imagined resistance, in a broader sense of the word, that was adopted by many towards the tail end of the war, in most cases after the defeat of fascism. It encompassed a sizable segment of the population that had never participated in any oppositional activity, that had ridiculed its existence, that attempted in later years to obscure its memory and history, but that also used the myth of the resistance shamelessly in the aftermath of the war to legitimize the new political order that was installed in the wake of the Allied victories in Italy, France, Belgium, and Luxembourg. In Germany itself, effective and consistent anti-fascist resistance was virtually confined to the underground Communist Party of Germany, KPD. There were, of course, small groups of students, extremely courageous and determined, who denounced the regime in public and sacrificed their lives. Despite KPD efforts, armed struggle was impossible, as was any effective, as opposed to purely symbolic, public defiance. KPD members, supporters, and voters had numbered in the millions, most of them factory workers. Soon after Hitler was installed as Chancellor in January 1933, the KPD was banned, its offices sealed, its leaders hunted down, its militants tortured, imprisoned, and killed. The KPD leaders had insisted that Hitler would not last long, and for a while communists and fascists fought it out on the streets. This ended very rapidly. As the KPD began to understand the scale of the defeat and its implications, they reorganized and resisted as best they could. One form the resistance took in fascist Germany was to act as the ears and eyes of both Moscow and London. The Russians were greatly helped by KPD sympathizers who had infiltrated the upper echelons of the state machine and regularly supplied information to the Red Orchestra, the most effective spy network in occupied Europe. There were others who, through accident of birth, were situated in helpful class locations. Take the three daughters of General Kurt von Hammerstein, who, as chief of the army from 1930 to 1934, was the most senior officer of the Reichswehr. He served Hitler for a year before retiring, but was asked to return in 1939. Hammerstein was a conservative, but unlike many of his fellow officers, he was hostile to the Nazis and not simply contemptuous in class terms. His daughters had gone to school and university in Berlin, coming of age during the febrile years of the Weimar Republic. In 1933, the oldest, Marie-Louise, Butzi, was 25, her sister, Helge, a year younger, while Maria Therese was 22. All three were KPD sympathizers. Helga had left school at 16 and joined the KPD a year later, her younger sister followed in her tracks. They were fond of their parents, but, as Helge explained later, I read the Marxist classics, including Engels, also Ludwig Feuerbach, the German ideology and even Das Kapital, and suddenly thought I understood the world, that I had found a key to understanding a mixed-up world. I had the feeling that with historical materialism I had firm ground under my feet, and was, for the first time, as happy again as I had been at 14 when the world began to open up to me. For a while, I saw my parents and their friends principally as representatives of their class, and, although I was still living with them, I stopped taking part in their life. 1. It was Butzi and Helge who first cast eyes on notes their father had made during an exhausting session with Hitler in late 1933. The new chancellor had informed Hammerstein that the primary task of Germany was to attack and destroy the Soviet Union. After reading the detailed notes, they waited for the right moment, typed them up, and within a week they were on the desk of General Burton at the 4th Department of the Red Army. Stalin preferred not to believe this information. Leo Roth, a close comrade in the KPD and a lover of Helge, had taken huge risks to get the notes out. He soon had to flee Germany, but was arrested and shot on Stalin's orders. Pure paranoia on the Soviet dictator's part. Later, Maria Therese helped to transport Jews out of the country and soon left herself, along with her husband, to live in Japan. Butzi, whose life was recently dramatized in the German soap opera Babylon Berlin, moved to East Berlin in 1949 where she practiced as a lawyer, dealing mainly with Jewish clients. Another example, now famous, is that of Sophie Scholl, the 21-year-old college student who distributed anti-Nazi leaflets in Munich in 1943, and went to the scaffold uttering the words, "What does my death matter, if by our action thousands of people will be awakened and stirred to action." Her nobility echoes that of another prisoner at another time in another Munich, where a workers' uprising had been throttled on May 3, 1919. Eugen Levine, the leader of the short-lived Bavarian Workers' Republic, defiantly confronted the court that was about to sentence him to death with the following words, "We communists are all dead men on leave. Of this I am fully aware. I do not know if you will extend my leave or whether I shall have to join Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. In any case I await your verdict with composure and inner serenity." In 2000, the eminent West German historian Hans Mommsen produced what has been hailed as the definitive account of resistance under the Third Reich. He expressed some irritation with media exaggerations of the role played by the resistance and also with both the CDU/CSU and, more cautiously, the SPD, who have been seeking to present the resistance as their political legacy. Mommsen stressed that the fascist dictatorship had its roots in German society as a whole, and was critical of the positions taken by the SPD and free labor unions who, as late as January 30, 1933 adopted a stance with both feet on the ground of legality. In this fashion they failed to see that this legality had long ago become a tool in Hitler's hand, even though Benito Mussolini had already demonstrated how, without a breach of the prevailing constitution, it was possible to take the road to dictatorship. The SPD's failure to combat the far right in 1919 boded ill for what was to come. In 1932, at the time of the so-called Poppen Putsch when the Social Democratic government of Prussia was eliminated, Karl Severing, the Minister of the Interior, made the infamous statement, "Ich weiche vor dem Gewalt, I yield before violence." After a lieutenant and 2 soldiers had entered his office, he swiftly abrogated all the authority he had accumulated over the last 14 years in just 5 minutes. This did not augur well either for the SPD or for Germany. Since this was where legality led, the only real resistance was elsewhere. Mommsen emphasized that the resistance cannot be measured by the criteria of its outward success, and was critical of those in the newly unified Germany who refused to accept the reality of wartime communist resistance. It is unjust to dismiss communist resistance on the grounds that they were fighting for a totalitarianism analogous to Nazism. They were fighting the Nazi evil, and sacrificing themselves for their cause, with just as much courage as other German resistance movements. We should regard the various forms and directions taken by the resistance in their totality as a mirror of existing political alternatives to National Socialism in German society. Point 2. What requires some explanation is why there were no mutinies within the rank and file of the German army, even after the series of defeats that began with Stalingrad in 1943. The Eastern Front should have been an obvious site for rebellion. German soldiers had been extremely well indoctrinated in the master race mythology. The brutalities of the Wehrmacht in the Soviet Union were on a par with those of the SS and were directed against the Jews but also the Slavs. The killing of Soviet prisoners of war, the mass rapes and the barbarianism of the invaders have been well documented. Vasily Grossman's dispatches from the war zones made no attempt to sanitize what he saw. He described how the Germans treated Soviet peasants and others as if they were animals. Soldiers who thought and behaved like this could neither mutiny nor surrender or desert to the enemy. It was the top layers of the mainly aristocratic and conservative officer corps that wanted to get rid of Hitler. He was tolerated when he took Czechoslovakia, Poland, and France, but Stalingrad and Kursk? They knew they could not win the war, and, since that was the case, in order to save Germany, a separately negotiated peace with the United States and Britain was the only solution. By 1944 it was too late. Neither Roosevelt nor Churchill would have considered a separate deal, as was made clear in response to the feelers put out by the Germans. As early as 1941 and again in 1943, the head of the Abwehr, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, was busy attempting to arrange a separate peace between Germany and Britain. He and Sir Stuart Menzies, C of MI6, shared a deep hostility towards communism, and no doubt hoped it wasn't too late to unite fascism and democracy against the Soviet Union. Circumstantial evidence suggests that the two had a head-to-head meeting on safe territory, Franco's Spain. However, their efforts were sabotaged by Kim Philby, the Soviet intelligence operative embedded in British intelligence. Philby is said to have paralysed the paperwork. Whatever Menzies' intentions, there is no evidence that either Churchill and his war cabinet or the British military high command were in favor of capitulation. The German high command was sometimes prone to wishful thinking. They talked a lot without doing anything. In 1943, for instance, senior officers moved doing the business when Hitler visited the Eastern Front to lunch with his generals. It was discussed quite seriously, with Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge being warned in advance so that he could keep out of the line of fire. He objected to the details, arguing that it was not seemly to shoot a man at lunch, and pointed out that there might be casualties among senior officers including himself who would have to be there and who could not be spared if the front was to be held. He was passively sympathetic to Stauffenberg's effort in 1944, but shot himself after it failed. Better that, he thought, than to be renditioned by the Gestapo. The desperation to find good Germans who stood up to Hitler led sometimes to absurdities. The collapse and disorientation of the Marxism left in the 1990s provided revisionist historians with many opportunities to re-evaluate the Nazi past. It was claimed, for instance, that German physicists could have produced the atomic bomb but chose not to do so. Heisenberg, in particular, has been portrayed as a German patriot, supposedly out of sympathy with the Nazi regime, and the German physicists generally as being reluctant to build the bomb since the very idea was abhorrent or, as some said, impractical. This was not the view expressed by Joseph Haber in his exemplary study of scientists under the Nazis, politics, and the community of science. Having consulted the original transcripts, he summarized the initial reactions of the interned physicists to the news of Hiroshima thus. All the interned scientists, with the exception of von Laue and possibly Hahn, reacted in the following pattern: first, despondency and questions about how and where did we fail? How did the Americans do it? Expressions of personal failure and self-castigation followed. If they had worked harder, had tried to convince the government to give full support, they probably would have beaten the Americans. A search for scapegoats followed these first two reactions. This included recriminations by some younger scientists to the effect that older colleagues, especially Heisenberg, had blundered and were to blame for the failure. Scientific leaders, such as Heisenberg and Weizsäcker, blamed the German government for short-sightedness and for failing to support real science. Vichy on the Seine. Churchill remained extremely skeptical of the notion that there was a serious internal resistance to Hitler. Newsreel images of the genuine mass celebrations that greeted early Nazi victories were too fresh in his mind to harbor any illusions. After the victories of the Red Army in 1943 and 1944, a separate peace negotiated by Britain and the United States with Canaris and Goering would have been seen for what it was, a betrayal and a capitulation. Apart from anything else, it would have made a civil war in France and Italy inevitable. The rapid fall of France in June 1940 was a huge blow to Churchill and the British political and military elites. They were now committed to a war against the Third Reich and engaged in a process of recomposition, one crucial aspect of which was the creation of a national government. Labour MPs were needed to buttress Churchill against conservative hatreds and indifference. During his early days as Prime Minister, the applause when he entered the House of Commons or delivered a speech was largely confined to the Labour benches, as many diarists noted at the time. France's abject political surrender. The government that negotiated the peace included two members of the Socialist Party, the capitulation of its army and the indifference of a large part of the country to the German occupation posed several questions for the British. The French Communist Party, trapped by the Stalin-Hitler pact, was paralysed. Questions arose in London. The most important of these was whether there would be a spontaneous resistance and, if so, who might organize and lead it from within and without. And, if it had to be created from scratch in a country where traditional Republican conservatism was seriously divided, what might be the best mechanism? Hitler had set up a collaborationist French government that continued to run the country, but with economic and political sovereignty effectively resting in Berlin. As far as the Germans were concerned, the priority was not the political composition of that government, though the removal of Jews and communists was a prerequisite, but rather its ability to stabilize the country, avoid a civil war and keep trade, loot, moving. This was virtually what they got with the regime in Vichy. At the very beginning, it was not the Third Reich that asked Pétain to target the Jews and put them in holding camps. That was a French initiative, as historians have now proved without any doubt. The myth of a united France waiting patiently for the general to arrive on a cocky tank, a France with just a handful of traitors, was destroyed some decades ago by several foreign historians, with Robert Paxton torpedoing the work of most French historians. The wartime resistance in France was a complicated and murky business. A melange of lies and cover ups made all the more so later by the myths that grew up around it, stories that most French citizens knew were manufactured but that were considered necessary to save the honor of France. There were two dominant versions of the resistance story. The resistance was essentially set up both from within and without. The external resistance was formed by the British aided and abetted by General de Gaulle's oddball outfit of patriotic nationalists, ultra-right monarchists, and well-meaning uniformed hangers-on. The internal resistance comprised indigenous versions of the latter as well as communists, after June 1941, and leftist sympathizers based mainly in the factories and underground cells. The Gaullists insisted that de Gaulle personified France. And the general himself began the post-war period with the blatant lie that France had been liberated by herself, by her own people with the help of the armies of France, with the support and aid of the whole of France, of fighting France, of the only France, of the true France, of the eternal France. Apart from ignoring the role of Britain and the United States, this completely underplayed the support given to Hitler by the men and women of Vichy. And what of Vichy? Dismissed with an imperious wave of the hand, they were a tiny aberration, quelques malheureux traîtres, a few unfortunate traitors. Most of France knew perfectly well that this hallucinatory notion was complete nonsense. Asked when the resistance had begun, de Gaulle was characteristically modest. It had begun with his decision to go into exile, his declaration from London on June 18, 1940, his BBC broadcast to France exhorting the nation to join him in the fight that lay ahead. De Gaulle's flight to London and his appeal should not be underestimated, but their significance relates essentially to the post-war phase. An alternative to Vichy had been created with its headquarters in London. An alternative version was given by the French Communist Party, PCF. The party glossed over the awkward period when the Stalin-Hitler pact had paralyzed the majority of communists throughout Europe. Its claim that it had been strongly opposed to the Nazis from the start of the occupation was exploded in 1977 by Le Monde. The newspaper asserted that in 1940 the Comintern had instructed its French section to get permission from the occupying authorities to publish its paper, El Humanite, legally. The claim shocked many PCF members and was vigorously denounced and denied by the party's leaders. They gave up when decisive evidence emerged, probably courtesy of French intelligence archives, that revealed the allegation to be true. Le Monde included examples of articles for possible future publication in a legal edition of the paper. One of these referred to Georges Mondel, a former Minister of the Interior, as the Jew Mondel. While the official PCF line was to attack Vichy unequivocally, it simultaneously called for fraternization with German soldiers. There were acts of individual heroism, of course. The immensely gifted young French novelist Paul Nizan broke with the PCF, enlisted to fight the advancing Germans, and died at Dunkirk. Like the few other communist dissidents who broke ranks, he was vilified. Nizan was memorialized in a very moving essay by his school friend and comrade, Jean-Paul Sartre, as a model for political commitment. Nizan was a killjoy. His was a call to arms and hatred. Class against class. With a patient, mortal enemy, no quarter can be given, it is kill or be killed, there is no middle way. And no time for sleep. All his life, with his graceful insolence and his eyes lowered to his fingernails, he had repeated, "Don't believe in Father Christmas 3. The PCF justifiably stressed its own role, Le Parti de 75,000 Fusiliers, at the peak of the resistance and praised the working class for both its passive and active opposition to Vichy and the Germans. This was certainly true of a large minority. Unlike de Gaulle, the Communists denounced all those who had collaborated as bourgeois class enemies. Their alternative to Gaullism was not based in London, but on the battlefields of the Soviet Union, and there is little doubt that after Stalingrad and Kursk PCF membership grew rapidly, as did the resistance of all varieties. Despite all this and despite the heroic acts of the French resistance, the most awkward truth that neither Gaullist nor Communist confronted was that a majority of the resistance was non-French in ethnic terms. The underground included Spanish refugees from Franco's bloodletting, anti-fascist Italians, Armenians, Arabs, Jews and others who, in total, outnumbered the natives. This truth was brought home by Marcel Ophel's Le Chagrin et la Pitié, The Sorrow and the Pity, a 4-hour documentary made in 1969 that challenged both versions of the resistance. It provided enough evidence from French and German newsreels to make the Gaullist version seem absurd. Their patriotic nationalism had not been the moving force in the resistance, and the overwhelming majority of the French people had not favored it. The 1968 political and cultural upheavals in France, as well as Germany, Italy, and Japan, had made such films possible. The state broadcaster ORTF refused to show the film and it started life in independent cinemas in 1971, almost 3 years after completion. To this day, most French people have not seen it. In contrast, the film's clear-sightedness was challenged by the morally ambiguous works of the novelist Patrick Modiano, who also co-scripted Louis Malle's weak effort, Lucien Lacombe, criticized by the critic Serge Daney for lacking any social and political context. It was not a surprise that Modiano won the admiration of many collaborationists, or that the literary prize he received, in May 1968, was presented to him by a former close advisor of Pierre Laval. The evocation of the occupation period as a puzzle that is impossible to solve is now even more in vogue in countries like Italy, Greece, and the former Yugoslavia. The desire to veil the communist resistance and bury it in the sea motivated many, especially political turncoats whose illusions about Stalin had been betrayed. How did Churchill view de Gaulle and his entourage, now settled in London and behaving as if they were the French government? The two men were similar in some ways. The first, a politician whose favorite pastime was playing soldiers and whose interference in military affairs often annoyed those at the receiving end. The other was born and bred a soldier, whose decision to intervene in politics immediately after the war, and later to topple the Fourth Republic, was not as popular as he liked to believe. The fact remains that France was not freed from the Vichy government and its German overseer by the French resistance, but by the United States and Britain after D-Day. The 10 Allied divisions that landed in Normandy on June 6, 1944 were accompanied by 177 French commandos, needed more as translators and guides than anything else. Churchill understood de Gaulle's weaknesses, but he also knew that support for the PCF was growing by the day. It would become the largest single political party in France after 1945. An alternative was necessary, and de Gaulle's self-belief and identification of himself as the embodiment of the patriotic French state made him the most suitable bourgeois choice to run post-war France. Churchill loved the idea of restoring monarchies wherever he could. It was impossible to do so in France, but having observed de Gaulle from close quarters, he knew that Le General was the next best thing. As I have pointed out more than once, Churchill gave enormous priority to Europe's colonial empires, and their post-war stability had to be maintained even if the ultimate price to be paid was the organization of a smooth transition of the empires from Europe to the United States. It was for this reason that Roosevelt and Churchill seriously considered foisting two tame French colonialists cooling their heels in North Africa, Admiral Darlan and General Giroux, who they had managed to wrench away from Vichy, on the French people. The Gaullists, backed on this by the PCF, were able to thwart Washington's plan. Darlan was conveniently assassinated. Roosevelt was compelled to come to terms, on an unstable basis, with the Gaullist, PCF forces. De Gaulle was in total disagreement with any notion, however abstract, of handing over French colonies to the United States, though that was what eventually happened in Indochina, if not in Africa. De Gaulle insisted that he was the sole guardian of French sovereignty together with his officers and soldiers, even though only a handful of the French troops brought to Britain after Dunkirk agreed to serve under him. In fact, the Gaullist resistance organization was outnumbered by the PCF and independent anti-fascist groups. Many non-communist, fellow-traveling intellectuals mingled easily with the PCF wing of the resistance, living their daily lives through the communist friends they had chosen. After the war, some felt they had lost their way and either abandoned politics or moved over to the general. De Gaulle was nonetheless insistent in 1944 that he was the savior of French honor at a critical point in the nation's history, and he would go on to make all the key decisions on civilian administration and the temporary structures that needed to be put into place. It was his stubbornness in identifying French sovereignty as embodied in his person and his resistance organization that annoyed both Roosevelt and Churchill. Stalin openly asked whether a nation that had collaborated so fully with the Germans should be assigned a share of Germany and a seat on the United Nations Security Council. This was the reason for his clashes and arguments with Roosevelt and Churchill. De Gaulle demanded that he be in charge of drafting an agreement on civil matters. Churchill pointed out that this could not be done without Roosevelt's approval, and that one of his key representatives had to be present. When de Gaulle refused to accept this, and threatened to boycott what the Allies were up to. Churchill was provoked into a fury. Each time we have to choose between Europe and the open sea, we shall always choose the open sea. Each time I have to choose between you and Roosevelt, I shall always choose Roosevelt. This was the essence of British foreign policy from then on. It was this same experience that led de Gaulle to formulate his own thoughts on the post-war order, neither Washington nor Moscow but France and French sovereignty. That is why he later pulled France out of NATO. The defense of French imperial interests was a central Gaullist precept. Those who have elevated de Gaulle to the status of a giraffe god are, in their vast majority, opponents of these very precepts today. Praise of de Gaulle, Atlanticism, and acceptance of the German economic Anschluss are the hallmarks of contemporary France. When Chirac refused to back the Iraq War in 2003, his socialist opposite number François Hollande, as revealed by WikiLeaks, rushed to the U.S. Embassy to explain to the ambassador that this would not have happened had he been president. This, therefore, is the legacy of 1944. De Gaulle, Churchill, and Roosevelt agreed that most of the Vichy underlings, technicians in every field, including in the courts, the prisons, the army and the police, should remain part of the liberation. De Gaulle, sentenced to death in absentia by Pétain, had Pétain tried and sentenced to death, though this was commuted to life imprisonment, he spent the rest of his life on a benighted prison island, a French speciality. In 1992 President Mitterrand, who had worked for Vichy in the early years of the war, visited Pétain's tomb. Whether he did so as a sign of forgiveness or to revive the comradeship of his youth is a question of interpretation. The Civil War in Italy. It is a great pity that the French resistance never found a historian with the capacities of Claudio Pavoni, whose huge book on the Italian resistance continues to dominate the historiography on this subject in that country, despite the gradual rehabilitation of Mussolini by Berlusconi, Meloni, and Salvini. 4. Italy was different from the other countries in Europe, it had given birth to fascism. Mussolini had ruled the country for over a decade before Hitler's triumph in 1933, which reversed the relationship of forces. The Italian dictator hated playing second fiddle, failing to realize that it was the only space available. Tantrums, like the invasion of Greece without informing Hitler, backfired sensationally. The Greek army chased the Italians out of the country, forcing the Germans to occupy Greece and delay the launch of Operation Barbarossa. Italy's setbacks in the war and the German disasters on the Eastern Front began to create fissures in Italian society. It was no secret that the Americans were planning a landing somewhere in the south. Would it be Sardinia or Sicily? From 1943 onwards, the king and senior military figures, including Marshal Badoglio, began to discuss the dumping of Mussolini and offering a peace treaty to the Allies, a Vichy in reverse. At the same time there was dissension from below. On March 5, the workers at the Razzati factory in Turin went on strike. 2 days later they were joined by workers at 9 other factories. By the end of the month virtually the entire city was at a standstill. Gramsci's political birthplace had come to life again. 4 months later, even as the strikes were crossing city boundaries and affecting many other northern towns, the Allies landed at Sicily. The king, Vittorio Emanuele III, realized that the only way he could survive was by rapidly dissociating himself from Mussolini. On July 24, soon after Rome was bombed for the first time, the fascist Grand Council met and adopted a motion that was critical of Mussolini. The next day, Il Duce went to call on the king, but was asked for his resignation and arrested by armed soldiers. During the 45 days that followed, popular demonstrations broke out all over the country to celebrate the end of fascism. The Duke of Addis Ababa, as Badoglio was mocked by many British officers, ordered a brutal response, while the king fled south to safety. The Germans invaded Italy to counter the collapse of fascism. Things came to a head on September 3, when the Italian army eventually dissolved, surrendering to Berlin. Over 500,000 soldiers were taken prisoner by their former ally and transported to Germany. Meanwhile, a secret armistice between Italy and the Allies was signed. The Italian resistance emerged out of this chaos. Hitler ordered the German army in Italy to organize Mussolini's escape and create an alternative government. The instruction was carried out by SS officer Otto Skorzeny, and Mussolini was placed at the head of the German puppet Republic of Salo in the north. To complete the picture, there was the growing strength of the Italian communists. In January 1943, the Italian Communist Party, PCI, had consisted, at most, of a few thousand members. Many of them had been exiled internally or had fled voluntarily, first to Spain where they fought with the Republican Army, later to France. Hundreds had been imprisoned. Their most gifted and independent-minded leader, Antonio Gramsci, had died in a fascist prison. The chief prosecutor in his case had demanded a sentence to stop his brain from working for 20 years. His second-in-command, Palmiro Togliatti, was in Moscow. By the end of 1943 the PCI had quadrupled its membership. Within a few years, the party had won the support of millions. How and why? Its role in the resistance was the decisive factor. For a decade from the mid-1940s, the PCI and the PCF were the hegemonic parties of the left in Western Europe. In Greece and Yugoslavia, communist-led resistance movements had been extremely effective and were on the verge of taking power. This was the peak of communist influence in Western Europe, and was used by Churchill and, more importantly, the United States to justify the Cold War in the continent. Claudio Pavoni starts his magisterial history of the resistance by quoting two important young left-wing intellectuals, Vittorio Foa and Italo Calvino. Foa, released from prison in August 1943, left his copy of Vico for his cellmate Bruno Corbai, with a dedication. They were Vico's words but expressed Foa's sentiments, by various and diverse ways, which seemed like hazards and were in fact opportunities. Foa himself would later write, during the resistance and, for a brief moment, at the liberation, all had seemed possible to us. 3 years later, Calvino focused on another section of the political panorama. On September 15, 1946, in a text titled Homer the Anti-Militarist, written for the Turin edition of the PCI paper El Unita, he posed an interesting question. What in fact is the Odyssey? It is the myth of the return home, born during the long years of Naja military service of the soldiers who have gone off to fight in distant places, of their anxiety about how they will manage to get home, when the war is over, of the fear that assails them in their dreams of never managing to make it home, of the strange obstacles that appear on the journey. The Odyssey is the story of the 8th of September, referring to the end of the Second World War. Of all the 8th of Septembers in history, the need to return home by hook or by crook, through lands fraught with enemies. The September 1943 armistice with the Allies also marked the beginning of large-scale Italian partisan resistance against the Nazi occupation, reaching over 100,000 members by April 1945, of which 35,000 were killed. The defeat of Mussolini and the fascist state he embodied was carried out largely by the Anglo-American armies, with the resistance forces as a crucial auxiliary. It had been agreed at Yalta that Italy and France, fascist and proto-fascist in their makeup, would be the patrimony of the West, i.e. the United States. That those who sang Marichal, Nous voilà, did so with the Marseillaise inscribed on their hearts. Carmen Callil, in bad faith, her revealing biography of Louis Darquier, Vichy's Commissioner for Jewish Affairs, suggested that while there was compliance, resignation, fear, despair, self-interest, betrayal and shame, a strong sense of sullen, hungry fury growls through these years of the new French fatherland. In Italy the anti-fascist movements had been larger from the very beginning, and in 1945, radical liberal politicians in the mold of Carlo Rosselli and Piero Gobti insisted that pre-Mussolini Italy had never been democratic and, hence, a new democratic tradition had to be created afresh. They argued that a progressive democracy was needed to root out fascism and the conditions that had created it and brought it to power. Some of this was embedded in the new constitution. Gobti's wife Ada later explained what they had meant. In a confusing way I sensed that another struggle was beginning, longer, more difficult, more tiring, even if less bloody. It was no longer the question of fighting against cruelty and violence, but of not allowing that little flame of solidarity and fraternal humanism, which we had seen born, to die in the calm atmosphere of an apparent return to normal life. The new Italian Prime Minister, Ferruccio Parri, startled the National Assembly by reiterating Rosselli's view: "I do not believe that the governments we had before fascism were democratic." Responses were not slow in coming. Pope Pius XII hurriedly sanctified private property, while Alcide de Gasperi, the most intelligent leader ever of the Christian Democrats, spelled out his political program thus: "Anti-fascism is a contingent political phenomenon, which will at a certain moment be overturned by other political ideals more in keeping with the feelings of Italian public life, for the good and progress of the nation." Did those other political ideals include fascism? De Gasperi would have replied in the negative at the time, but others like him later began a rehabilitation process, including Renzo de Felici with an 8-volume biography of Mussolini. Their arguments were depressingly unoriginal. Fascism had not been a response to the threat of a workers' revolution, and Italian fascism was different to its German counterpart. The prettifying of Italian fascism by Berlusconi, Meloni, and Salvini is a continuing process in the country today. From the point of view of Truman and Churchill, de Gasperi was a model anti-communist. Intelligent, politically astute, and a skillful tactician, he outmaneuvered his PCI rival Palmiro Togliatti with great ease. What the PCI needed was a Gramsci. Instead, what they got was a Comintern apparatchik and a cadre of Stalinist politicians who ran the outfit. Togliatti was neither a serious theoretician nor a clever politician. During the civil war in Spain he had revealed his true character as a cynical and cold-blooded operator who did as he was instructed. On his return to Rome from Moscow in 1944 he made it clear that there was no revolution in sight and ordered the resistance to disarm itself. It is true that there was no objective basis for a socialist revolution, despite the waves of workers' strikes. Any such attempt, had it been made, would probably have been drowned in blood by a combined operation. The Allies would have united with the right and far-right parties to crush the PCI, similar to what they were doing in Greece at exactly the same time. Whether the resistance should have stored its weapons for future use rather than meekly hand them over was a related, but separate, tactical issue. Where the PCI went hopelessly wrong was in doing a political deal with de Gasperi that handed over all their trump cards. In one of his essays on Italy, Perry Anderson sketched out how the failure of the PCI led them to exclude themselves from national politics. When the war came to an end, Italy was not treated like Germany, as a defeated power, but as a chastened co-belligerent. Once the Allied troops were gone, a coalition government, comprising the left liberal Partito di Azione, socialists, communists, and Christian Democrats was faced with the legacy of fascism, and the monarchy that had collaborated with it. The Christian Democrats, aware that their potential voters remained loyal to the monarchy, and recognizing that their natural supports in the state apparatus had been the routine instruments of fascism, were resolved to prevent anything comparable to German denazification. But they were in a minority in the cabinet, where the secular left held more posts. At this juncture the PCI, instead of putting the DC Christian Democrats on the defensive by pressing for an uncompromising purge of the state, cleaning out all senior collaborationist officials in the bureaucracy, judiciary, army, and police, invited it to head the government, and lifted scarcely a finger to dismantle the traditional apparatus of Mussolini's rule. So far from isolating Christian democracy, Togliatti maneuvered to put its leader, de Gasperi, at the head of the government, and then joined with the DC, to the indignation of the socialists, in confirming the Lateran pacts that Mussolini had sealed with the Vatican. The prefects, judges, and policemen who had served the Duce were left virtually untouched. As late as 1960, 62 out of 64 prefects had been minions of fascism, and all 135 of the country's police chiefs. As for judges and officers, the unreconstructed courts acquitted the torturers of the regime and convicted the partisans who had fought against them, retrospectively declaring combatants of the Fascist Republic of Salo legitimate belligerents, and those of the resistance illegitimate, the latter hence liable to summary execution after 1943, without penal sanctions for the former after 1945. These enormities were a direct consequence of the actions of the PCI. It was Togliatti himself who, as Minister of Justice, promulgated in June 1946 the amnesty that enabled them. A year later, the party was rewarded with an unceremonious ejection from the government by de Gasperi, who no longer had need of it. 5. With historical revisionism still in full flow, the equation of the Soviet Union with the Third Reich remains useful for current needs in Poland, Hungary, Croatia, and the Ukraine. The Italian cinema offers an interesting contrast. Compare Bertolucci's epic 1900 with the Taviani brothers' Notte di San Lorenzo. The former film is a cleverly choreographed depiction of the rise of the working class movement in northern Italy and the birth of Italian communism, portrayed with great sympathy. Made as a popular film with Hollywood stars playing key roles, it served its purpose. Notte di San Lorenzo depicts fascists and the resistance fighting blindly with each other in a cornfield. What is there to choose between them? The Tavianis register the changes in political temperature well, even though the film is pure rubbish. For Churchill and Truman to defend the old new structures of the Italian state on the grounds that the rage and cunning of the Soviet Union should never be underestimated was to deliberately misunderstand that country's policy. Churchill had recounted to his physician, Lord Moran, how once, after supper in Stalin's apartment in the Kremlin in 1942, the Soviet leader had turned to him and asked why he feared Russia. The Soviet Union had no intention of trying to conquer the world. Churchill muttered unconvincingly that he recalled a similar conversation with Ribbentrop. In fact, the deal made before Yalta, that Italy was part of the US domain and that the British could do what they wanted in Greece, was never challenged by Moscow, and the two communist parties in those countries stayed in line. As Eric Hobsbawm once pointed out, one might even argue that the excesses of anti-communism were inversely correlated to the degree of the communist threat. In Germany and the USA, the two democracies which limited or abolished the legality of communist parties, the political appeal of the local parties was negligible. 6. 12. The origins of the Cold War. Yugoslavia, Greece, Spain. Tighten your leather belts, workmen of Flanders. The old man of Downing Street breakfasts early today with the 300 men who betray you. Bake your seed grain, peasants of the Campagna. There will be no land. Neapolitan stevedores. On the walls of houses you will be daubing. Bring back the stinker. Today in the full light of noon. The old man of Downing Street was in Rome. Keep your sons at home, mothers of Athens. Or light candles for them, tonight. The old man of Downing Street is bringing back your king. Get up from your beds, labor peers. Come and brush the old man of Downing Street's bloody coat. Bertolt Brecht, The Old Man of Downing Street, 1944. In Western Europe the resistance took different forms, determined by the Allies and the American and British armies. In Yugoslavia and Greece no outsider armies were required to defeat the Germans. As the Allied leaders began to contemplate total victory, the future shape of Europe would assume became a crucial issue. Churchill would play an important role again, but by now he was only too aware that US industry and Soviet manpower and industry had won the war. The British Empire was bankrupt. Key decisions would henceforth be made or agreed by Roosevelt and Stalin. It was necessary to pretend otherwise for public consumption, but for how long? Churchill thought long and hard on how to prevent the largely communist Greek resistance from becoming too dominant. Likewise with Yugoslavia. Bringing back the monarchy in both countries was his favorite choice. The citizens of the United States and His Majesty's subjects in the United Kingdom had watched from afar as the Red Army had fought and won key battles. Admiration, not nervousness, was the dominant feeling among many citizens not sympathetic to the Axis powers. In October 1944, Stalin and Churchill met in Moscow at the Tolstoy Conference. Here, on a famous piece of paper, Churchill and Eden obtained their temporary friends' agreement on the British plans for Greece, but Stalin wanted Romania and Bulgaria in return. That too was agreed. Pleased that he had got his way, Churchill was in a good mood. Fortified by a glass or two, he said to Stalin, "It's a pity God didn't seek our opinion when he built the world." The Georgian's response, "That was God's first mistake." Did the two scoundrels laugh and open another bottle? Quite likely. Whatever the case, the Greek people had been betrayed, resulting in a civil war that followed the end of the Second World War and later a vicious military dictatorship, courtesy of NATO. At Yalta in 1945, Stalin agreed to a division of spheres in Europe and pledged no interference in Italy or France, where the two communist parties had been transformed into mass parties thanks to the resistance they had led and the stunning military triumphs of the Red Army. The full meaning of the Yalta Agreement has often been obscured, with Western ideologues regularly describing it as a necessary concession to Stalin. This is misleading. Yalta was always a double-edged sword. Not only did it license the Soviet control of Eastern Europe, it also approved a strong and hegemonic U.S. presence in Western Europe, a presence essential to the establishment of NATO and a hegemony reinforced by what appear to be permanent U.S. military bases in Germany, Italy, and Britain, further strengthened by the growth of nuclear weapons systems and their implantation in Western Europe. Stalin agreed that Franco's Spain, Salazar's Portugal, Greece, and Turkey should be a Western preserve and that Germany would be under a four-power occupation. He reluctantly agreed to France being one of these powers, since the Vichy regime had to all effects and purposes been part of the Axis network. It was also agreed that France would be a member of the United Nations Security Council. An unnecessary concession, some thought, but Churchill was determined to have at least two decaying European empires seated at the top table. It did not succeed in its real aim, which was the integration of Gaullist France in Anglo-American projects for the future. That came later. As far as Greece and Yugoslavia were concerned, the piece of paper suggested Greece be part of the Western sphere and Yugoslavia a zone shared 50-50 by the US/Britain and the Soviet Union. It was a badly conceived plan. But not the only one. At Yalta, Roosevelt and Churchill also discussed the conditions under which the Soviet Union might enter the war against Japan. All three leaders agreed that, in return for Soviet participation in the Pacific Theater, Russia would be granted a sphere of influence in Manchuria after Japan's surrender. This would include a chunk of Sakhalin, a lease at Port Arthur, a share in the operation of the Manchurian railroads, and the Kuril Islands. They were clearly not following developments in China too closely. The way events turned out in Yugoslavia and Greece suggested that decisions made at the top table are not always accepted by people below. The Balkan experience was a striking reminder of this reality. Yugoslavia, partisans versus fascists. At 2:30 a.m. on April 6, 1941, the Yugoslav ambassador had signed a friendship pact with Moscow, both sides hoping it might deter a German invasion, given that the Stalin-Hitler pact was still in operation. No such luck. A few hours later the Luftwaffe took off from Bulgarian airfields, violated Yugoslav airspace and subjected Belgrade to continuous and heavy bombing. Simultaneously, the Wehrmacht crossed the Austrian, Slovenian border at Maribor and moved to take Zagreb. By April 8 the Second German Army had reached Belgrade. On April 10, Italian, Hungarian and Bulgarian forces invaded the country and dismembered it as Hitler had planned. That same day, the independent state of Croatia was proclaimed under the leadership of the Ustashi, whose Poglavnik, Führer, Ante Pavlik had been brought back from Italy where till now he and his band of Catholic fascists had been sheltered by Mussolini and provided spiritual succor by the Vatican. Pavlik expanded his control to Bosnia-Herzegovina, giving Mussolini a big thank you present in the shape of Central Dalmatia. The Italians also occupied southern Slovenia including Ljubljana. They took Montenegro as well, before falling on a large chunk of Kosovo and attaching it to Albania, which was already under their control. The Hungarians were awarded the Vojvodina, and the Bulgarians were given their own lollipop in the shape of Macedonia. The Yugoslav army had proven useless. Its generals capitulated to the Germans on April 17, with tens of thousands of soldiers fleeing desperately in all directions. The Germans took 344,000, mainly Serb, prisoners. Another 300,000 managed to get away. King Peter II and his government fled to London via stopovers in Athens and Palestine. Within 11 days the Axis had taken another country without meeting any resistance. The Communist Party of Yugoslavia, CPY, was surprised by the total collapse of the army, which had been brought up on patriotic Serb traditions of fighting hard against the Ottoman Empire in the 19th century and the Habsburgs during the First World War. 3 years later, the CPY leader Milovan Djilas confessed to Dmitry Manuilsky, a leading Comintern apparatchik, "We made the mistake of thinking the majority of officers, together with the general staff, would resist the Germans. It did not happen. Most of them surrendered. There was no serious resistance, it was a triumphal march." Why was the CPY not prepared in 1941? The party had a tragic history. It had been subjected to massive repression under the monarchical dictatorship since 1918, and been banned in 1921. Later, in Moscow, Stalin's purges had wiped out some of the best cadres of the party. Tito survived because he kept his head down and had a powerful protector in Georgy Dmitrov, the Bulgarian communist and longtime Comintern leader. Here we had a classic example of a party subordinated to Moscow, and semi-paralyzed by the Stalin-Hitler pact that prevented it from even conducting sabotage against the occupiers. Tito, an ethnic Croat, refused to accept the fragmentation of Yugoslavia, denounced the fascist Croatian state created by the Third Reich, and pledged to reunite his country. On May 8, 1941, Moscow recognized the Axis dismemberment of Yugoslavia. They expelled the ambassador after informing him that there was no longer any juridical basis for the existence of a Yugoslav mission in Moscow. 4 days previously the CPY leaders had convened a delegate conference in Zagreb where the leadership had strongly denounced the German breakup of the country, and Tito had insisted that they start preparations for an armed struggle against all the occupying powers. He broke with Stalinist orthodoxy and stated that the fight against the fascists was simultaneously a struggle for power against the local bourgeoisie and its allies. He informed his comrades that he was speaking of a socialist revolution. Unlike Stalin, the Yugoslav leader knew that the Germans would not delay too long before invading the Soviet Union. A military committee was set up, whose aim was to create clandestine, unified Yugoslav armed groups in every occupied region. The underground leadership felt it would be safer in Belgrade than Zagreb, where a section of the population was intoxicated by the lure of independence and where Pavlik was already preempting the Germans by persecuting, torturing, and imprisoning Roma, Jews and Serbs. As far as these groups were concerned, 3 alternatives faced them: 1/3 to be exterminated, 1/3 deported, and the rest forced to convert to Roman Catholicism. Even the Germans were slightly horrified by the treatment of the Serbs. Subsequently at Nuremberg this exterminism was judged to be genocide. Serbs put the number killed at 750,000, the German figures are 350,000. Pavlik was prepared to safeguard the Bosniaks as long as they accepted they had been born Croatians and, in some cases, where Muslim gangs agreed to kill Serbs. Many did so to survive. Others enlisted as German auxiliaries. The 2 resistance movements in the Balkans that impressed the Allies were both led by the communist parties of Greece and Yugoslavia respectively. In the latter case, a majority of SO observers in the field, or special envoys like Fitzroy MacLean sent to assess Tito, were impressed by the Croat communists and appalled by the alternative. The Croat nationalists, the Ustashi, were led by men who were straightforward fascists and collaborated openly and happily with Hitler, providing armed militias to combat Tito's multi-ethnic guerrilla army. In Serbia the Chetniks did not collaborate openly, but their hostility to Tito was on a par with that of the Ustashi. No sane British presence in Yugoslavia could have advised anything else but supplying Tito's forces with arms and supplies. Churchill's son Randolph had been parachuted into the country and he, too, was impressed by the communist-led resistance. The only dissenting voice was that of the novelist Evelyn Waugh, who took an early dislike to Tito, an irrational prejudice rather than a philosophical assessment, a trait for which he was already known. The resistance that was fighting defensive battles on the peaks and in the chasms of Montenegro combined a tough discipline and dogmatism. The Wehrmacht they were fighting against displayed the same levels of brutality against Southern Slavs as it did in the Soviet Union. Their Ustashi allies, keen to display their total embrace of fascist values, were even worse. Tito, the undisputed leader of the Yugoslav resistance, and his comrades on the leadership hailed from all nationalities. Tito, a Croat, Kardelj, a Slovene, Gilas, a Montenegrin, Rankovic a Serb. The major political thrust of the resistance stressed the unity of the embryonic Yugoslav state being created in the mountains. The Kosovars, then and post-war, were never fully integrated. Yugoslavia, China, and Vietnam were the three states where the effective resistance, led by the communist parties, resulted in revolutions. The party armies were also institutions of a dual power. The spirit of the Yugoslav resistance was recalled decades later by the so radical, Basil Davidson, as he observed, with sadness, the breakup of Tito's Yugoslavia. In September 1943 I was with the partisan Third Corps when it took the Croat-held town of Tuzla in northern Bosnia by storm. After days of fighting the enemy lost several hundred killed and as many wounded. There were also, according to my notes, rather more than 2,000 Croat prisoners. These prisoners of war were conscripts of the Croat independent state promoted by Hitler. After that tough battle these prisoners lost their weapons and their footwear, boots being rarer in the partisan army than weapons. But they did not lose their lives or their liberty, they were quickly set free and sent home with the advice, cheerfully enough conveyed, that they waste no time in getting themselves rearmed and captured again. After that grim war Tuzla managed to grow into a flourishing town, and repeated calls for peace and reconciliation which have come from there during these last few years have seemed to me to recall and revive the partisan experience of Bratstvo I Jedinstvo, the brotherhood and unity for which the partisan brigades had fought. Why did the British back Tito? It was a strategic decision necessitated by the defection of the Serbian Chetnik commanders to the Axis in 1942. At that time only the Chetniks could have effectively sabotaged enemy communications. Instead, they began to help the Germans. Churchill reacted angrily. He first reduced the supply of weapons to them and then, after all appeals and inducements had failed, decided to cut off all further supplies in 1943. This left Tito's partisans as the only available force in the country. 2 years earlier, on April 15, 1941, the CPY had, after heated debates in the leadership, come out in support of an armed uprising against enemies within and without to transform Yugoslavia. They condemned the Nazi occupiers and those collaborating with them, the monarchic government's betrayal, and the deliberate fostering of chauvinism linked to ethnic hatred, arguing instead for a real independence of the Yugoslav peoples on the basis of which a new, fraternal community will be built. Tito had moved the party's underground headquarters to Belgrade. Here, disguising himself as a Czech businessman working for Skoda, he found accommodation 4 doors away from General Schroeder, the German commandant in Belgrade. The atmosphere in occupied Belgrade was graphically described by Gilas. Patrols during the night, darkness, and continuous shots from all over the city. The Jews with yellow ribbons, with fear and anger, hunger and death, somber faces of citizens, and young Germans, gay and arrogant, with prostitutes and cameras. Flights of airplanes toward Greece and Romania. First local newspapers at the service of the occupiers. German complacency reached a peak. They boasted openly to the local bourgeoisie in Zagreb and Belgrade that they were on their way to the Soviet Union. In April and May 1941, Tito sent urgent messages to the Comintern, Grandpa in code, via the Soviet military attaché in Belgrade, warning that the Nazi storm was about to hit the USSR. Nok Moscow was being painted on German tanks, and German generals were openly saying at dinner parties that they would enter the Soviet Union like a knife through butter. On May 31, Tito sent Grandpa a message that made it clear the CPY was preparing to launch a general uprising on the day the German troops invaded Russia. Stalin, besotted with the Germans, refused to believe this information. The week after the invasion, Tito sent an urgent message: "We are preparing an armed revolt against the occupiers, since our people are ready to fight. Tell us, what do you think? We are short of arms. Can we get some quickly?" Back came the reply from a senior Comintern leader, Georgy Dimitrov, instructing Tito, on behalf of Stalin, ever loyal to his deal with Churchill, not to confuse liberating the country from fascism with the socialist revolution. Tito, who had worked for a short time at the Putilov factory in Petrograd, and had heard Lenin speak, was puzzled. He later confided to the Yugoslav historian Vladimir Dedijer that it took him some to understand what was at stake. If we would do as Moscow wanted, we could never develop our insurrection. In our condition, this directive would signify the liquidation of the uprising even before it started. On April 6, the old regime, with the king at its head, abandoned the Yugoslav people to the mercy of the conquerors, and what was left of the state's apparatus passed in the service of the occupiers. This demonstrated its fragility, abandoning the Yugoslav tradition of fighting for national independence, confirmed in 150 years by 39 revolts and 10 wars against foreign forces. In Yugoslavia, a popular revolt against the occupiers was unimaginable if it would not assure the people that they would be given a chance, after the war, to have a new truly patriotic government with an administration that was firm enough not to allow Yugoslavia, in spite of her natural riches, to resist colonization by the great powers, to hold fast against ethnic oppression, and to see that the majority of the people would not live in misery. Tito survived his visits to Moscow largely because Dimitrov backed him as the person to be trusted in Yugoslavia. He kept an ultra-low profile, avoiding unnecessary contacts, keeping aloof from petty intrigues. He once saw Stalin, hiding behind a pillar watching the proceedings of the Comintern. Nothing more. He never met him nor asked for a meeting. The real battles came later, when independent Yugoslavia and its leaders made it clear that they were not prepared to play the role of Stalin's pawn. Half-hearted efforts by Stalin and Churchill to get Tito to accept the return of King Peter as the titular head were politely rejected. Churchill did not create a fuss. Yugoslavia had no strategic value as far as the British Empire was concerned. Tito's triumph lay in the fact that the Communist Party he headed and the resistance it had created was multi-ethnic in character, uniting workers and peasants, students and intellectuals, against fascism. It was the only force capable of doing so. Chetnik, Ustashi, and some Bosniak detachments collaborated openly and willingly with the Third Reich. Tito disregarded Stalin's instructions and went all out for a socialist revolution. Popular support and a surge in self-confidence followed this decision. When Stalin threatened punishment, Tito's response was to warn the Soviet leader that any attempt to topple the Yugoslav government would be met with resistance. The Yugoslav population would be armed. For this crime Tito was hounded out of the international communist movement. He wore the stigma as a badge of honor. Only after Stalin's death was normality restored. Triumph and tragedy in Greece. What was acceptable for Yugoslavia was strictly forbidden in Greece. The principal reason was Greece's strategic location in the Mediterranean. Its sea lanes were vital routes for the British Empire. Piraeus and Crete were regarded as essential ports. The establishment of a communist state after a popular resistance was anathema to Churchill. A senior Foreign Office Mandarin, Air Crow, had set down the parameters of imperial policy in 1907, and these still guided politician and bureaucrat alike. The general character of England's foreign policy is determined by immutable conditions of her geographical situation on the ocean flank of Europe as an island state with vast areas of colonies and dependencies whose existence and survival as an independent community are inseparably bound up with the possession of preponderant sea power. Though articulated decades earlier, this was still accepted by the Admiralty and the political class when it came to developing strategy and tactics from 1942 onwards. Combined with his own naval fetish, Crow's words explained Churchill's obsession with Greece and his ruthless determination to gain control there, however high the cost in both hardware and human lives. It was to offer one of the clearest views of imperialist banditry in action. A number of SO agents in the country were aware that what had allowed the British to come in after the German withdrawal was the political weakness of the resistance. One SO officer, C.M. Woodhouse, was clear: "I have no doubt at all that ELAS, the National Popular Liberation Army, could have taken Athens. That would have made a British landing extremely difficult." The British intervention in Greece was designed first to block and then to crush the resistance, with the aid of a semi-fascist right that had sustained the monarchical Metaxas dictatorship from 1936 to 1940, and often using security battalions that had helped police the Nazi occupation. This was a crime of the highest magnitude. The most successful anti-Nazi resistance in Europe was snuffed out by Churchill and the British Army in one of the bloodiest moments of the war. The civil war unleashed by London cost the lives of at least 600,000 Greeks out of a population of 7 million. Severed heads and bodies of executed partisan leaders were casually displayed in public squares. The British Embassy in Athens justified this grotesque policy by excusing the exhibition of severed heads as a regular custom in this country which cannot be judged by Western European standards. By today's standards and usages, the British Army and its Greek auxiliaries were guilty of serious war crimes, some bordering on genocide. The Greek Civil War came about because, with Stalin's approval, Churchill had been granted Greece as Britain's sphere of influence. The problem was that most Greeks, barring the collaborators, were not in favor of this solution. The communist-led resistance had played a major role in harassing and pushing back the German army, and few serious observers at the time doubted that Greece belonged to the left. Churchill decided to crush this possibility. British forces were sent to occupy the country, and in the post-war period they armed and backed the Greek right, including many who had helped the Germans. The Greek communist leaders in Athens could have followed Tito's example and disregarded Moscow's instructions, which in this case were that they should work with the British and allow their troops to disembark in Athens in 1944. Churchill was not interested in any notion of a national government that included the resistance. Orders were given to disarm and disable ELAS, the main resistance force. Even as D-Day was being celebrated in London, British troops were engaged in a brutal and bloody war against the Greek resistance. A war that lasted 2 years and more. Churchill played a central part in the rape of Greece, and is still regarded by older generations in that country as a tyrant and a butcher. The fact that his leading accomplices in this crime included his wartime Labour lieutenants, Clement Attlee and Ernest Bevin, who continued the policy after 1945, does not excuse his role in the slightest. In a heated debate at the Labour Party conference in December 1944, Bevin had defended Churchill to the hilt. In a confused, mendacious and ill-informed speech, he had not been able to reply to Labour MPs and delegates who were shocked by what their country was doing to Greece. Aneurin Bevin, given 5 minutes to speak, was loudly applauded when he informed the conference that, only 3 bodies of public opinion in the world have gone on record in his Churchill support, namely Fascist Spain, Fascist Portugal, and the majority of the Tories in the House of Commons. The trade union wielders of the bloc vote were not impressed. They backed the forelock tug of Bevin. The Labour Party conference thus added another body, its own, in support of Churchill's terror in Greece. The British atrocities in Greece embarrassed more than a few in the SO, British intelligence, and the army at the time. There were too many people around who, though ashamed and angry at what was being done, kept silent. Churchill was particularly enraged by the hostility of the Times, and fulminated against the paper in the House of Commons. He knew the editor, Robert Barrington Ward, well, but was unable to convince him to change his line. A few Labour MPs challenged the government in a sharp debate in the Commons in December 1944, forcing Churchill and his heir, Anthony Eden, onto the defensive, but to no avail. Though the British disgrace would soon be covered up, sanitized and forgotten in Britain, or amalgamated with the Cold War trope of freedom versus communism, the Greeks did not forget. The story had begun in the summer and autumn of 1942 with the emergence of the National Popular Liberation Army, ELIS, the military wing of the National Liberation Front, EAM. In terms of its military effectiveness, spread of support and creation of popular, elected village assemblies with women getting their first chance to vote and participate in decision-making, the Greek resistance was ahead of its Yugoslav counterpart. There was one huge difference, however: the Greeks did not have a Tito. That is, a political leader capable of taking decisions in the Greek interest, regardless of Moscow's needs and wishes. Despite this, the two organizations had an excellent record of resistance against the occupying German forces. Within a year they had millions of members and supporters. EAM was operating effectively as a provisional Greek government. This was shown when, in 1943, General Speidel, the supreme commander of the German forces in the country, issued a civil mobilization order specifying that every male inhabitant of Greece aged between 16 and 45 must carry out work when required to do so. EAM called for a general mobilization against the order. This type of resistance was unheard of in any other occupied country. The Axis High Command were, appropriately as it later turned out, lodged in the Hotel Grande Bretagne, as later were the British High Command. They had machine gun nests on the roof and armed soldiers cordoning off some areas, but the crowd was so huge that those watching events from the hotel balconies were not able to locate their soldiers. The crowd started singing the Greek national anthem, repeating the last two lines ad infinitum: "Hail Liberty, Hail Liberty." The detailed description of this event in Dominikioudz's classic account of the Greek resistance is astonishing. When the German troops first opened fire, they did so in the air. The crowd decided to move on to the Ministry of Labor, where they had been asked to present themselves. The building was guarded by 2 companies of the Carabinieri. They aimed their rifles at the advancing crowd, Rightsiuds, and machine guns commenced their irregular barking, scything down the front ranks like wheat. A few puny pistol shots answered as the machine guns cut into the mass of people. The demonstrators were going berserk, gripped by a blind, irresistible determination, exalted by the mad ancient warcry of Greece, era, wind, tempest, delirium one. The insurrection, for that is what it had become, continued, and 200,000 Athenians confronted the fascist occupiers. EAM called for strikes in the public sector, which duly occurred. Ministries were captured by the masses and set on fire, as filing cabinets were emptied and records burnt. The telephone exchange workers came out on strike, disrupting communications. The Gestapo arrested the strike leaders, beating and torturing them. They were left in a cellar to be dealt with the next day, but managed to escape. Uds takes up the story. The past fortnight's demonstrations had cost them dear, but the Athenians prepared to march on the machine guns once again. Groups formed in every part of the town. The streams converged into a sea of humanity. German and Italian patrols were widely dispersed in emergency patrols, and the fighting started early in the morning. When the first procession came into sight of the academy, machine guns opened fire without warning. German soldiers dropped grenades from the roofs into the packed flesh of the crowd, wreaking terrible carnage. But the Athenian sea was flowing into the center of the city from all directions, innumerable, anonymous, trampling the first cordons underfoot, a quarter of the population of Athens. 200,000 people marching empty-handed through a hail of bullets. As they reached the Ministry of Labor, they realized that there were 10 times as many soldiers and police as there had been on the last occasion. The first wave of demonstrators hesitated, eddied, a moment of uncertainty, the wave that piles itself up for a slow moment before breaking on the shore. Era. Era. The Athenians charged, insane but irresistible, transported towards their objective with a battle-crazy momentum that could not be touched by mere blood, by a scattering of deaths. Grenades and machine guns were useless. The demonstrators reached the defenders within seconds and the soldiers were overrun, trampled, snatched up and torn to pieces by the multitude. Flames rose once again from the ministry buildings. The bloodshed continued in the district until every file and every office had been reduced to ashes. 2. Damaskinos, the Archbishop Primate of Greece, called on the German Charge d'Affaires, Herr Altenburg. If the civil mobilization order is not cancelled by March 7, the church bells will ring the alarm as a sign of supreme emergency. Doubtless the Reich will make its own assessment of the consequences. Altenburg wanted a compromise. Damaskinos stood firm. Altenburg rang Berlin, appeared relieved, and informed the Archbishop, the civil mobilization has been dropped. Shaken by the Red Army's victory at Stalingrad, the German High Command wanted troops to shore up the Eastern Front. 3 days previously, referring to the Greek people, Hitler had muttered, "We must have done with these lice." The lice had won a huge victory, proclaimed on every wall in huge red letters by EAM's newspaper, broadsheets plastered on walls all over the country. The resistance won more and more popular support. The British, meanwhile, were engaged in non-stop maneuvering to marginalize EAM and Ellis. They had created their own resistance group, the National Republican Greek League, EDS, under the command of a chancer, Napoleon Zervas, a colorful and charming rogue, who had always hedged his bets. 2 EDS officers close to him were working with the German occupation as well. In October 1943 there were armed clashes between Ellis and EDS in which the pathetic qualities of the latter were on full display. London blamed Ellis and asked so to cease all supplies to them. The latter protested publicly, accusing EDS of collaborating with the Germans. A month later at a meeting of the War Cabinet, with Labour in full agreement, it was decided to destroy the power of the communist-led Greek resistance. Roosevelt was duly informed and raised no objections. In Greece itself, from 1943 to 1944, Ellis refused to surrender to the British on any level. They carried on administering villages in the mountains and zealously guarded their support bases in Athens and smaller cities. A stalemate had been reached. But Churchill was not squeamish on these matters. He decided on a test of strength. The Greeks had fought Mussolini in 1940, continued the struggle against the Italians and Germans in 1941, and in the following 2 years targeted 3 fascist armies belonging to the Germans, Italians, and Bulgarians. In October 1944 the Greek resistance chased the Wehrmacht out of Greece. 2 months later, the British Army under General Scobie's command launched a war against Ellis. A 33-day battle shook Athens and Piraeus. Ellis was compelled to retreat and many partisans fled to the mountain villages, in zones that had been liberated some years prior to the German defeat. Churchill was triumphant. His instructions to General Scobie had been clear. Athens was to be treated as a colonial city. You are responsible for maintaining order in Athens and for neutralizing or destroying all EAM-Ellis bands approaching the city. You may make any regulations you like for the strict control of the streets or for the rounding up of any number of truculent persons. It would be well, of course, if your command were reinforced by the authority of some Greek government. Do not, however, hesitate to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress. We have to hold and dominate Athens. It would be a great thing for you to succeed in this without bloodshed if possible, but also with bloodshed if necessary. First welcomed, the British were now hated and despised. General Scobie, the sneer of cold command permanently etched on his face, became a special target for ribald satire. Children in Athens mocked Scobie in the streets, singing songs that often linked his atrocities to his private parts. The lines changed regularly as the songs were constantly updated. A December 1945 version of the song featured in Theo Angelopoulos's masterly epic on Greek history, The Traveling Players. There's a knot in Scobie's willy. So to let off steam he gives the order to find a little boy in Kolonaki. There's a knot in Scobie's willy. And if these knots come undone, what will that mean for British policy, General Scobie? More knots will come, you can try 1,000 tricks. Pile up weapons to bring back the king, but you won't succeed. The people won't accept fascism from this royal lineage. They will defeat this British policy. There's a knot in Scobie's willy. 3. In 1986, Channel 4 television broadcast a 3-part documentary series, The Hidden War, a project fully backed by the C4 Supremo Jeremy Isaacs, and produced by the feminist documentarist Jane Gabriel. The Greek consultant was Professor Gelis Kouras, who organized the crucial interviews with former partisans returning from exile. It was a bravura display of oral history. Detailed interviews with both SO agents and Greek partisans, punctuated by archive footage that most viewers had not seen before, created a huge impact. The film's exposure of deep British involvement in handing power to the most retrograde right-wing elements in Greek society angered those whose role it laid bare. Sections of The Great and the Good had been stung in public, and letters on gilded stationery poured in. Having handed over Greece to the far right in this cradle of democracy, they had been rewarded on their return home with knighthoods and peerages, and many were given prominent posts in political, academic, and civil service establishments. Several had written or collaborated with other authors to produce Chatham House versions of history. The official spook version was Bickham Sweetescott's effort, published by Chatham House in 1954. Sir Geoffrey Chandler published The Divided Land in 1959. Sweetescott's brother-in-law, Eddie Myers, published Greek Entanglement in 1955. Even Sweetescott was compelled to admit that, under the British, resistance became very nearly a crime and collaboration very nearly a virtue. A British soldier interviewed for the documentary, Chris Barker, expressed the confusion in the ranks. I thought we'd come to liberate the Greeks, but within what seemed to be a short space of time, we were actually killing them. And, more to the point, British chaps were dying in a cause that I couldn't quite understand. This was the source of the outrage. Nicholas Henderson, ex-Foreign Office, demanded and obtained a meeting with Isaacs to register his own complaint firsthand. Noel, Lord Annan, who had drafted the Broadcasting Act that created Channel 4, went slightly berserk, as revealed by his letter to Jane Gabriel. The guru of the great and the good cast aside the mask. You are either very naive or an unashamed fellow traveler, which is it? Your series on the return of the Greek communists was the most scandalously biased sick program I have seen for some time. I suspect that you will answer by saying that all you were doing was to depict the tragedy of those Greeks who were forced into exile for 30 years, implicitly you portrayed the British officers and officials as either fools or Nazi collaborators. Greek politics are very difficult for those who don't know Greece to understand. Point 4. Just in case he's been misunderstood, Annan insists that he holds no brief for American policies or the detestable colonels who imprisoned some of my Greek friends when they came to power. In that case, the question could be posed, why did he hand over Greece to the Americans in the first place? A collapsing British Empire that rained terror on Greece after the German defeat was not obliged to do so. Annan was angered because the British officers who risked their lives in the war were so traduced. The programs were critical of what the British officers did in Greece, not in the war. That they were obeying Churchill and Scobie's orders is obvious, but as the Nuremberg Tribunal was to pronounce a year later, obeying orders was not an excuse that should be accepted by any judicial tribunal in the future. An informal agreement was reached. Channel 4 shamefully promised that the offending series would never be shown again. In the documentary, C.M. Woodhouse probably said more than was necessary and later regretted having done so. Our aim was to divide LS units into small groups led by British liaison officers answerable to GHQ in Cairo. The reason for this was obvious. If the British allowed things to proceed as they were, Ellis's large-scale guerrilla army would form the core of the post-war Greek army and bring Greece under left-wing control. Our aims were irreconcilable. On this all sides could agree. It was simply that Churchill was determined to inflict a defeat that would serve as an example both to the Greeks and to any others who might have similar ideas. His line of thinking was characteristic: there could be no peace without a British victory in Greece. It was pure banditry. Ellis saw the British intervention as an attempt to take over the country in league with the king and right-wing groups who had supported Metaxas, the Greek version of Franco and Salazar. Woodhouse confirmed this in his own fashion: the Foreign Office wanted a situation where there was no resistance at all. A Foreign Office official actually said the best sabotage would be no sabotage at all. The tragedy of the Greek Civil War was that it could have been won by the Greek left. Its position in the country was hegemonic. But within the resistance, the Capetanios based in the mountains were not politically strong enough to challenge the official leaders of Greek communism. The guerrilla leader Aris Velichiades was an extremely gifted military commander, but he was not a Tito. If analogies have to be made, he was much closer in temperament and values to a leader from a different time, the Mexican revolutionary, Emiliano Zapata. He, too, was killed in circumstances that have still not fully come to light. Throughout 1942 and 1943, the Greek resistance, led by communists, had fought against the occupying German army via a combination of mass mobilizations and guerrilla actions. 2 general strikes in Athens and Piraeus in April and September 1942 had compelled the Germans to increase wages and salaries, set up soup kitchens for working people, and to state in public that no food would be exported from Greece. There was also a passive resistance against Greek slave labor being dispatched to Germany. When questioned, every Greek potentially destined for German factories became deaf, dumb, or illiterate. Greeks were transported by force, but their number was far less proportionally than that of all other conquered countries. On the military front, the resistance provided valuable support to the Allies. Brigadier Eddy was sent by GHQ in Cairo as a liaison officer with Ellis. The first action Ellis carried out after his arrival was to blow up the Gorgopatamos Bridge, a vital conduit for transporting German supplies to Rommel's forces in Africa. Both Generals Montgomery and Maitland-Wilson expressed their gratitude in public. Even Churchill allowed a message in his name thanking the resistance for the great help you are giving to the Allied cause. The message was sent in September 1943. 2 months earlier, the Greek government in exile, stationed in Cairo and consisting of monarchists and conservatives, had been told by the British that the destruction of Eam/Ellis was a political and strategic necessity. Churchill had given the green light to bring back the king. Roosevelt was equivocal but agreed. The stage was set for the British Army to occupy Athens and unleash a vicious repression. The criminal nature of this enterprise was no secret. It was effectively the first action taken in what later became known as the Cold War. That is what explains the sensitivities of Lord Annan and others 40 years later. Churchill and the British politico-military establishment had too much blood on their hands. It would take some effort to make the Soviet Union the enemy again, but it had to be done, and McCarthyism in the US and a milder version in Britain, under a Labour government, proved effective. By this time the agreement at Yalta between Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill had kicked in. The partitioning of Europe took place. Greece was the transition point for the Cold War. Here the Second World War morphed into a war against communism and revolution, as it would soon do in China, Vietnam, and Korea. After the German defeat, integrating fascists into the new armies fighting for freedom and democracy became Western policy. It was to serve the needs of the new Cold and Hot Wars that Churchill, flanked by U.S. President Harry Truman, announced an Iron Curtain has descended on us in his famous speech at Fulton, Missouri on March 5, 1946, which became the ideological pillar of the Truman Doctrine. After his electoral defeat in 1945, Churchill took on the role of a world statesman, the crutches happily supplied by Truman and his successor. But the special relationship was always a one-sided affair. with ruffled feathers occasionally soothed by Washington to make the transfer of imperial power as amicable as possible. In Greece and Yugoslavia, as we have seen, communist-led resistance movements had been extremely effective and were on the verge of taking power. The Greek Civil War was still in progress. If the Iron Curtain had descended anywhere, it was in Greece, and the person who had pressed the button to lower it was Churchill. 7 months previously, Truman had pressed another button. This one was nuclear and had obliterated 2 civilian targets, the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Western and Russian intelligence services knew perfectly well that the Japanese were preparing to surrender. The main reason to try out the nuclear weapons was as a shot across Russian bows: "We've got it, you haven't." The butchery in Greece was thus the real announcement of the Cold War. Stalin's takeover of Eastern Europe had already been agreed. The Soviet Union, with 20 million dead and a wrecked infrastructure, was not planning to invade anyone. Stalin had kept his side of the Faustian Pact and let Churchill take Greece. Those Greeks who cursed both of them had the right idea. One of the most celebrated Greek partisans, Manolis Glezos, who had scaled the Acropolis during the German occupation and torn down the swastika flag, was in Moscow a year or so after Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin had shaken the world. Glezos later described his meeting with Khrushchev in an interview with 2 journalists, Ed Voliomy and Helena Smith. In a lengthy essay for The Guardian they wrote, Glezos wanted to know why the Red Army, having marched through Bulgaria and Romania, stopped at the Greek border. Perhaps the Russian leader could explain. He looked at me and said, "Why?" I said, "Because Stalin didn't behave like a communist. He divided up the world with others and gave Greece to the English." Then I told him what I really thought, that Stalin had been the cause of our downfall, the root of all evil. All we had wanted was a state where the people ruled, just like our then government in the mountains, where you can still see the words "all powers spring from the people and are carried out by the people" inscribed into the hills. What they wanted, and created, was ruled by the party. Khrushchev, says Glezos, did not openly concur. He sat and listened. But then after our meeting he invited me to dinner, which was also attended by Leonid Brezhnev, who succeeded Khrushchev in 1964, and he listened for another 4.5 hours. I have always taken that for tacit agreement. 5. Voliomy and Smith, to their credit, also provided a rare pen portrait of the British civil servant in charge of police operations in Greece. This was Sir Charles Wickham, whose track record included the founding of the RUC in Ireland. His mentality was not dissimilar to that of Adolf Eichmann. These were men who carried out instructions from above using the most efficient methods possible. Sir Charles Wickham had been assigned by Churchill to oversee the new Greek security forces, in effect, to recruit the collaborators. Anthropologist Nini Panurgia describes Wickham as one of the persons who traversed the empire establishing the infrastructure needed for its survival, and credits him with the establishment of one of the most vicious camps in which prisoners were tortured and murdered, at Jarrows. From Yorkshire, Wickham was a military man who served in the Boer War, during which concentration camps in the modern sense were invented by the British. He then fought in Russia, as part of the Allied Expeditionary Force sent in 1918 to aid White Russian Tsarist forces in opposition to the Bolshevik Revolution. After Greece, he moved on in 1948 to Palestine. But his qualification for Greece was this: Sir Charles was the first Inspector General of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, from 1922 to 1945. The head of MI5 reported in 1940 that in the personality and experience of Sir Charles Wickham, the fighting services have at their elbow a most valuable friend and counselor. When the intelligence services needed to integrate the Greek security battalions, the Third Reich's Special Constabulary, into a new police force, they had found their man. A few years after the stunning victories of the Red Army against the Third Reich, 3 Tory prime ministers, Churchill, Eden, and Macmillan, excused the bloodletting in Greece, describing it as a necessary war against communist bandits. But it was not just the Tories who were happy to see Greece suffer. The day after Churchill lost the 1945 election, the British ambassador in Athens received a message from Ernest Bevin, the new Labour Foreign Secretary. There will be no change of policy. 6 Bevin was a born Empire loyalist and made no bones about the fact. He stated more than once how much he loved the British Empire. Within 24 hours of Labour taking office, all the hopes of the Greek left were betrayed. Greece was left denuded of an effective opposition to the right-wing governments imposed or fully supported by NATO. Left-wing MPs were harassed or killed, as in the case of the popular Greek deputy, Grigoris Lamrakis, brought into the public eye with Z, the striking debut film by Costa Gavras that stunned younger audiences. To Churchill's crimes was added the daily repression that became part of everyday life for many Greeks. The atrocities committed by Greek fascists and the army after the Second World War laid the basis for the NATO-supported military coup in 1967, designed to prevent the election of any Greek government that offered the mildest challenge to the existing political and ideological structures of the Churchill-Scobie state. The result was a vicious regime that reopened island prisons, engaged in large-scale torture, imprisoned the great Greek composer Mikis Theodorakis and numerous others, and forced many students and intellectuals to flee the country. In 2020, a Greek court judged that the far-right Golden Dawn Party, the lineal descendants of Greek fascism, were criminal gangsters who had committed numerous murders. They were deprived of their parliamentary privileges in Greece, and many of its core leaders and some members are confined to prison. The EU Parliament remains their last remaining base of operations. It is a great pity that the court was not asked to provide a retrospective verdict on those who made these developments possible, supposedly in the name of democracy and freedom in 1944. Churchill and Franco. Hitler and Mussolini had sustained Franco at the very start of his bloody career in 1936, when he launched a military coup to topple an elected government. In this endeavor he was backed internally by the far right and the Catholic Church, both in Spain and elsewhere on the continent. French and British non-intervention was also helpful in buttressing the fascist backing from elsewhere. However, without strong Italian and German support, it's unlikely that Franco would have won. In his epical history of the conflict, Hugh Thomas emphasized this point. The Italians alone dispatched 75,000 soldiers and volunteers to aid Franco. The flow of weapons from Italy to Spain, begun in 1936, continued till 1939. These included 350 Fiat CR-32 fighters and 100 Savoia 79s. 1,672 tons of bombs, 9 million rounds of ammunition, 10,000 machine guns, 240,000 rifles. 91 Italian warships and submarines took part in the Civil War. 7. In April 1937, to speed up proceedings, Hitler sent in the Luftwaffe under the command of von Richthofen to bomb Guernica, the first aerial raid on defenseless civilians in Europe, a war atrocity that shocked many at the time. Churchill carried on supporting Franco both during and after the Second World War, almost single-handedly keeping him in power during the early post-war years. As in the case of Greece, here too Churchill's actions were governed by what he regarded as British interests, his preference for fascism against international Jews and communists, and his refusal to accept advice to the contrary from within the establishment. He was aware that the mood in Britain was sympathetic to the Spanish Republic. In October 1936, for example, thousands of workers in London ignored the injunctions of the Labour Party and threats from the state and marched against a British Union of Fascists rally in Cable Street in the east of the city. It was this kind of anti-fascist activity that led to a spurt in the size of the left liberal and Marxist intelligentsia prior to 1939. Churchill mocked them and hated the pacifists among them, but he would need them in the run-up to the war. 8. Two important conservative leaders were not in favor of keeping Franco in charge of Spain. Anthony Eden expressed his views mildly, but Sir Samuel Hoare, later Lord Templewood, a one-time appeaser, was punished for his sins by being sent as special ambassador to Franco's Spain between 1940 and 1945. Churchill, on his sixth day as Prime Minister, had hesitated, but was convinced by a mean-spirited Halifax that this would be the best place for Hoare. Factional rivalries in the Foreign Office, expressed loftily in written disagreements, emerged slightly differently in post-retirement diaries and memoirs. Alexander Cadogan, a senior Mandarin at the Foreign Office, was a prime example. He knew that sending Hoare to Madrid was the easiest way to get rid of a very senior conservative politician. Hoare went quietly. On Hoare's appointment, Cadogan commented, "Dirty little dog has got the wind up and wants to get out of this country." Comment 2, "They all agreed to send him out. As long as I see the last of Sam, I don't care what happens." Speaking with Halifax a month later, I said there was one bright spot: there were lots of Germans and Italians in Madrid and therefore a good chance of SH being murdered. In that same period he couldn't resist another jibe: "He'll be the Quisling of England when Germany conquers us and I am dead." On the day the Spanish government formally accepted Hoare as ambassador, Cadogan expressed a sigh of relief: "Thank heaven. Good riddance to the bad rubbish." On his return to London in 1945, the English Quisling produced a quick book, Ambassador on Special Mission, informing the Foreign Office that "my object is to make the complete case against Franco as soon as possible." "No dice, old boy," was the response from Churchill and chums. The response from Labour's Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, was not dissimilar. Unlike Churchill, the one-time appeaser Hoare had developed a real loathing for Franco and the Phalangists. An important influence on Hoare was the British writer Gerald Brennan, willingly stranded in Andalusia, and extremely knowledgeable about the country at large. He was well aware of what was taking place in the Basque Country, where torture and prison were experienced by at least 50% of families, and Catalonia, too, was drowning in repression, including a ban on the use of the Catalan language. Brennan was a mine of information, some of which appeared in Hoare's useful political memoir. On one occasion, when neutral Spain mobilized Phalangist student supporters to give a warm send-off to the Blue Division on its way to fight together with its Axis benefactors against the Soviet Union, the demonstration ended in front of Phalangist headquarters, where it was addressed by Franco's newly appointed hardline Interior Minister, Ramon Serrano Suñer. Anti-British sentiment was rife in fascist Spain, and some of the students were sent off on a stoning diversion. They pelted the British embassy with government-provided stones neatly stored in bags. Hoare summoned Serrano Suñer on the telephone. It was a heated exchange. Serrano Suñer provoked the special ambassador by inquiring whether the embassy needed more policemen for protection, to which Hoare famously responded, "Don't send more police, just send fewer students." On June 12, 1945, in a dispatch from the Madrid embassy, Councillor R.J. Boker reported that while officially the attitude of Great Britain and the United States was one of cold reserve, General Franco knows that neither power is going to use force to turn him out. Meanwhile, commercial exchanges with both powers proceed on a substantial scale and there are good prospects of building up post-war economic relations of benefit to all three parties. Boker reported that Franco's cockiness was explained by his firm belief that the Western Allies would soon be at war with the Soviet Union, and could not afford to antagonize Spain. Within the country, the right-wing opposition, i.e. the monarchists, were splintered into factions, the other parties subjected to fierce police repression, and the exile community even more divided. These realities formed the basis for Franco's self-confidence. Western fears of a powerful Soviet Union turning westwards were baseless. The economic, social, and structural damage suffered by the USSR was of such magnitude that neither Stalin nor the Red Army marshals could think seriously about another round of wars, let alone one which involved the United States. It is true that Stalin worried endlessly about a second round of revenge the Germans might plan once they had recovered. He proposed a neutral, unified Germany on the Austrian model, but this was rejected by the Allies. The only feasible solution that remained for Moscow was a permanent division of the country that chimed in with behind-the-scenes Allied thinking. Franco was the illegitimate offspring of these Cold War priorities. Stalin should have insisted that the dictator be removed, a new constitution drawn up and elections held, as in Italy. Had the Soviet leader made this one of the key demands at Yalta or before, Franco would have lost and ended up somewhere in South America. Spain would have been spared another 30 years of the terror and torment. Throughout the war, Churchill and Roosevelt had no doubt whatsoever that the Soviet Union was the enemy of the future. This had been U.S. policy from Woodrow Wilson onwards. Churchill had hoped that Hitler would do the job for the West, but history turned out otherwise. The Soviet role in winning the war had made it genuinely popular in the Western world. It took a bit of time to transform this image, but the West, under U.S. leadership, persevered. Churchill was only too happy to be wheeled on stage whenever required. Elsewhere, the military and political forces of the United States and Britain worked with former fascists in Germany, Italy, France, Korea, and Japan to integrate and promote parties they could join, armies they could enlist in, and a variety of bombs they could develop to safeguard capitalist democracy. There was no need for any of this in Spain. Franco, like the more astute of the Japanese generals, had already forecast such a development. Contemporary critics of what happened in Eastern Europe after Stalinization tend to ignore the mess on their own side, the maintenance of the dictatorships in Spain and Portugal, the creation of one in Greece, the retention of fascists in state institutions, including the army, air force, and police in Italy and Japan, and to a lesser extent in Germany. Since most of them are Euro-Atlanticists, the South and Far East of Asia remain mysterious regions. Many of the far-right, semi-fascist groups active today descend, directly or indirectly, from the fascists and collaborators of yesteryear. Franco and the Portuguese dictator Salazar could have been brought down at the tail end of the war with economic sanctions and military threats. Spain was heavily dependent on oil, and the West had kept it supplied throughout the war. The United States had a tougher approach than Whitehall. Dean Acheson complained that the British thwarted all our efforts to use to the utmost our considerable powers to limit Franco's help to Germany. Foggy Bottom bluntly informed Downing Street there was no basis for negotiations with fascist Spain. As Acheson later described, Franco's purposes were hostile, his official statements mendacious and their statistics falsified. With no confidence in the facts, there could be no confidence in the bargain. On U.S. insistence, supplies were cut off for 2 years. Acheson continues. As stocks sank to the point of exhaustion, cries of anguish would begin in Madrid, be taken up by the U.S. ambassador to Spain, Carleton J. H. Hayes, and by London, echoed by our petroleum advisor, and be derided by most of the American government and press. When it reached a crescendo after 2 months, a tanker or two would be released amid a chorus of vituperation. 9. Circumstances, i.e. Churchill, did not permit more stringent action. Later on in his wartime recollections, Acheson recalls his irritation at the apparent sincerity with which, until almost the end of the war, the neutrals and British alike voiced fear of German occupation to justify trade with the enemy. Churchill had long made it clear that, in a choice between Franco and the elected leaders of the Republic, he would prefer the uniformed dictator. During the war he authorized the use of $10 million to bribe Franco's generals if they promised to hold their leader back from going over completely to the Axis powers. The operation was handed over to the British naval attaché, Captain Alan Hilgarth, whose real job was head of intelligence and counterintelligence in the Iberian Peninsula. The plan was to prevent Franco from becoming a belligerent for at least 6 months. On the surface it appears to have worked, but it was Hitler's refusal to alienate Pétain and Vichy by acceding to Franco's colonial greed that marked a turning point. Had the war gone well for the Third Reich, the Spanish dictator would have caved in and done as he was told, but his instinct for self-preservation came into play after the Soviet victories at Stalingrad and Kursk. On Churchill's advice, Franco pulled out the 20,000-strong Blue Division in 1943, though thousands of Spaniards had already died and hundreds were POWs in the Soviet Union. Several thousand refused to return and understandably, given their politics, joined the Waffen-SS. Roosevelt was squeamish about having Franco in the Western camp. To push through some cosmetic changes, Churchill softened his position slightly and suggested that he might accept a pro-Western government as long as the monarchy was restored and a Bourbon was put back on the throne. Democracy had very little to do with any of this. Franco, without too much difficulty, outmaneuvered the old man in Downing Street. There would be no monarch while Franco was in power from 1939 to 1975, King Juan Carlos would be his successor. Churchill hid his displeasure. Denial of membership in NATO was considered a rap on the knuckles. Franco was unbothered. A pliant king and a far-right government was Churchill's preferred solution in most circumstances. Though he suggested in the Daily Telegraph on December 30, 1938 that, as a good English patriot, his support for Franco had waned after Germany and Italy intervened in the Civil War, 2 years later he said something very different to the Duke of Alba, Franco's ambassador in London. Over a lunch, fixed by Cadogan, Churchill informed the Duke that, "We desire the best and most friendly relations with you, and if they should change you can be sure that it will not be our fault. We are determined, and I have intervened personally in this matter, to help so far as we are able in the provisioning of Spain." In his memoirs of the Second World War, another version is offered. In this quarrel, one was neutral. Naturally I was not in favor of the communists. How could I be? If I had been a Spaniard they would have murdered me and my family and friends. Why should this have been so? Because, he writes, the Spanish government was in the hands of the most extreme revolutionaries. This was not the case, and was definitely not so at the start of the conflict. Point 10. Dealing with Churchill on Spain, wrote Dean Acheson, the U.S. Secretary of State, was tiresome, but the role played by Mr. Churchill, was my first experience of what was to recur often in the next decade, that is of a relatively weak ally, by determined, sometimes reckless, decisions, changing and even preventing action by a much stronger one charged with ultimate responsibility. General de Gaulle was to demonstrate this, so was Syngman Rhee in Korea. After the death of Franco, the Monclo Pacts that marked the democratic rupture were implemented by the Spanish state in 1976. Political parties and trade unions were legalized, an undoubted blow as far as some sectors of the Spanish bourgeoisie were concerned, since they preferred a dictatorship. Over 4 decades Spanish capitalism had developed, and in the last 15 years of the Franco regime prospered, thanks to a state of exception. During that period it was the repression of the working class that had fueled the economic miracle, producing Japanese-style growth rates. The years 1964 to 71 saw remarkable growth. Thanks to Franco, Spanish industrialists lost only between 20 and 25 minutes of work per annum per worker due to strikes. The state had, for 40 years, sent armed police into the factories to brutalize and arrest strikers. It banned working-class opposition and imprisoned all dissenters. To legitimize its economic power under a new political hegemony, Spanish capitalism needed to have free trade unions with which to dialogue. But they clung on to other privileges from the past, some of which hardly form part of a developed bourgeois democracy. On their own, the Monclo Pacts did little to address the national question. Catalans were offered nothing on the political front, while Basques continued to be tortured under the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party government. The more intelligent Francoists ended up in the Popular Party, PP. In 2018, the openly fascist Vox Party, long gestating inside the PP and now enraged by Catalonia's demand for a referendum on self-determination, came out into the open and was surprised by its own success, joining the list of Lazarus-like parties in other parts of Europe. Catalan activists and politicians are still in prison at the time of writing. The echoes of the past have got louder. 13. The East is dead, the East is red, Japan, China, Korea, Vietnam. Can we forget that flash? Suddenly 30,000 in the streets disappeared. In the crushed depths of darkness. The shrieks of 50,000 died out. Toge Sankichi, August 6, 1951. The Second World War officially ended where it had begun, in Asia. What had started with what seemed at the time to be a minor clash of arms between Japan and China, on the Marco Polo Bridge outside Beijing, came to an unimaginable end with Truman's decision to test the newly created atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The handover of European and Japanese colonies in Asia to the United States was part of a global process. Unlike Europe, where the Yalta Agreement, with the Yugoslav exception, was enforced by both sides, in Asia resistance turned into new wars of liberation. The conflict in Asia did not end as it had in Europe. Japan was defeated, but new enemies had been sighted. These enemies had fought the Japanese Empire in China, Korea, and Vietnam, where the Second World War had shifted gears and slipped into anti-colonial mode. The French, unable to bring themselves to fight the Third Reich, had no problems in killing the Vietnamese. The men of Vichy, backed by de Gaulle, were wreaking havoc in Vietnam and Algeria. The panic that had set in after the 1917 Russian Revolution, slightly masked during the World War, gripped the West again, especially after the 1949 communist victory in China. The domino theory, or permanent counter-revolution, became U.S. State Department orthodoxy, and dissent was silenced by McCarthyism. At its crudest, the argument went like this: if we let go of these countries, international and regional communism will be emboldened to challenge freedom and democracy. Where? In South Asia, the Greater Middle East, the Mediterranean. To prevent such a calamity, more wars had to be fought. The weakened European colonial powers were already on the retreat. The United States took charge and began to construct its own empire, the existence of which was categorically denied. In private, the imperial bureaucracy had no illusions about freedom and democracy. They knew perfectly well who supported them. In February 1948, the policy planning staff at the State Department wrote a straightforward assessment that spelled out what the national interest required, effectively a collection of puppet states grouped together in regional alliances and security pacts with the United States and Great Britain in particular. We have about 50% of the world's wealth but only 6.3% of its population. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity without positive detriment to our national security. We should cease to talk about vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of living standards, and democratization. We should concentrate our policy on seeing to it that key areas remain in hands which we can control or rely on. At one of the Yalta sessions in February 1945, Roosevelt had attempted to resolve the colonial problem in Asia. He suggested to Stalin that Hong Kong be returned to GMD China and Korea should become a trusteeship, with Britain firmly excluded. Indochina would be granted independence and not handed back to France. Stalin became nervous, since he had done a deal with Churchill on Eastern Europe and the Far East at the Tolstoy Conference in Moscow the previous year. Churchill threw a tantrum: "I will not have one scrap of the British territory flung into that area. I will have no suggestion that the British Empire is to be put into the dock and examined by everybody to see if it is up to their standard. I will not consent to 40 or 50 nations thrusting interfering fingers into the life's existence of the British Empire." Roosevelt calmly responded that he was referring to enemy possessions. This Churchill grumpily accepted, but these possessions were post-1918 League of Nations mandates. It was agreed that the UN, about to be formed, could interfere in and examine British-controlled territories, though this was never implemented. Churchill backed the French 100% and insisted that they should not let Vietnam become independent. Ho Chi Minh had already declared the country independent in 1945 and huge mass mobilizations had welcomed the event. It was not to be. The French resumed the colonial war, backed by the British, and after 1954 the United States took over and carried on until 1975. The rest of Asia should have seen the nuclear targeting of Japanese cities as a portent of what was to come, even if not via nuclear weapons. The literal destruction of every building in North Korea, 1950–53, was fully supported by Churchill and Italy. By any definition, the destruction of Japanese cities was a war crime. The combined casualties were almost 250,000 people, overwhelmingly civilians. The effects on the survivors were traumatic. Civilian casualties caused by incendiary and nuclear bombing were horrific. Civilian deaths in Tokyo were 97,031, in Hiroshima 140,000, in Nagasaki 70,000, in 63 other cities 86,336.1. The Germans apologized for what had been done by the Third Reich, the French covered up the crimes of Vichy. Churchill never regretted the horrors inflicted by Bomber Command on German cities in raids that began in mid-1942. The most conservative estimates suggest that 410,000 civilians, 70,000 prisoners of war and slave laborers from countries under German occupation were killed during the course of the war. In Dresden, 25,000 were killed in 2 hours. 50% of the built-up area in all of Germany's major cities and towns was destroyed. The punishment of civilians on this scale far outstripped the German bombing of British cities. Presidents of the United States have continually defended, some more loudly than others, what was inflicted on Japan in 1945. Churchill, who rarely held back from explaining his own position on important events, concurred. Here we discover him in full flow on the importance of nuking Japan. British consent in principle to the use of the weapon had been given on July 4, before the test had taken place. The final decision now lay in the main with President Truman, who had the weapon, but I never doubted what it would be, nor have I ever doubted since that he was right. The historic fact remains, and must be judged in the aftertime, that the decision whether or not to use the atomic bomb to compel the surrender of Japan was never even an issue. There was unanimous, automatic, unquestioned agreement around our table, nor did I ever hear the slightest suggestion that we should do otherwise. Point 2. In fact, John Galbraith, who opposed using the bombs, argued, like a few others, that a Japanese surrender was imminent. Churchill rejected this. Always keen on punitive measures, regardless of locale, he conjured visions of a lengthy, crazed Japanese resistance that might cost 1 million more US lives and half as many British losses. It was pure rubbish, the froth of imperial fantasy. The Tory MP Chips Channon was far more circumspect, noting in his diary entry of August 5, 1945, "The world has been electrified, thrilled, and horrified by the atomic bomb. One has been dropped in Japan today. It devastated a whole town and killed 250,000 people. It could mean the end of civilization." Not for Churchill. With Japan on its knees, its people dying from radiation diseases, all was well, and one day they would realize it had all been done for their sake anyway. Now all this nightmare picture had vanished. In its place was the vision, fair and bright indeed it seemed, of the end of the whole war in 1 or 2 violent shocks. I thought immediately myself of how the Japanese people, whose courage I had always admired, might find in the apparition of this almost supernatural weapon an excuse which would save their honor and release them from being killed to the last fighting man. When Churchill visited the United States in January 1953 to attend a farewell dinner for Truman, he should not have been too surprised to discover that Dean Acheson had prepared an after-dinner mock trial in his honor at the White House. Churchill was in the dock for war crimes, accused of complicity in the use of nuclear weapons. The outgoing President Truman avoided being handcuffed to the British leader, since he was needed as the presiding judge. The event was later described by the president's daughter in her memoirs. Were they simply making light of an appalling war crime, or was this an attempt at some form of collective therapy? Was Acheson's conscience still in recovery mode? Whatever the reason, the episode is not without interest. Margaret Truman's description, as conveyed here by Richard M. Langworth, has Churchill's words in italics. During our last weeks in the White House, Prime Minister Churchill arrived for a visit. My father gave him a small stag dinner to which he invited Secretary of Defense, Robert Lovett, Averell Harriman, General Omar Bradley and Secretary of State Dean Acheson. Everyone was in an ebullient mood, especially Dad. Without warning, Mr. Churchill turned to him and said, Mr. President, I hope you have your answer ready for that hour when you and I stand before St. Peter and he says, I understand you two are responsible for putting off those atomic bombs. What have you got to say for yourselves? Robert Lovett asked, Are you sure, Prime Minister, that you are going to be in the same place as the President for that interrogation? Lovett, my vast respect for the Creator of this universe and countless others gives me assurance that he would not condemn a man without a hearing. Lovett, true, but your hearing would not be likely to start in the Supreme Court, or, necessarily, in the same court as the President's. It could be in another court far away. I don't doubt that, but, wherever it is, it will be in accordance with the principles of English common law. Dean Acheson, who liked to tweak Churchill about Britain's diminished stature, then spoke up, Is it altogether consistent with your respect for the Creator of this and other universes to limit his imagination and judicial procedure to the accomplishment of a minute island, in a tiny world, in one of the smaller of the universes? Well, there will be a trial by a jury of my peers, that's certain. Acheson, oh yes. Oh yes. In the matter of the immigration of Winston Spencer Churchill, Mr. Bailiff, will you empanel a jury? Each guest accepted an historic role, wrote Margaret Truman. General Bradley decided he was Alexander the Great. Others played Julius Caesar, Socrates and Aristotle. The Prime Minister declined to permit Voltaire on his jury, he was an atheist, or Cromwell, because he did not believe in the rule of law. Then Mr. Acheson summoned George Washington. That was too much for Mr. Churchill. He saw that things were being stacked against him. I waive a jury, but not habeas corpus. You'll not put me in any black hole. They ignored him and completed the selection of the jury. Dad was appointed judge. The case was tried. The Prime Minister was acquitted. Point 3. During this visit Mr. Churchill confessed to Dad that he had taken a dim view of him as president when he had succeeded Franklin Roosevelt. I misjudged you badly, the Prime Minister said. Since that time, you, more than any other man, have saved Western civilization. 4. A revealing tale. The chief war criminal was the presiding judge, the principal accused was acquitted, Western civilization was in safe hands again, and all was well in the world. The fact that Stalin, Churchill, and Attlee all approved of the nuclear strikes does not absolve the United States. They built the bomb, they tested it. Oppenheimer found a suitable quote from the Hindu scriptures to express a few misgivings. The pilots obeyed orders and observed the mushroom cloud formation. Was the odd indifference displayed by Western citizens at the time just one more example of the deep hold that imperialist ideology exercises with its embedded racist and civilizational death wish? Several weeks before the bombing, secret Japanese documents were captured by U.S. forces, including one sent by the Japanese Supreme Command in Tokyo to some of its most loyal and fanatical generals in the field based in Java. They were informed that Japan was about to surrender, but there was no need to panic. The surrender should be viewed as a truce that might last 5 or 6 years, after which war would be resumed on a still vaster scale, this time between the United States and Soviet Russia. In this Third World War, Tokyo predicted, the services of Japan would be needed by the Americans because Western Europe, if only from fear of Russia, would be reluctant to join in. The battleground, therefore, would be largely in the eastern part of the Soviet Union and in Manchuria. Japan would play a leading part. It didn't turn out exactly like that, but in stressing common hostility to the Soviet Union and the necessity of a U.S.-Japan alliance, the Supreme Command was not completely wrong either. What these and other intelligence documents revealed was that the Japanese were preparing to surrender. Had this been allowed to happen, who knows, perhaps the emperor might have committed harakiri. The use of nuclear weapons had little to do with Japan supposedly refusing to surrender or saving American lives. It was a crude, but effective, demonstration of power by the United States, a warning mainly to the Russians, but also to the Europeans. Rarely has a new global empire announced its arrival on the world stage in such a destructive fashion. Hatred for the Japanese reached such a pitch in the United States that the wartime internment of Japanese American citizens, even though many were fighting in the U.S. Army against those of similar ethnic origins, was accepted by most U.S. citizens. 5 Had the U.S. decided on a similar measure against Muslim Americans after September 11, I doubt there would have been too many protests. At one point the comparison of 9/11 with Pearl Harbor was being touted by so many pundits that many Muslim Americans became fearful. The eternal junior ally Britain institutionalized spying on Muslims in schools and universities and at home in order to stress that the wars in the Middle East were a Muslim problem and had little to do with US/EU foreign policy. The fact that censorship and surveillance are now state policy in Britain, backed by all three parties in Parliament, says a lot that is not often said in public. A refusal to accept any responsibility for war and destruction has usually been the hallmark of imperialist states. And, as John W. Dower reveals in his sober and careful study of race in the Pacific War, attitudes to the Japanese as a people had always been hedged with qualifications of one sort or another. The weaponized psychobabble deployed against the Japanese was part of a project to dehumanize and mystify them. What you cannot understand has to be inferior. A lot of this type of material became common usage in US and Western propaganda during the Second World War. Other criticisms leveled against the Japanese were that they were genetically conformist and permanently childlike. Compton Pakenham, a British officer who had mixed in elite circles in Tokyo, wrote long essays for Newsweek in 1945 designed to reassure readers that nuking the Japanese variant of the Yellow Peril was not such a big deal. Their psychology was warped, their sinister cynicism was repellent, they were like no other nation in the world. Ellis Zacharias, the U.S. Navy's top intelligence authority on Japan, helped out with some reflections of his own, bordering on the comical. The Japanese were a strange, inscrutable, and peculiar phenomenon. Well before Pearl Harbor, as Dowie recounts, Barbara Tuchman had contributed a clinical note on the Japanese to Foreign Affairs in 1936, which included this choice paragraph: so completely divorced is the Japanese mental process from the Occidental, so devoid of what Westerners call logic, that the Japanese are able to make statements, knowing they present a false picture, yet sincerely believing them. How this is accomplished it is impossible for a foreigner to understand, much less to explain. 6. The degree of conformity on this issue is striking, especially given that one of the charges against the Japanese people was that of excessive conformism. Childishness and immaturity, emotional backwardness, and a permanent inferiority complex were regarded as immutable aspects of the Japanese character. Gregory Bateson and Margaret Mead, distinguished anthropologists though they were, also promoted such views. In a 1942 book on Bali, the couple wrote that the Japanese, lacking respect for their own culture, perceive their inevitable inferiority and feel insulted when they meet the self-respect in others. These sentiments were taken up by others who gave it a new twist. The American journalist Edgar Snow felt that subconsciously the individual Japanese is aware of his unfortunate intellectual and physical inferiority to the individual Korean and Chinese, the two peoples subject to his God Emperor. He is forever seeking compensation. Hence the humiliations and brutalities Japan inflicted on its colonial subjects. 7. Staunch defenders of China against the Japanese occupation and atrocities, such as Pearl Buck and Lin Yutang, were so shocked by the scale and crudeness of anti-Japanese racism in the United States and Britain that they predicted a war between the white and non-white worlds within a generation. What they did not foresee was how right-wing and liberal Japanese politicians, guided by their divine emperor and with their country permanently occupied by U.S. troops, would work hard to defeat the Japanese left, create an effective one-party state, learn to love baseball and Hollywood movies, and become normal just like the citizens of the West. It was as simple as that. The atomic bombs had supposedly wiped the slate clean. All the old cancers had disappeared. All that was needed was strict control. The U.S. base in Okinawa was the last resort if Japanese leaders did not do as they were bid by the White House, a situation that prevails to this day. China and Korea. After the conquest of Japan, the attention of the US leaders shifted to the region as a whole, where the stage was set for national uprisings in Vietnam and Korea, colonial possessions of France and Japan respectively. In both countries the local communists had led a resistance to the Japanese. More worryingly for the United States and its allies, a civil war in China was about to resume and, here too, the Chinese Communist Party was gaining momentum. The stars were predicting a revolution. US and Allied atrocities in the Korean War, 1950-3, included executions of POWs, the use of germ warfare, and the destruction of the entire infrastructure of North Korea. How did this come about? Korea had been a Japanese protectorate and subsequently a full-blown colony of the Japanese Empire. Japan's defeat in 1945 had created a situation unexpected by Churchill and Truman. In virtually all the Japanese colonial possessions in the region, the subsequent nationalist resistance was led by communists. In China, the Kuomintang, GMD, had been bruised so badly by its ambiguous attitude to the Japanese that large-scale desertions to Mao Zedong's armies had made the civil war a bit one-sided. The Chinese Revolution therefore became an inevitability. Though the elite sectors in Chinese society had collaborated with the Japanese, as had the French with the Germans, the degree of collaboration varied from region to region. There was no real equivalent to the Vichy government. As in France, there has been a marked reluctance in both China and Taiwan to discuss the subject of collaboration. To take just one example, the Shanghai film industry produced over 200 films under the Japanese occupation. One would have expected Mao's last wife and comrade, Jiang Qing, herself a product of the Shanghai cinema industry, to have set up a commission to evaluate these films. How many were pro-Japanese propaganda and how many were pure entertainment? Given their popularity throughout the country, one assumes that most were in the latter category. Xiao Hong's comic masterpiece written during the war, Ma Bo Li's Second Life, opens with the line, Ma Bo Li was a coward even before the war. The book portrays a cross-section of Chinese society during the occupation, but despite 2 movies based on the author's life, the novel itself has not been filmed. More generally, Mitsubishi and other Japanese companies and banks dominated the market with the help of their Chinese counterparts. The latter went over to the GMD and funded it ferociously during the 4-year civil war to little effect. The Chinese communists had gradually built a mass organization throughout the country. They had turned guerrilla warfare into an art, as the Japanese and the GMD knew only too well. As the Pacific War ended, the Truman administration kept Japanese troops under U.S. control, sent 50,000 U.S. Marines and $4 billion to keep Chiang Kai-shek afloat, and transported 500,000 GMD soldiers in U.S. planes to Manchuria to prevent a communist takeover. None of this worked. Truman balked at the thought of direct intervention and Britain was no longer capable. China, after all, was not Greece, and too close, geographically, to Singapore, a disaster seared in Churchill's memory. Chiang, as mentioned earlier, had said that the Japanese were a disease that could be cured, but the Chinese communists were a cancer that had to be rooted out. In fact, the cancer of corruption was now asphyxiating his own party. Desertions were weakening his armed forces, and in city after city the communist armies were being welcomed as liberators. Several OSS veterans who knew China had warned Truman that this would be the likely course of events. Now he knew. Churchill, Roosevelt, and Truman had supported Chiang Kai-shek and his GMD as the only legitimate solution for China. Weaponry from the US and Britain flowed down the Burma Road to arm GMD forces. He was taken along to several international meetings, and his China had been promised a seat on the Security Council in the forthcoming United Nations. Chiang was seen by Churchill as a Chinese version of de Gaulle. But perceptions on the ground in China were different. Many non-communists had developed a strong aversion to the collaborationist wing of the GMD, to its main leader and to its large-scale corruption. The Chinese Communist Party and its armies were seen as the most effective force in resisting the Japanese occupation. The GMD's failures, despite massive Western support on every level, paved the way for the victory of the Communists. Chiang retreated to Taiwan, a former colony of Japan. Here he provided a glimpse of what might have happened to the mainland had he won, a regime of terror, theft of land, crushing of the indigenous people. This was the democratic alternative to Mao Zedong. For a while, Taiwan was the official China for much of the Western world. Nixon's trip to the PRC in 1972 was to change all that. Had Korea been left alone by the United States, there is little doubt a communist revolution would have been in the offing. As Bruce Cummings has argued in 2 books and several essays over the years, the strongest political force in the country after the Japanese collapse was the Korean Communist Party. Apart from all other factors, at least 100,000 Koreans had fought with the Chinese Red Armies against the Japanese in China. A number of these had earlier joined the Long March under Mao's command to the Yan'an outpost. American policymakers understood that the native Korean forces, those groups that had loyally served the Japanese for many years, were not strong enough to stave off the revolution, usually described in the Western parlance of that period as Soviet expansionism. Stalin now committed another huge blunder. With the Red Army almost within walking distance of Pusan, he agreed to Truman's request to allow U.S. troops to occupy the southern part of the peninsula. Why? The U.S. had insisted they alone should occupy Japan. All the Soviet Union needed to do was to permit Korean communists to set up a government that would have mass support, unlike some of the Allied creations in Eastern Europe. It was the Soviet expansionists who permitted the United States to expand into Korea, creating the setting for the subsequent 3-year war. Stalin had misread Hitler, Churchill, and Truman in turn, with disastrous results. The pro-Japanese elements in Korea were hurriedly corralled into a new Korean army. The result was mayhem and ultimately a divided peninsula. Bruce Cummings's carefully researched history of the Korean War recounts many horrific incidents of kidnappings and rapes carried out by the Republic of Korea, ROK, forces and U.S. troops alike. Like the Japanese before them, the U.S. soldiers targeted Korean women as use objects. Neither country has paid compensation to the women who were brutalized non-stop during the wars. One of the worst atrocities alleged by the North Koreans occurred in the southwestern town of Sinkan. Hundreds of women and children were kept for some days in a shed without food or water, as Americans and Koreans sought information on their absconded male relatives. When they cried for water, sewage from latrines was dumped on them. Later they were doused with gasoline and roasted alive. In November 1987, together with the Thames television crew, I visited the charnel house and the tombs, examined original photos and newspaper stories, and spent the day with the survivor. We came away convinced that a terrible atrocity had taken place, although the evidence on its authorship was difficult to document. Point 8. The Kim family took charge of the North, while far-right forces backed by the U.S. took the South, with military fascists ruling the country directly on 2 separate occasions. South Korea is still occupied by the U.S., while North Korea is now a nuclear state. The dreaded weapon guarantees its sovereignty, as became clear during Kim Jong-un's heated intellectual exchanges with Donald Trump in 2018. Vietnam. The U.S. were stalemated in Korea, but in Vietnam they were beaten by a communist party that fought with courage and determination. Rarely have 2 Western imperial powers been defeated in succession by the same generation of leaders. The French had been confident that they would crush the Vietnamese resistance. They had referred contemptuously to General Vion Nguyen as a bush general. They imagined that because they had white skins and had won some battles, they were invincible. Mao Zedong once remarked with characteristic realism that, in real life we cannot ask for ever victorious generals. Jip agreed with this wholeheartedly, but he knew that the morale and fighting spirit in his National Liberation Army had reached a peak by 1954. He would later explain that the support enjoyed by the Vietnamese Communist Party was linked to the role it had played in 1945. The general insurrection of August 1945 was an uprising of the entire people. Our entire people, united in a broad national front, with their armed and semi-armed forces, unanimously rose up everywhere, in the countryside and the cities, and conquered political power at a favorable political conjuncture. When the Japanese imperialists had lost the war, their army was in a process of disintegration, and their lackeys were demoralized and powerless. The practice of the August 1945 general insurrection had a highly creative content. In a former colonial and semi-feudal country like ours, the revolution of national liberation does not necessarily take the form of a protracted struggle or that of an armed uprising in the cities, but it is quite possible for it to combine, in a creative manner, these two forms of struggle. 9. In the 1946 elections that followed Vietnam's declaration of independence the preceding year, the Communist Viet Minh had done extremely well. Ho Chi Minh, the leader of the Vietnamese Communist Party, had received the highest vote, with General Giap a close second. In negotiations with the French at Fontainebleau, it was the military leader who took a slightly tougher stance. The French are making preparations to land their forces in Indochina. In a word, and according to latest intelligence, France is preparing herself to reconquer our country. The Vietnamese people will fight for independence, liberty, and equality of status. If our negotiations are unsuccessful, we shall resort to arms. And that is what happened. The French army, reluctant to fight the Germans in the recent war, showed no objections whatsoever to fighting a colonial war. They got their comeuppance at Dien Bien Phu, a humiliating defeat with the senior French officer committing suicide rather than surrender. It was the end of France's ambitions in Asia. However, the Americans were less inclined to let the victory stand. Eisenhower refused to permit nationwide elections as per the Geneva Accords of 1954, because, as he famously stated, in any free election the Communists would win 80% of the seats. Instead, they decided to replace the French by setting up a series of puppet regimes. When that didn't work, they entered the arena themselves in 1960, suffered their first military setback at APBAC in 1961, and continued to send in more and more troops over the next decade and a half. It was the Vietnamese people and their country that paid a heavy price. The resistance was heroic, the cost high. 500,000 U.S. soldiers killed 2 million Vietnamese and wrecked the ecology of the country. Chemical weapons were utilized throughout the war. Countless numbers were raped, tortured, put in concentration camp-style strategic hamlets and brutalized. A U.S. Marine officer immortalized himself by uttering the following words after his troops had burnt a whole village together with most of its population: "The only way to save Bang Tre was to destroy it." This was the cruel, unrelenting logic of imperialist wars. The refusal of the Vietnamese to be defeated triggered the largest protest movement in the history of the United States, which infected the army as well. In April 1975, the tanks of the National Liberation Front entered Saigon. U.S. personnel and a few hangers-on fled in helicopters. It was the first time the United States had ever been defeated in such fashion. Kabul in August 2021 was similar, but a different model. The rebellion that shook Europe in the 1960s created the space to question and criticize how the Second World War and its aftermath had been presented. The fact that urban terrorist organizations emerged in three Axis countries, Germany, Italy, and Japan, was the clearest sign that sizable segments of the new generation were repelled by the failure to settle accounts with fascism. 14. Castles in the Sand. Remapping the Arab East. And if you could forget the screams, say the airs, then you could stop courting danger. Then you could sail far away like a fig in a ship's belly that has been plucked and is free of its tree. Then you could be free like a grain of sand in the wind. Free at last. Of the native land you have lost. The world goes on turning. One must forget what has been. Don't be dumb, says the wind, blowing across from those who drove you away. Eric Fried, Invitation to Forget, 1978. Historical facts don't always speak for themselves. They are often forgotten or lost in interpretation. Especially in this century. In the case of the Arab East, for example, it is essential to see the past as the key to the present. The remapping of the region is still in progress. The Middle East has become the focus for a sustained military intervention by the United States and its allies. To understand why, we must return to the early decades of Churchill's imperial career. The Ottoman Empire's decision to ally with the German Reich in the First World War led to the loss of all its colonial possessions after the defeat in 1918. Even before the war formally ended, Britain and France had decided to divide the spoils. Preparatory intrigues had begun as early as September 1914, a month into the war, with Kitchener, then Secretary of State for War, dispatching a mendacious handwritten letter to the Sharif Hussein of Mecca and his son Abdullah. They were the leaders of the Hashemite clan, descended from the Prophet Muhammad's tribe, who were the Ottoman-appointed guardians of the holy cities. Kitchener's missive contained an offer. Till now we have defended and befriended Islam in the person of the Turks. Henceforth it shall be that of the noble Arab. It may be that an Arab of true race will assume the caliphate at Mecca or Medina, and so good may come by the help of God out of all the evil, which is now occurring. It could be well if your Highness could convey to your followers and devotees who are found throughout the world and in every country the good tidings of the freedom of the Arabs and the rising of the sun in Arabia. 1. Kitchener did not live to savor the British triumph. His old sparring partner took his place and presided over the new additions to the British Empire and the creation of new states and frontiers, thus providing an impetus to the proto-nationalist movements that already existed in the big cities of the departing Ottomans. Kitchener's aim, which Churchill carried through, was to find and shore up the allies they would need in these lands. India provided a useful model, pick and choose from the existing elites. The Hashemites and the Al Sauds were priorities in the peninsula. A bunch of unsavory individuals, bandwagon careerists and well-known crooks, addicted to collaboration with whoever might be the occupying power, were given key posts, as has been seen again recently in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and the Yemen. Empires are always in search of trustworthy collaborators, but there is no such thing as a collaborator loyal to one power. Those who don't flee the fall of their empire are always in search of its possible replacements. 2. There were 100,000 British and Indian troops in Mesopotamia under Churchill's charge when he was Secretary of State for War. Egypt had been semi-autonomous during the Ottoman period, but Churchill now wanted a rapid transfer of even its truncated sovereignty to the British Empire. Egyptian nationalists protested strongly. There were public demonstrations in Cairo. In 1920, Alfred Milner, the colonial secretary and a staunch imperialist, suggested that the Ottoman arrangement with Egypt was not a bad idea. The British should simply step into Ottoman robes and footwear and carry on as before. T.E. Lawrence had done something similar to good effect by uniting some of the peninsular tribes against the Ottomans. Churchill fumed at the very thought. 2 years later, in an address to his constituents, he denounced all nationalist movements, especially in Egypt and India, arguing that the millions of people hitherto sheltered by superior science and a superior law were showing a desire to shatter the structure by which they live and to return blindly and heedlessly to primordial chaos. 3 He was still smarting at the way he'd been sidelined by Curzon and General Allenby, High Commissioner in the region, in 1921, when they did a deal with Egypt. 4 Egyptian nationalists were seeking a meaningful independence, but after negotiations Britain got everything it wanted: total military control of the Suez Canal area, of defense, protection of foreign interests, with Sudan named as the country Britain would protect, and, if there was any doubt in any mind, Egyptian foreign policy would be locked into that of the UK. Churchill had no reason to whinge at all, but he did. The very idea of negotiating with the Egyptians to obtain consent from a subjected elite was anathema to him. Once again he went into tantrum mode, telling anyone prepared to listen that he would fight to the end. 4 days later he accepted the cabinet decision and voted for the Allenby plan. Churchill's main worry was that the Egyptian model would encourage Indian nationalists to demand the same, and that this would be a threat to the empire. As we have seen, strategic thinking was not one of his strong points. He was left alone to get on with other readjustments in the region. At the San Remo Conference in 1920, at which the former Ottoman territories were divided up, the French had been handed Syria, while the rest went to Britain. First on Churchill's list was Mesopotamia, Palestine and Transjordan. Not even the notables were to be summoned for a meeting, let alone a negotiation. Gertrude Bell, an able imperial civil servant, was assigned to draw the lines in the sand that were to become the frontiers of the new states. Her hope was that the new monarchs put on hastily constructed thrones, flanked by compliant elites, would form a protective dam against the rising nationalism as well as, in her own words, the syndicalist and socialistic ideas seeping out of Europe. Churchill fully agreed. He would no doubt have been tickled had he read her letters home to her father and stepmother, in which she moved with startling ease from the new frocks in the Harvey Nichols catalogue to the necessity of deploying chemical weapons against the recalcitrant Kurds. At the foundation of the new state of Iraq, 3 old Ottoman provinces, Baghdad, Basra and Mosul, this latter in total breach of the armistice agreements, were crudely pinned together, with Kuwait split off as a detached principality. Curzon gave his strong backing to Bell's plan for total British control with an Arab smokescreen. 5. Churchill was keen to reduce the number of British troops stationed in Iraq. They needed a rest, given the casualties of the World War. He was not prepared for the Kurdish uprising that was the trigger for a Generalist rebellion against British rule in 1920. Indian troops had to be sent for, and the RAF encouraged and backed to wage chemical warfare. For most of his life, Churchill was an enthusiast for new developments in the war industries that could help rapidly annihilate the enemy. I do not understand this squeamishness about the use of gas. I am strongly in favor of using poisoned gases against uncivilized tribes. The moral effect should be so good that the loss of life should be reduced to a minimum. Gases can be used which cause great inconvenience and would leave a lively terror and would leave no serious permanent effect on most of those affected. 6. Churchill impatiently brushed aside India Office criticisms of chemical warfare, arguing that gas is a more merciful weapon than high explosive shell and compels an enemy to accept a decision with less loss of life. The Porton Down Lab in Wiltshire had been set up in 1916 precisely for the purpose of experimenting in germ and chemical warfare. If not the father of this type of warfare, Churchill was definitely its father-in-law and undoubtedly its most effective proponent, keeping a close watch on its development, and sending congratulations to Worthington Evans, then Secretary of State for War, for the prompt dispatch of gas weapons in 1927 for use against the Chinese Communist resistance in Shanghai. Chemical warfare against the Mesopotamians led in a straight line to the terror bombing of Dresden and the obliteration of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Churchill was not alone in this regard. Labour ministers in the War Cabinet supported him, some more wholeheartedly than others. Foreign Office squabbling over the shape and structure of the new states could not be sorted out on a departmental level. Churchill, now Colonial Secretary, convened a conference in Cairo in 1921 at which firm decisions were made. The more important and larger of the 2 rival clans in the peninsula was led by Sharif Hussein, christened by Churchill as Hussein and Sons, Ltd. This was the firm he preferred as the managing agency for the British Empire, and felt that the 2 sons, Abdullah and Faisal, should be provided with a state each. Abdullah got Transjordan, Faisal was gifted Iraq. This was, as Churchill confided to Lloyd George, the best and cheapest solution and no local interest could be allowed to get in the way. It wasn't that easy. What would happen to the rival Al Saud outfit? A senior intelligence asset, H.S. Philby, had, during the long collaboration between the British and the Wahhabi clan, promised that their reward for siding with the British and defeating the Ottomans in the region would be the entire peninsula. Britain had armed the Al Saud family for years, and the older firm was completely opposed to the threat to their monopoly from the Hashemites. Ignored in Cairo, Ibn Saud became more and more impatient. In 1924 he launched an unprovoked attack and defeated Sharif Hussein and the Hashemites. Hussein was booted out of the country by force and died in exile 7 years later. The Al Sauds, now backed by the British, became the new guardians of the holy cities in what would soon become Saudi Arabia. One of Islam's many ironies is that a demented literalist sect which targeted all Muslims who did not agree with its teachings, at that time about 99% of the global community, henceforth controlled the holy cities, symbols of Muslim unity. "I'll never engage in creating kings again, it's too great a strain," Gertrude Bell would later boast. Imperial vanity had got the better of her. The decision to hand Hussein's boys their thrones was, in fact, made by Churchill. Nor was there any attempt to consult groups or individuals who might be opposed to all this and who were closer to the local populations. The region renamed Iraq exploded. Kurdish leaders had initially welcomed the British, till they realized there was no sympathy whatsoever in Whitehall for an independent Kurdish state, a pattern that was to be repeated later in the epoch of U.S. global dominance. 7 They had demonstrated their alienation in 1919-20 by unleashing a rebellion in Sulaymaniyah, calmed down through the combined use of ground troops, air power, mustard gas, and promised autonomy, which never arrived. Essentially to enforce a tax rise, the RAF machine-gunned peasants, including women and children. Unsurprisingly, the anti-British mood spread to other regions in the country. Gertrude Bell's boss, Sir Percy Cox, had promised the citizens of Basra in 1914 that the British came as liberators, not conquerors. Most people, whatever their religious denomination, regarded the British as interlopers, and secret anti-colonial societies, both Sunni and Shia, received a huge boost in membership after the imposition of a monarchy. The uprising lasted over 6 months. During this period, armed groups raided prisons and released their leaders, then proceeded to destroy bridges and railway lines to delay the arrival of British reinforcements. British officers surrendered in both Sunni and Shia towns. The British governor, wisely in the circumstances, fled Najaf. Shia clerics called for a holy war against the infidel occupation. The British army lost 2,000 men. The resistance at least 4 times that number. Verses written by the popular nationalist poet, Muhammad al-Abadi, were recited wherever people gathered in public and in private. Set fire, noble Iraqis. Wash our shame with blood. We are not slaves. To adorn our necks with collars. We are not prisoners. To submit ourselves to be manacled. We are not orphans that seek a mandate for Iraq. And if we bow before oppression, we shall forfeit the pleasures of the Tigris. The new state was artificial. Power was handed to a tiny portion of the minority Sunni population, through which the British would retain control. Iraq was not destined to be stable under an imperialist occupation. Even the puppet king objected a tiny bit, which annoyed the chief representative of the master race. Irritated by this minor breach of subservience, Churchill asked his officials, 6 months ago we were paying his hotel bill in London. Has he not got some wives to keep him quiet? Faisal soon capitulated totally. Iraq's founder, satisfied with his achievement, now moved on to Transjordan, where another disaster was being plotted. The League of Nations mandate on Palestine was about to be split between Palestinians and the new Jewish home promised to the Zionists by the British government during the First World War. Churchill, Palestine, and the Jews. In the post-First World War period, the states to be carved out of former German, Ottoman, and Austro-Hungarian possessions were characterized by the newly created League of Nations as being either advanced nations, white populations, or nations that could not yet stand up for themselves, non-white populations, and so required imperialist tutelage. Within the latter category a further distinction was made between those closest to self-rule and those furthest away. In the Middle East, the top category included Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq, hence these were listed as states that would ultimately be granted self-rule. Palestine, on this description, was not empty land, but a functioning province. Until self-rule was granted, these states would be governed by mandates from the League awarded to Britain and France. The British had already created Iraq. To this day Lebanon remains what it was at the time of its birth, the artificial creation of French colonialism, A coastal band of Greater Syria sliced off from its hinterland by Paris, once it became clear that Syrian independence was inevitable. The French wanted a colony of their own, a regional client dominated by a Maronite minority that had long been France's catspaw in the eastern Mediterranean. Lebanon's confessional checkerboard has never been permitted an accurate census, for fear of revealing that a substantial Muslim, today perhaps even a Shia, majority is denied due representation in the political system. Sectarian tensions have never disappeared. The British demanded and obtained a division of the Palestinian Mandate into two parts, the new Jewish home and Palestine. Here was the first example of a colonial partition via an influx of white settlers, Ashkenazi Jews. The War of Independence, used by most official Israeli historians to describe the 1947-9 conflict, is a misnomer. At best it could be applied to the 3 years, 1946-8, when Zionist interests clashed with the strategic needs of the British Empire in the region. Jewish terrorist attacks on the King David Hotel and the British casualties brought Churchill close to a break with Zionism, but he hung on. The official declarations of independence were the Balfour Declaration, 1917, and the Mandate of the League of Nations, 1919. Without the consistent political, economic, and ideological support of the British Empire for a Zionist Jewish homeland over 50 years, it is unlikely that the foundations of Israel would have been laid and a state as exists at the present would have come into being, regardless of the Judaicide. Churchill was strongly in favor of a Jewish homeland, but even before he was born, the 7th Earl of Shaftesbury, an evangelical Christian, had in 1838 taken it upon himself to kickstart the process of sending European Jews off to Palestine, and suggested as much to Palmerston, then Foreign Secretary, asking him to ensure great power protection. Old Testament pieties were mixed in with Britain's own strategic needs. Addressing Parliament a few decades later, Shaftesbury, helping to create the myth that the lands were depopulated, explained in further detail why a new British colony was almost a necessity for the empire. Syria and Palestine will before long become very important. The country needs capital and population. The Jews can give it both. And has not England a special interest in promoting such restoration? It would be a blow to England if either of her two rivals should get hold of Syria. Does not policy there exhort England to foster the nationality of the Jews and aid them to return? To England then naturally belongs the role of favoring the settlement of Jews in Palestine. As early as 1891, the Zionist pioneer Asher Ginsburg, visiting Jerusalem at a time when Jewish people, as individuals, owned less than 1% of the land, reported that throughout the country it is difficult to find fields that are not sowed. Only sand dunes and stony mountains that are not fit to grow anything but fruit trees, and this only after hard labor and great expense of clearing and reclamation, only these are not cultivated. 8. Ginsburg provided a vivid description of settler racism and was far-sighted in predicting its likely outcome. They treat the Arabs with hostility and cruelty, unscrupulously deprive them of their rights, insult them without cause, and even boast of such deeds, and none opposes this despicable and dangerous inclination. We who live abroad are accustomed to believe that almost all Eretz Yisrael is now uninhabited desert and whoever wishes can buy land there as he pleases. But this is not true. It is very difficult to find in the land cultivated fields that are not used for planting. The Arab, like all the Semites, is sharp-minded and shrewd. For now, they do not consider our actions as presenting a future danger to them. But, if the time comes that our people's life in Eretz Yisrael will develop to a point where we are taking their place, either slightly or significantly, the natives are not going to just step aside so easily. Compare this to Theodor Herzl's diary entry 4 years later, June 12, 1895, where he fantasizes on how the future Zionist state will be created. We shall have to spirit the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries, while denying it any employment in our own country. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. 9. At a cabinet meeting in 1919, Balfour informed his colleagues that in implementing the declaration that bore his name, there was no need to waste too much time. In Palestine we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants. There was no need for this since all the four great powers are committed to Zionism. This was of far greater import than the desire and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs. Churchill amplified this further, comparing the Palestinian Arabs to Aboriginals in Australia and Native Americans. The intentions of Western imperialism were implicitly genocidal from the very beginning of the process. It was the Palestinian resistance prior to and post the Nakba that prevented such an occurrence. Racism was always an integral part of Churchill's political makeup. He made no bones about it, unlike some of his colleagues in all three parties who preferred to wear a mask. He viewed Arabs as an inferior race compared to Europeans of any stripe. In the case of Palestine he accused the Arabs of behaving like a dog in the manger, a view he spelt out in his evidence to the Peel Commission, set up in 1936 to report on the Palestinian uprising then in motion and which had paralysed the country. I do not agree that the dog in the manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America, or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, or at any rate, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Point 10. This is the voice of white supremacy, a view that was reiterated with remarkable clarity by Israel's foremost revisionist historian, the former paratrooper Benny Morris, over half a century later. Churchill would have been delighted by such a display of candor, which admitted the long-denied crimes and atrocities committed against the Palestinians in 1948 during the War of Independence. Today, this is the common sense of Jewish Israel from top to bottom, the ultimate logic of the Balfour Declaration and a distillation of Churchill's own views. Detaching myths from realities in Palestine became more and more difficult after the Balfour Declaration. The Palestinian Arabs paid an exorbitant price and are continuing to do so. The myth still persists that Palestine was almost uninhabited, that vast tracts of the Promised Land were thirsting for new Jewish settlers. The principal propagators of this lie were the Zionist leaders of the Yishuv and their English backers. The fact that Palestinian historians continue to produce books demonstrating that this was not the case is in itself an indication of how deep Zionist ideology remains within Israel and the diaspora. Point 11. Churchill did not write a great deal on his own attitudes to Zionism and Jewish people in general. But from what he did write it is clear that his views on the creation of Israel were not always consistent. His reasoning veered from pure instrumentalism, it would be of use to the British Empire in a region filled with enemies, i.e. Arabs, to civilizational racism, with anti-Bolshevism playing its part as well. The Jews were an ancient race, the chosen people and ipso facto superior to the Arabs. This view was spelt out in what appears to be Churchill's lengthiest pronouncement on the subject, an article published on page 5 of the Illustrated Sunday Herald on February 8, 1920. The title spelled out the programmatic priorities enshrined in the text, Zionism versus Bolshevism, a struggle for the soul of the Jewish people. Some people like Jews and some do not, Churchill informs the reader, but no thoughtful man can doubt the fact that they are beyond all question the most formidable and the most remarkable race which has ever appeared in the world. On one level this was surprisingly generous, since he did not add a qualifier that specified after the English, of course, or words to that effect. More importantly, the notion itself is nonsensical and a throwback to Old Testament literalism. Surely, Churchill knew English history well enough. Why then no mention of the fact that the worst pogroms and persecution of the Jews in old Europe had begun in England? German fascists would have been pleased by the fact that, in 1218, Henry III had announced a royal decree, the Edict of the Badge, which made it compulsory for Jews to wear a marking badge. 60 years later pogroms carried out by thieving barons led to the killing of over 1,000 Jews, 500 in London alone. The Edict of Expulsion was issued by Edward I in 1290. All Jews were rounded up and expelled, their property looted and the blood libel charge spread with a zeal that Goebbels would have envied. A classic case here of what's past is prologue. Some of the Jews fled to France. Others found a haven in Muslim Spain, where there were large and free Jewish communities, participating on every level of the state. The Jews were invited back to England by Oliver Cromwell 350 years later. Ironically, the enlightened rabbi negotiating the return with the protector was Manasseh ben Israel, who had tutored the young Spinoza. He was busy in London while his pupil was being expelled from the Jewish community in Amsterdam. None of this found a place in Churchill's History of the English-Speaking Peoples. In his 1920 article, after a few anodyne remarks about the wit and wisdom of Disraeli, the first and last Jewish-born Prime Minister of Britain, Churchill moves on to his next theme, helpfully subtitled Good and Bad Jews. The conflict between good and evil which proceeds unceasingly in the breast of man nowhere reaches such an intensity as in the Jewish race. The dual nature of mankind is nowhere more strongly or more terribly exemplified. We owe to the Jews in the Christian revelation a system of ethics which, even if it were entirely separated from the supernatural, would be incomparably the most precious possession of mankind, worth in fact the fruits of all other wisdom and learning put together. On that system and by that faith there has been built out of the wreck of the Roman Empire the whole of our existing civilization. And it may well be that this same astounding race may at the present time be in the actual process of producing another system of morals and philosophy, as malevolent as Christianity was benevolent, which, if not arrested, would shatter irretrievably all that Christianity has rendered possible. It would almost seem as if the gospel of Christ and the gospel of Antichrist were destined to originate among the same people, and that this mystic and mysterious race had been chosen for the supreme manifestations, both of the divine and the diabolical. The diabolical Jews are what Hitler and his colleagues would describe a few years later as the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy. Churchill, seething at the collapse of the Allied intervention in Russia, allows his hatred of the Bolshevik leaders of Jewish origin to cloud his rationality and resort to outrageous fibs, such as whitewashing General Denikin and his cohort of anti-Semites. It would be difficult to find even a Russian conservative historian of that period or later producing rubbish of this sort. Churchill continues, stressing that there are many good Jews in Russia, who as bankers and industrialists have backed England and France, but in violent opposition to all this sphere of Jewish effort rise the schemes of the international Jews. The adherents of this sinister confederacy are mostly men reared up among the unhappy populations of countries where Jews are persecuted on account of their race. Most, if not all, of them have forsaken the faith of their forefathers, and divorced from their minds all spiritual hopes of the next world. This movement among the Jews is not new. From the days of Spartacus Weishaupt to those of Karl Marx, and down to Trotsky, Russia, Bela Kun, Hungary, Rosa Luxemburg, Germany, and Emma Goldman, United States, this worldwide conspiracy for the overthrow of civilization and for the reconstitution of society on the basis of arrested development, of envious malevolence, and impossible equality, has been steadily growing. It played a definitely recognizable part in the tragedy of the French Revolution. It has been the mainspring of every subversive movement during the 19th century, and now at last this band of extraordinary personalities from the underworld of the great cities of Europe and America have gripped the Russian people by the hair of their heads and have become practically the undisputed masters of that enormous empire. What is entertaining here is that Churchill, never a votary of any religion, resorts to invoking the Jewish faith, the faith of those good Jews who retain spiritual hopes of the next world, etc., as opposed to the international Jew who represents all the worst traits of the stereotype. The cynicism is breathtaking. After this preamble to describing the horrors of internationalist Jews, we come to the core of his article, the subtitle of which is Terrorist Jews. There is no need to exaggerate the part played in the creation of Bolshevism and in the actual bringing about of the Russian Revolution by these international and for the most part atheist-ical Jews. It is certainly a very great one, it probably outweighs all others. With the notable exception of Lenin, the majority of the leading figures are Jews. Moreover, the principal inspiration and driving power comes from the Jewish leaders. Thus Chicherin, a pure Russian, is eclipsed by his nominal subordinate Litvinov, and the influence of Russians like Bukharin or Lunacharsky cannot be compared with the power of Trotsky, or of Zinoviev, the dictator of the Red Citadel, Petrograd, or of Krasin or Radek, all Jews. In the Soviet institutions the predominance of Jews is even more astonishing. And the prominent, if not indeed the principal, part in the system of terrorism applied by the extraordinary commissions for combating counter-revolution has been taken by Jews, and in some notable cases by Jewesses. The same evil prominence was obtained by Jews in the brief period of terror during which Bela Kun ruled in Hungary. The same phenomenon has been presented in Germany, especially in Bavaria, so far as this madness has been allowed to prey upon the temporary prostration of the German people. Although in all these countries there are many non-Jews every whit as bad as the worst of the Jewish revolutionaries, the part played by the latter in proportion to their numbers in the population is astonishing. Inaccurate and crass this might be, but viewed from 2 decades later, the implication is clear: if Hitler had only concentrated on the international Jews and the terrorists, he would have done Western civilization a huge favor. The introduction to the Nuremberg Laws of September 15, 1935 states, if the Jews had a state of their own in which the bulk of the people were at home, the Jewish question could already be considered solved today, even for the Jews themselves. The ardent Zionists of all people have objected least to the basic ideas of the Nuremberg Laws, because they know that these laws are the only correct solution for the Jewish people. Many years later, Chaim Cohen, a former judge in the Supreme Court of Israel, stated, "The bitter irony of fate decreed that the same biological and racist argument extended by the Nazis, and which inspired the inflammatory laws of Nuremberg, serve as the basis for the official definition of Jewishness in the bosom of the State of Israel." 12. Anti-Semitism was and remains a racist ideology directed against the Jews and has old roots. In his classic work, The Jewish Question, published posthumously in France in 1946, the Belgian Marxist Abraham Leon, a bad Jew, on Churchill's definition, who fought in the resistance and was executed by the Gestapo in 1944, invented the category of a people class, describing the sociological location of the Jews who managed to preserve their linguistic, ethnic, and religious characteristics through many centuries without becoming assimilated. This was not unique to the Jews, argued Leon, but could apply just as strongly to many ethnic minorities, diaspora Armenians, Copts, Chinese merchants in Southeast Asia, Muslims in China, etc. The defining characteristic common to these groups was that they became middlemen in a pre-capitalist world, resented alike by rich and poor. All were subjected to repression and pogroms when times were bad. 20th-century genocides included the massacres of the Congolese by Belgian imperialists and of the Armenians during the First World War, and the industrialist genocide of the Second World War, which played on the fears and insecurities of a deprived population. Hence August Bebel's reference to anti-Semitism as the socialism of fools. The roots of anti-Semitism, like other forms of racism, are social, political, ideological and economic. The uniqueness of the genocide was that it took place in Europe, the heart of Christian civilization, and was carried out systematically, by Germans, Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, French, and Italians, and had Hitler occupied Britain it would have been the same there as well, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Hence Hannah Arendt's phrase, the banality of evil. Non-Jewish Zionism, too, has an old pedigree and permeates European culture. It dates back to the birth of Christian fundamentalist sects in the 16th and 17th centuries who took the Old Testament literally. Individuals subscribing to the belief included Oliver Cromwell and John Milton. Later, for other reasons, Locke, Pascal, and Rousseau joined the Zionist bandwagon. Robespierre and Napoleon insisted on the removal of all restrictions against the Jews. The former favored the abolition of slavery as well, but not Napoleon, whose role in the reconquest of Haiti should never be forgotten. And, for vile reasons, the Third Reich, too, supported a Jewish homeland, as seen in the Nuremberg Laws. Zionist leaders often negotiated with anti-Semites to attain their objectives. Herzl talked openly with von Plave, the chief organizer of pogroms in Tsarist Russia. Jabotinsky collaborated with Petlura, the Ukrainian hangman of the Jews. Revisionist Zionists were friendly with Mussolini and Pilsudski. The Havre Agreement between Zionist organizations and the Third Reich arranged for the sale of German Jewish assets and the migration of some Jews to Palestine. Modern Zionism is the ideology of secular Jewish nationalism. It has little to do with Judaism as a religion, and many Orthodox Jews to this day remain hostile to Zionism, like the Hasidic sect that regularly joins Palestinian marches against the settlements and the occupation. The Zionist movement was born in the 19th century, a direct response to the vicious anti-Semitism that pervaded Austria. The first Jewish immigrants to Palestine arrived in 1882, and many of them were interested only in maintaining a cultural presence. The movement was based upon the bogus idea of a people without land, and a land without people. But there is no such thing as the historical right of Jews to Palestine. Long before the Roman conquest of Judea in 70 AD, a large majority of the Jewish population lived outside Palestine. The native Jews were gradually assimilated into neighboring groups such as the Phoenicians and Philistines, etc. Palestinians are, in most cases, descended from Old Hebrew tribes, as has been recently confirmed by genetic science, much to the annoyance of Zionists. In 1979, Nathan Weinstock, followed more recently by Shlomo Sand, demolished many myths that were and still are utilized to defend the creation of a Jewish state in Palestine. In Zionism, False Messiah, Weinstock wrote. In any case, the progressive spread of the Hebrew population outside Palestine is an established fact. Furthermore, this diaspora was formed peacefully, independently of any foreign conquest. As early as the period of the Assyrian and Babylonian campaigns in Palestine, that is to say before the 5th century BCE, writes Roth, the forefathers of the Jewish people first came into touch with Europe and the Europeans. Even before the close of the Biblical Age, Hebrews were settled within the periphery of the Hellenic world. 13. Nevertheless, Israel was created in 1948 by London, as one of the last imperial acts of an empire in serious decline, but still with sufficient colonial clout. British power was an absolute condition for Zionist colonization. Without the violence of British police and army it would have been near impossible. The Arab majority, 90%, would have stopped the post-First World War build-up without too many difficulties. In 1918 there were 700,000 Palestinian Arabs and 60,000 Jews. The latter were totally dependent on the protection of the British imperial state. Zionism, an ethnic nationalist movement of European Jewish extraction, now became a form of European colonization. Of the two Zionist rivals for the leadership, Chaim Weizmann, based in Manchester and tapped by Churchill in 1915 for his industrial chemistry expertise, realized early on that Britain would be the key player and said as much. His competitor for the title of Grand Patriarch of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, had wasted time and blotted his copybook by hanging on to the long coats of Ottoman officials in Istanbul, a city he loved, for far too long. He wanted to negotiate the creation of a Jewish state as an Ottoman province with Ottoman help. A new biography, A State at Any Cost, The Life of David Ben-Gurion, by the Israeli historian Tom Segev, systematically confounds the myth of Ben-Gurion as the romantic young socialist, Zionist pioneer, the architect of labor unity and eternally canny father of the nation, guiding his people from one miraculous military triumph to the next. 14 In Segev's telling, his subject was never an original thinker. He acquired his Zionism from his father, a small-town notary in the Tsarist Pale. He set out for Palestine in 1906, aged 20, out of despair, having failed to get a place at a Warsaw Engineering Institute, and thinking himself not commercially minded enough to make it in America. Jaffa, with its oriental alleyways, was worse than Plinsk. He disliked farm work and was disappointed that Jewish farmers preferred to employ cheap and highly skilled Arab labor. Ill at ease in Ottoman Jerusalem, he much preferred Thessaloniki and Istanbul, Constantinople as it then was, where he pursued legal training at the university, hoping to go on to represent the Jewish public as an Ottoman cabinet minister. Far from being politically far-sighted, Ben-Gurion was blindsided by the course of the First World War and the Balfour Declaration, at which time he was fundraising for the Zionist cause in New York. He belatedly switched sides, now seeking to realize the national home under British rather than Ottoman protection. Volunteering for the U.S. unit of the Jewish Legion, he arrived back in the Middle East in August 1918, but was hospitalized with dysentery. Meanwhile Weizmann was cruising round Jerusalem in General Allenby's Rolls-Royce. Ben-Gurion never got over his jealousy of Weizmann's intimacy with London's power brokers, forged by the latter's work in synthetic chemical supplies during the war and sealed through his close relations with C.P. Scott, the editor of the Manchester Guardian. The bulk of Ben-Gurion's time was spent outside Palestine, maneuvering with the Brits or fundraising in America. I don't wish on anyone to speak before an American audience sitting round dinner tables in evening dress. On both fronts, Weizmann had already established close personal relations with the powers that be, and effortlessly outshone Ben-Gurion, who was therefore obliged to build an alternative power base for himself. According to Segev, it was the work of the Zionist labor organizer Bert Katznelson among farm laborers that laid the groundwork for what became the Histadrut, the General Organization of Workers, which offered Ben-Gurion a base from which to forge three tiny labor groups into a political party, Adat Ha'avada, the precursor to MAPE, the Workers' Party of the Land of Israel. Thanks to his efforts, the party won a plurality, 70 out of 314 seats, in the 1920 election to the quasi-parliamentary Jewish Assembly of Representatives. The foundations of Israeli apartheid were laid in the interwar years. The Histadrut did not permit Arab workers to join its ranks. The kibbutzim were for Jews only. For Ben-Gurion, separatism, based on ethnicity and ideological beliefs that helped eliminate class divisions, was necessary for creating a Zionist state. Ben-Gurion's key assets were an indefatigable energy and an obsessive attention to detail, amassing data on every voter, bringing to mind the dictator's centralization of information and the addiction of a collector. As party secretary he became the most powerful person in the apparatus. Borrowing from Menachem Ussishkin's dictatorship of the Zionist proletariat, Ben-Gurion set out to run the Histadrut not so much as a labor union but as the proto-government of a state in waiting, a single bureaucracy responsible for jobs, health, education, and the armed defense of settlements, the Haganah, linked to an office of public works. If the Histadrut became Ben-Gurion's personal fiefdom, Segev argues, it was also true that no one else worked as hard. He made frequent visits to workplaces and construction sites, talking to workers and obsessively jotting down what they told him in his little notebooks. According to a Haifa foreman, to them, he was the Histadrut. If he now had a power base from which to outmaneuver his more glamorous and well-connected rivals like Weizmann and Jabotinsky, his main enemies were on the left. The Hashomer veterans were hounded as communists, the Trump Elder Labor Battalion excoriated for its Bolshevik tendencies. It was on this basis that Ben-Gurion mounted his bid for leadership of the Jewish Agency, the international executive body established by the Zionist Congress in 1929, headed by Weizmann. Segev gives a riveting account of Ben-Gurion's victorious leadership campaign in 1933, which involved closely tracking what was being done in each cell of the political hive he sought to conquer, and crisscrossing Poland. He had 800 towns on his list, to recruit members who would vote for a labor victory to save Zionism from Jabotinsky's revisionists. While remaining head of the Histadrut, he took command of the Jewish Agency office in Jerusalem, becoming de facto prime minister in waiting. Ben-Gurion immediately grasped the 1936 UK partition proposal as an opportunity, drawing up a list of Arab villages in the Jewish zone and their number of inhabitants. Following Herzl, population transfer was always part of Zionist strategy, though Ben-Gurion recognized the horrible difficulty of a foreign force uprooting some 100,000 Arabs from the villages they have lived in for hundreds of years. Segev gives a chilling account of Ben-Gurion's ruthless attitude towards wartime rescue operations of European Jews. "I would rather save half the children in Palestine than all of them in England." The Zionist enterprise was more important than any community of diaspora Jews. The persecutions in each country affect only the Jews in that country. What happens here strikes at the heart of the nation, was his response to the first reports of systematic extermination. Ben-Gurion himself spent most of the war years in London or fundraising in the United States, engaging in a showdown with Weizmann in New York, enraged at his refusal to offer an introduction to Roosevelt. Snobbishly perhaps, Weizmann described him as morally stunted, reminiscent of a petty dictator. Nothing is more dangerous than a small man nursing his grievances. While the post-war political reverberations helped further the Zionist movement's diplomatic campaigns, there was no basis for claiming that the State of Israel was founded as a result of the Holocaust. As Segev argues, it was an imperial exercise. The British played a much larger role, having overseen pre-war the establishment of a solid political, economic, and military infrastructure for the state to be. In fact, Segev contends that, after the war, Ben-Gurion tried to persuade the Brits to extend the mandate, even if that meant working under the ferociously anti-Semitic Ernest Bevin, to allow him time to build the Haganah into a force capable of fighting the Arab states. His direction of the War of Independence was guided by the strategic aspiration maximum territory, minimum Arabs. He pocketed the 1947 UNSCOP partition plan, twice as generous as the Peel proposal that had triggered the Arab revolt, as a tactical step forward, while telling Haganah commanders to prepare for war and embracing the policy of offensive defense. In other words, he had planned the preemptive attack on Palestinian villages, capturing or destroying them and driving out their inhabitants, from the outset. There was no need to issue an explicit order. The spirit of the message conveyed by Ben-Gurion as commander-in-chief was clear enough. In the case of Plan Dalet, formal written orders were drafted by Yuval Yadin, in line with Ben-Gurion's general direction: the destruction or eradication of villages and the expulsion of the Palestinian population beyond the Jewish state's borders. Local Haganah commanders could decide whether villages should be captured, cleared out or destroyed, while exemplary atrocities, such as Deir Yassin, combined with a whispering campaign spreading rumors of worse, would help speed population flight. Segev underlines Ben-Gurion's narrowly political imposition of Mapei commanders and sacking of the more left-wing Galilee in May 1948, at the height of the war, again, though Segev doesn't say this, bringing to mind a miniature Stalinist purge in his battle against the Mapam left, which provoked the generals' revolt. Ben-Gurion's unilateral declaration of independence on May 14, 1948, contra the Truman administration's call for a 3-month ceasefire, was aimed not only to block Arab return but also to restore his own political prestige, damaged by Haganah's failures and his besting by the generals. Officers complained bitterly about his poor grasp of military strategy, especially his obsession with taking the well-defended Arab position at Latrun, at a cost of hundreds of Haganah lives, and his pursuit of vendettas against the left and military leaders in the midst of the war. Ben-Gurion was entirely at peace with the displacement of 500,000 to 750,000 Palestinians as the price of Israel's independence. He denied that they had been forced to flee, claiming all who left did so under British rule. In fact, half left after the Declaration of Independence. Ben-Gurion claimed these were not refugees, but enemies, gloating that here may well have been cases where they were helped a bit to flee, but fundamentally, this really was an inexplicable phenomenon. It showed that the Arab national movement wasn't based on positive ideas, only on religious hatred, xenophobia, the leaders' ambitions. History has proven who is really connected to this land and for whom it is nothing but a luxury that can easily be done without. Only later did Ben-Gurion claim that the Grand Mufti had ordered the Palestinians to flee, elaborating on the myths of David versus Goliath, 700,000 Jews vs 30 million Arabs, and ethnic superiority. Our human material has much greater moral and intellectual capacity than that of our neighbors. In fact, both the Haganah/IDF and the Arab armies fielded around 100,000 troops, but the IDF was also armed from overseas. U.S. donations provided $50 million for arms purchases, including artillery and combat aircraft, without which, and without the deal brokered with Abdullah of Jordan, victory would have been unlikely, as Golda Meir later admitted. In addition, the Palestinians had barely recovered from the brutal suppression of the Arab revolt by the British occupiers, who in 30 years had neglected to institute mandatory education. Less than a third of Palestinian children went to school or were in any way prepared for modern national life. The fact that those who rehearse this history are denounced as anti-Semites, a recent example being the filmmaker Ken Loach, and expelled from political parties is an indication, among numerous others, that the colonial Zionist state created in 1948, under attack by global movements in solidarity with the Palestinians, is still heavily dependent on the United States and Germany for subsidies and on the rest of the West for ideological support. Such genesis stories suggest that while Israel is a sui generis European settler state, it is not simply that. When the interests of Zionist nationalism clashed with those of the British, the Stern Gang, led by Menachem Begin, were not easily scared. The worst terrorist attack during the Mandate was the explosion that destroyed the King David Hotel in 1946. The 93 dead included British civil servants and officers and many Arabs. Begin had the last laugh when in 1978, as Prime Minister of Israel, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Moderate and right-wing Zionists disagreed on the means. They were always in agreement on the ends. Weizmann, Ben-Gurion, Begin, Dayan and so on, up to Netanyahu, belonged to different political outfits, but each of them believed in a greater Israel. The only difference was over where the final line in the sand should be drawn, and here too the dispute was largely cosmetic. Early Zionists, implacable and determined to create a separate state, were tougher than Ben-Gurion in treating non-Zionist or and integrationist Jews with the utmost contempt. Which brings one back to Benny Morris, and in particular his startling interview published in the liberal daily Haaretz on January 8, 2004, under the title Survival of the Fittest, a document of unusual significance in the modern history of Zionism. To his shocked interlocutor, Morris lays out two unpalatable truths: that the Zionist project could only be realized by deliberate ethnic cleansing, and that, once it was embarked upon, the only reasons for stopping short of completely removing the Arab population from Palestine were purely temporary and tactical ones. It was letting the second of these cats out of the bag that generated the most uproar among conventional opponents of the Likud and labor establishments. Arguments for the wholesale ejection of the Palestinians from the Promised Land have long been openly expressed on the right of the Israeli spectrum, and have freely circulated in labor and liberal circles in Israel and the diaspora. But Morris's forthright judgment that Ben-Gurion made a fatal mistake in not clearing the future West Bank of its Arab inhabitants comes with the unique authority of one still at work revealing hidden atrocities from the War of Independence. The same rigor he has brought to Zionist war crimes he also brings to the underlying logic of Zionism, left or right. In doing so, Morris, invoking Camus, places himself squarely on the side of his community, whatever the disasters it has inflicted on the Palestinians, disasters he has unsparingly recorded. The daily suffering of the Palestinians fails to excite the liberal conscience of Europe, guilt-ridden, for good reason, by its past inability to defend the Jews of Europe against extinction. But the Judeocide should not be used as a cover for committing crimes against the Palestinian people. To be intimidated by Zionist blackmail is to become an accomplice of war crimes. As the Hebrew poet Aharon Shabtai wrote in his poem Nostalgia in 2003. And when it's all over, my dear, dear reader, on which benches will we have to sit? Those of us who shouted death to the Arabs. And those who claimed they didn't know. 15. Churchill and the 1953 regime change in Iran. In Iran, the Anglo-American coup of 1953, which brought about regime change by toppling the popular nationalist, liberal democratic Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, messy duck in Churchill's pathetic coinage, had a prehistory stretching back to the First World War. For many years prior to the war, Iran had been a football kicked around by Tsarist Russia and the British Empire, with a few German linesmen watching from the side. In 1907, the two powers had signed a secret agreement to dismantle the country and divide it between themselves. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Lenin and Trotsky, as they had pledged, made public all the secret imperialist treaties they could find in the archives, including this one. When news of this reached Tehran, there was political mayhem. Virtually every sector of Iranian society, from landlords to peasants and the bazaars, was shocked. With the collapse of Tsarist Russia, the British, and Lord Curzon in particular, attempted to sort out the chaos by pushing their agents and payroll buddies among the Tehran notables to rapidly form a government. This was how Vasuk al-Dawli came to be appointed Prime Minister in August 1918, and that is why his name became the equivalent of the Norwegian Nazi, Quisling, who established a similar reputation during the next World War. With this difference, few outside Iran were aware of Vasuk's knavery. Soon after, the infamous Treaty of Versailles gave the green light for the continuation of European colonialism by rejecting any demand for national self-determination from colonist peoples. Sir Percy Cox, the British minister in Tehran, acting on Curzon's orders, entered into secret negotiations with Vasuk and two of his close colleagues. The aim was to secure a new secret treaty that effectively made Iran a British protectorate. 16 Vasuk agreed to the deal provided the British paid the three of them a consultancy fee and expenses. 500,000 tomans were demanded in a verbal invoice. A dissident member of the Majlis, Parliament, Mohammad Mossadegh, computed the figures as being the equivalent of £131,000 at the time. The money was paid, and in 1919 the deal was done, with British advisors appointed to supervise the treasury and the army. Hostility to the deal united Iran, with poets in the vanguard of the nationalist upheavals to come. Aref addressed a public poem to Vasuk with an angry opening line, "Thou, the doors of whose home are open to whores." A fellow poet versified, "Oh, Vasuk al-Dawli, Iran was not your daddy's estate." Farrakh-i-Yazdi targeted another member of the treacherous trio. Nasrat al-Dawli is busy in Europe, annihilating the motherland. Look and see. Like a dealer for the sale of the motherland. Constantly finding customers. Look and see. To deliver the motherland to Britain. He is even keener than her. Look and see. Others were busy in London as well. Churchill as Minister of War was in this instance hostile to Curzon's adventures, and joined with the India office to demand a halt to proceedings, even insisting that, as a naval fleet led by the veteran Bolshevik Raskolnikov appeared at the Caspian port of Anzili to demand a return of Russian vessels moored there should be no resistance whatsoever. Both Churchill and Lord Hardinge, the Viceroy of India, were extremely nervous that any huge setback for Britain in Iran would have serious repercussions in India. Hardinge made it clear that no Indian troops would be supplied to help Curzon. Weeks before the treaty was announced, the Soviet Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Georgy Chicherin, announced that the Soviet Union had unilaterally cancelled all Iran's debts to Russia and declared an end to all Russian privileges and concessions. This position did not change. The United States, for its own reasons, was not pleased by the 1919 treaty, and though Curzon insisted he had cleared it with Woodrow Wilson via his Chief of Staff, the State Department issued a statement that contradicted Curzon, who then went into a sulk, noting that he was disinclined to continue polemics on a question on which the U.S. government have gone out of their way to be nasty. The French were being unpleasant as well, with Le Figaro mocking that a midget Shah had sold his country for a centime. It was obvious that the agreement was untenable. The whole of Iran opposed it and, for differing reasons, three big powers, the United States, France, and the Soviet Union, refused to accept the outcome. The British establishment itself was divided, and Curzon's inflexibility on a number of important tactical questions brought the business to an end. Undeterred, Curzon and cronies organized a coup by a British-created Cossack regiment, commanded by General Ironside, who handed over the reins to an ambitious sergeant promoted to officer rank. This was Reza Khan, who appointed a civilian prime minister and, only too aware of national sentiment, declared the 1919 treaty null and void. The coup had been bloodless, but it triggered a movement that finally led to the constitutional revolution. Many liberal intellectuals in Iran, as well as the more radical additions inspired by the Russian Revolution, and some clerical leaders, favored a republic, an elected parliament and a democratic constitution. The rule of law became a central demand, with the movement describing itself as against all forms of arbitrary rule. By 1926, Reza Khan, who had toyed with the idea of a republic, had acceded to the throne after successfully persuading the Majlis to remove the last Shah of the Qajar dynasty. Reza was an odd mixture. He copied Kemal Ataturk to a certain extent, introducing some modernist measures, but left the countryside intact. He attempted to create a new Iranian identity on the Turkish model, but succeeded only in antagonizing ethnic groups. During the Second World War, Reza's pro-Axis stance began to worry the Allies. In 1941, the British removed him from power and replaced him with his son. Reza was sent into exile in South Africa, where he died a few years later. Churchill and Stalin temporarily divided the country to secure the oil, considered necessary for the war, but the Red Army withdrew soon after the Allied victory in 1945. British influence was maintained via trade, military aid, and the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, whose managers behaved like colonial officers, treating Iranian leaders with total contempt. As royalties fluctuated, the Iranians felt they were getting a raw deal. They demanded a 50-50 division of the oil shares, as the US had agreed with the Saudis. The British refused, insisting on keeping a majority holding. Both Islamic and secular political groupings protested strongly. On March 7, 1951, the pro-British Prime Minister, General Razmarrah, was assassinated by the Fedayeen-i-Islam. The Majlis soon passed a resolution demanding nationalization of the oil company. A secular constitutionalist party, the National Front, grew in popularity, and street demonstrations pressured the Shah into appointing the party's leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, as prime minister. On May 1, 1951, Mossadegh signed the bill nationalizing the oil industry. The worn-out and by now totally visionless Labour government in Britain regarded this as a body blow to British influence in the region as well as an economic disaster. They were correct on both counts. Foreign Secretary Herbert Morrison favoured a rapid military intervention, but the White House was uneasy and advised Italy to tread carefully. The Labour Minister for War, Emmanuel Mani Shinwell, cursed his fate. He too favoured a short, sharp war, but if that was not possible then the British would have to put on a tough act. We must in no circumstances throw up the sponge, not only because of the direct consequences of the loss of Persian oil, but because of the effect which a diplomatic defeat in Persia would have on our prestige and our whole position throughout the Middle East. If Persia was allowed to get away with it, Egypt and other Middle Eastern countries would be encouraged to think they could try things on. The next thing might be an attempt to nationalize the Suez Canal. 17. This was, of course, Churchill's own view, but neither he nor the Labour imperialists were prepared to countenance the thought that the British Empire was over. Back in office after Labour's defeat in 1951, Churchill secured Truman's support for a coup against Mossadegh. The SIS, MI6, and the CIA were assigned the task. Until recently it was widely believed that the CIA played the major role. On paper, perhaps. But Churchill was determined to teach Mossadegh a lesson for having dared to nationalize British assets. In late 2020, the British filmmaker Taghi Amirani, of Iranian origin, finished his documentary film, Coup 53, a powerful account of Western intervention in Iran, revisiting the historical milestones. The remarkable footage, skillfully blended with the new material by the film editor, Walter Murch, would have created a strong impact on its own had there been nothing else. Astonishingly, during his research, Amirani was informed by Mossadegh's grandson of a document that very few people knew existed, the transcript of an interview with the senior British agent in Iran at the time, Norman Derbyshire. It was he who planned the details of the coup at ground level, and successfully removed Mossadegh from power by kidnapping him on August 19, 1953. Derbyshire first made the disclosure in an interview for the Granada television series End of Empire that aired in 1985. But his account never made it into that series. At first the producers insisted they had never interviewed him. Technicians who were recorded saying the contrary suddenly changed their minds. The latest version appears to be that the interview was conducted, but Derbyshire withdrew permission. The secretiveness of MI6 is not a secret, and whatever happened then or since has their pawprint on it. In fact, most of the documents dealing with Britain's role in the coup have been destroyed. The existence of this transcript, what happened to the videotape, must have been irritating. It confirms beyond all doubt the role Britain played. The CIA agent Kermit Kim Roosevelt came to report the success directly to Churchill over a boozy lunch at the Connaught. The old man was delighted, reveling in the details despite falling asleep throughout the lunch. Derbyshire's presence might have enhanced the occasion by curbing Roosevelt's self-praise. The interview transcript, disappeared for more than 3 decades, reveals that the kidnapping and execution of Tehran's pro-Mossadegh police chief, General Mahmoud Afshar II, was organized by Derbyshire himself. The interviewer asks, "Were you involved in the Afshar II assassination?" Derbyshire replies yes, then tries to explain that the intention was not to kill him, something went wrong, he was kidnapped and held in a cave. His guard was a young army officer. Supposedly, Afshar II was unwise enough to make derogatory comments about the Shah, and the young officer pulled out a gun and shot him. Derbyshire, his words spoken and acted in the documentary by Ralph Fiennes, insisted the point of the abduction was to boost the morale of the opposition to Mossadegh, and that Afshar's death didn't help. This is unconvincing. Given the character of the opposition, only death would have helped. Since the former agent is long dead, we may never know the whole truth. Mossadegh had refused to accept the authority of the Shah, who had sacked him in August 1953, and informed the public that this was illegal. The Shah, who was simply carrying out CIA/MI6 instructions, became panicked by the support for Mossadegh, fled the country and was given refuge in Rome. He had to be persuaded forcefully to return by his sister, Ashraf, who Derbyshire reveals was heavily bribed before she accepted the job of bringing her twin brother back. The coup was a Western success in the short term. It had got rid of a popular prime minister, the nationalist government and the communist, Today party. The trade union movement was crushed by the Shah's supporters and his conniving, greedy, shameless twin sister. There was a very weak public demonstration in support of the Shah. The pimps, prostitutes, and thugs of downtown Tehran lent a hand by gathering a few like themselves, to swell the crowd, and a 2-bit general, Fazlollah Zahidi, became the new prime minister. At least 2 major ayatollahs, Kashani and Bibihani, were prevailed upon to give their blessings. The stage was now set for returning Iran to safe hands with the United States firmly in control. Having disrupted the organic flow of Iranian democracy, the Americans backed the Shah to the hilt, defended his regime, including the secret police Savak, whose contribution to the torture industry was a grill on which political prisoners could be slowly roasted, armed him to the teeth, indulged all his foolish fantasies and then acted surprised when he was overthrown by a popular revolution in 1979. Having helped destroy the nationalists and the left, they were even more surprised that the clerics had taken over. Regime change in Iran was to be Churchill's last contribution to the cause of freedom and democracy before resigning in 1955 as prime minister. His own party emitted a loud sigh of relief. It was slightly premature. Churchill's successor Anthony Eden failed to learn the key lesson of the coup in Iran, namely that such operations could only be successful with U.S. support. He immediately began plotting with France and Israel to effect a regime change in Egypt. The Suez War of 1956 was not green-lighted by the United States. Washington was livid and ordered an immediate withdrawal. Gamal Abdel Nasser had already electrified the Arab world when he nationalized the Suez Canal. His standing in the Arab world skyrocketed after the Zionist entity and its imperialist allies were sent packing by Washington. Eden too did not last long. What of the ghost in the attic? Churchill did not say much but wrote to President Eisenhower expressing great regret that relations between the two countries had reached such a low and the hope they would be repaired soon. But the Suez disaster had only made public what most Anglo-American diplomats and politicians already knew. Churchill's empire was finished. The funeral rites would have to wait for another decade, but the game was up. 15. War crimes in Kenya. A wind is ruffling the tawny pelt of Africa. Kikuyu, quick as flies, batten upon the bloodstreams of the veldt. Corpses are littered through a paradise. Derek Walcott, A Far Cry from Africa, 1956. The death spasms of the British Empire parallel Churchill's final decade, playing out across the global south. Kenya was a case in point. Conquered by the British in 1895, its land was handed over to European settlers. The most fertile soil was in the highlands, which is where the whites were settled in 1905. Protesting Africans had their cattle seized and sold. By 1910, 600 acres a year were being handed over to Europeans. They rented the farms and land on 999-year leases, paying just £10 a year for a 5,000-acre holding. By 1930, just over 2,000 settlers owned over 5 million acres of Kenya. The British government decided on the crops to be grown to reduce the import bill in London: maize, sisal, coffee. Africans were bludgeoned into forced labor for 60 days a year. They were moved from ancestral lands and put into huts on reservations attached to the farms. It was a form of paid slavery, the most extreme form of exploitation of blacks by whites. At the end of the Second World War, the European colonial powers were confronted with a severe crisis. The global conflict had exposed their shortcomings and they knew that nothing much could be done without US military and political support. Churchill was only too aware that the British Empire had run out of cash and was living off US largesse. After they won the election in 1945, even the most die-hard Labour imperialists knew that it was impossible to keep India any longer. Most conservatives, barring Churchill, were of a similar opinion. In India itself, the end of the war had resulted in a new mood. Naval ratings in Mumbai had mutinied in February 1946, taking charge of battleships. Hindu and Muslim sailors, acting in unison, refused to negotiate with the British. Karachi followed suit. Admiral Godfrey, in full Churchillian mode, fumed and threatened retribution. Gandhi was equally perturbed. On April 7, after Hindu and Muslim workers engaged in strikes, he wrote in his paper Harijan that to accept this unholy combination would mean delivering India over to the rabble. I would not wish to live up to 125 to witness that consummation. I would rather perish in flames. His leading lieutenant and Congress party colleague, Jawaharlal Nehru, indulged in his characteristic hand-wringing and came down on Gandhi's side, explaining in a letter to another Congress colleague that the situation is volcanic and definite choices have to be made. The choice is often a very difficult one. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the leader of the Muslim League, joined the bandwagon, but restricted his appeal to the Muslims involved in the strike. I call upon all the Muslims to stop and create no further trouble until we are in a position to handle this very serious situation. Abandoned by the national communalist parties, the strike committee gave up, but insisted they were surrendering to the Indian parties and not the British. There was nothing else for it but to divide and quit, the hallmark of British rule in most of its colonies. These were the instructions given by Attlee to Lord Mountbatten, who did as he was told. A couple of lines were drawn and one became two. Almost 2 million people would die as a result of the partition. Ironically, the only people who could walk the streets safely were the departing whiteskins. The deed done, the British moved on to fight in Malaysia. Labour MPs who went to visit, including John Strachey, were photographed posing for the cameras with the decapitated heads of the predominantly Chinese Malaysian freedom fighters laid out neatly on the ground in front of them. Labour's colonial record was appalling, an early proof that they were a responsible party. Reforms at home were not extended to the colonies. African countries remained under the iron heel. The Conservatives won the 1951 general election even though Labour had a numerical majority of the votes cast. Like Donald Trump 65 years later, Churchill could not win a majority of the electorate. He looked frail as he re-entered Downing Street, a replica of the empire he did not want to lose. Britain was broke and rearmament was not possible. Truman's successor, General Eisenhower, knew Churchill well and made no secret of his opinion that a younger man should have been put in charge. Many Tory MPs agreed, but Eton was too weak to wield the knife and the palace was extremely reluctant to endorse an in-house coup. Churchill was left to his own devices, including a whinge or two in the House of Commons. Tragic indeed is the spectacle of the might, majesty, dominion and power of the once magnificent and still considerable British Empire having to worry and wonder how we can pay our monthly bills. I fully admit I am tortured by this thought and by the processes which I see around me, and I shall do everything in my power, shouts of resign, resign, to bring home to the mass of our race and nation the sense of peril and the need for grave and far-reaching exertions. 1. It was empty rhetoric. Nationalism was on the rise. The corrupt and useless monarchs preferred by Churchill were under serious threat in Egypt, Iraq, and Iran. British colonies in Africa were bubbling beneath the surface, and names like Kenyatta, Nkrumah, Mboya, Mandela, Nyerere, Nasser, and Ben Bella were beginning to appear in the Anglo-American press. The revolutionary victory in China, 1949, the French defeat at Dien Bien Phu, 1954, the independence of India, 1947, all this had a huge impact on the liberation movements developing throughout Africa. The continent had long been treated by white settlers as their domain. Racism grew as a conscious and well-oiled weapon of domination and exploitation. It was never a mistake, a terrible misunderstanding, or a regrettable reversion to barbarism, as many well-meaning white people thought at the time. It was designed as a moral justification for the state and its church to treat black people with methods that could no longer be used against white people. It justified slavery and its successor, imperialist colonialism. Throughout Africa, the same arguments were used to justify white settlements. South Africa became the template for the rest of the continent. Europeans were taught that before the white settlers arrived, Africa was a sea of nothingness. A swamp of ignorance and barbarism. In 1922, Colonel Richard Maynardsigan, a nephew of the Fabian intellectual Beatrice Webb, visited Nairobi. Utilizing his aunt's name and connections to meet people, he was invited to dinner by the High Commissioner in Kenya, Charles Eliot. In his diary, Maynardsigan describes Eliot as a philosopher, a don, a man of vision, but he amazed me with his views on the future of East Africa. He envisaged a thriving colony of thousands of Europeans with their families, the whole of the country from the Aberdares and Mount Kenya to the German border Tanganyika, now Tanzania divided up into farms, the whole of the Rift Valley cultivated or grazed and the whole country of Lumwa, Nandi to Elgon and almost to Baringo under white settlement. He intends to confine the natives to reserves and use them as cheap labor on farms. I suggested that the country belonged to Africans and their interests must prevail over the interests of strangers. He would not have it. He kept on using the word paramount with reference to the claims of Europeans. I said that someday the African would be educated and armed, that would lead to a clash. Eliot thought that that day was so distant as not to matter and that by the time the European element would be strong enough to look after themselves. This was the colonial mind at work. Churchill would have endorsed every single sentiment expressed by Eliot. Both men believed in what they referred to as a protective civilization. In 1921 Churchill embroiled himself, as was his wont, in the clashes between white settlers in Kenya and the more recent Indian settlers who were demanding an end to racial segregation. He put on a show of moderation by explaining to a fellow member of the cabinet, Edwin Montagu, whose job it was to arbitrate the dispute, that he was not on principle against desegregation, but that the sanitary regulations must be so stringent that few Indians would be able to meet European standards. IL resisted aggression on sanitary conditions in Britain during the first decades of the 20th century. The following conversation between Churchill and S.S. Verma, one of the Indian-Kenyan delegates, a pathetic figure as his words testify, is revealing. Churchill, broadly speaking, would you subscribe to Mr. Rhodes' formula, equal rights for civilized men? Verma, I say exactly in those words, for civilized men, even including Indians. Churchill, certainly, if the individual becomes civilized and lives in a civilized way, in a civilized house, and observes civilized behavior in his goings-on, and in his family life, and he is also educated sufficiently, that principle seems to be a very valuable principle, and it is very practical. It is absurd to go and give the naked savages of the Kikuyu and the Kavirondo equal electoral rights, although they are human beings, you cannot do that. Verma, no. What makes this ironical is that white civilization in Kenya was particularly notorious for its criminality both within and outside the white bubble. Rape, murders, alcoholism, theft, and corruption were not as uncommon as some like to believe. Rotten apples were a staple product on the white-owned highland plantations. Had Verma not been so spineless and sycophantic, he might have asked Churchill which of these traits he would like Indians or Africans to mimic. In South Africa, Gandhi's first campaign was to demand separate lavatories for Indians. Sharing them with Africans was unacceptable. The caste mentality ever present. Here and on numerous other occasions, Churchill debases the colonist to exalt the colonizer. It's not enough to steal their lands. Their very humanity must be questioned, so that some of them come to believe in their own inferiority. They must be oppressed to such an extent that the force used, the terror employed, the exploitation permanently embedded in the colonial situation, comes to appear normal to them. That is what colonizers always wish to achieve, a calm acceptance of colonial destructiveness. But they always fail. Africans were regarded as talking beasts who could not think like Europeans. The fear of the native that white society inculcated in its everyday life was born out of the situation it had imposed on black Africans. The emancipation of the slaves in the United States created a tiny window that permitted some degree of equality, the period known as the Reconstruction, but the iron shutters were rapidly brought down. White supremacy flourished, the Ku Klux Klan became the largest political organization in U.S. history, and the police force and the judiciary implemented the supremacy that led to the incarceration levels for black people today. Many of the post-colonial African states produced black elites who enforced laws that were variants of what existed in the United States and South Africa. They were not racial, but in essence they were not too dissimilar. When some Western politicians attempt to justify colonialism by pointing to the excesses of a Mobutu or a Bokassa or an Arap Moi, there is only one possible reply, de te fabula narrator. This story is about you. It needs to be stressed in relation to Britain's African colonies. The Labour government of 1945–51 should have started the decolonization process, but ideologically, one has only to read the pronouncements of the Fabians, and above all in the bloated personage of the Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin. A majority of Labour parliamentarians were staunch Empire loyalists, as they are US/NATO loyalists today. They had been driven out of India, but they refused to learn the lessons. The diarist Chips Channon observed from the opposition benches how pleasing it was listening to Bevin, who sounded just like a Tory, so much so that the cringing Anthony Eden, his opposite number, found it difficult to reply. The continuities in foreign policy between Labour and the Conservatives were such that, on his return to Downing Street in 1951, Churchill simply carried on as before. No changes were needed. The Kenyan people could not afford to carry on in the same old way. They knew what was really going on behind the facade of normality and launched a rebellion against British rule in 1950. The Mau Mau mobilizations were a direct response to the shameless expropriation of African lands, repeating what had already happened in white settler-controlled Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. The number of white settlers in Kenya had shot up from 21,000 in 1938 to 40,000 by 1953. Churchill and his successive appointees in the Colonial Office, Oliver Littleton, Alan Lennox Boyd and the much-loathed proconsul Evelyn, Baring, were all agreed that the core of imperial policy in Kenya was the creation of another white settler state. The Rhodesian model had been a huge success and could easily be repeated. They reckoned without the growing anger of the group most affected, the Kikuyu, who numbered 1.5 million by the mid-1950s. Despite the concerted efforts made by officialdom and conservative historians to cover up British atrocities in Kenya, they have failed. A persistent, determined, and gifted American scholar at Harvard, Caroline Elkins, managed to uncover most of the truth. Her book Britain's Gulag, The Brutal End of Empire in Kenya charts the course of the vicious repression inflicted on the Kikuyu, and of the camps in which tens of thousands were detained between 1952 and 1960. The Agathai Camp Gate slogan was, "He who helps himself will also be helped." What this really meant was that he who helped the British would be treated better than the hardcore rebels. Churchill was fully aware of and supported the crimes being committed. He was, after all, Prime Minister at the time, and his involvement with and support for the white settlers is hardly a secret. What neither Churchill nor the settlers could have foreseen was that one of the 150,000 Mau Mau rebels they arrested, Hussein Onyango Obama, begot a son, who begot a son, who became President of the United States, creating academic interest in the country. As John Neusinger explained in reviewing Ilkin's book, the Kikuyu had increasingly been subjected to land hunger and wage squeezes as white settlement displaced them from their fertile highlands. Prevented from owning land outside the native reserves, as of the early 1930s most Kikuyu faced a choice of three forms of destitution: to return to the depleted soils and land shortages of the reserves, work Europeans' land outside the reserves as insecure tenants, or join those flooding into Nairobi's Eastland slums in search of employment. 2. Meanwhile, the settlers grew fat on the wartime boom in commodities and refused any suggestion of a deal with moderate African nationalists, such as Jomo Kenyatta, people they openly referred to as monkeys. Under Churchill, Kenya was a white settler dictatorship backed by British arms. The Kikuyu-led movement, Mau Mau was the appellation given them by the oppressors, decided on an armed revolution to drive the British and their progeny out of the country, and swore oaths to that effect. Settlers were attacked, their cattle stolen or destroyed, and African collaborators were dealt with severely. Outside the Churchill government, the Labour front bench continued their support, but left-wing Labour figures such as Barbara Castle, Fenner Brockway, and others in the movement for colonial freedom began to protest in strong terms. At an official pre-coronation reception in 1953, Lady Edwina Mountbatten taunted and verbally abused the racist colonial secretary Oliver Littleton on the atrocities in Kenya. Her lover, the Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, also present, turned his back on Littleton and left the room. When Littleton complained to Churchill, he instructed the Foreign Office to ban Edwina Mountbatten from accompanying her husband on an official visit to Turkey. Mountbatten ignored the request. As the atrocities grew, so did the resistance. Until a decisive point was reached, the movement had lost its fear of death. Mau Mau guerrillas were led by men with a political culture. One of them, Wera Haiwidat, better known by his nom de guerre General China, recalled in his memoirs that he had also been influenced by the Haitian Revolution, recounted to him by an African-American soldier. History travels, and relevant history does so at a brisk pace. In contrast, the British propaganda campaign portrayed the Mau Mau as brutal and uncaring savages, a view taken up and promoted uncritically by many U.S. magazines and papers, with Life publishing gory photographs of Mau Mau atrocities and ignoring the causes of the rebellion. The picture painted by David Anderson, in his Histories of the Hanged, Britain's Dirty War in Kenya and the End of Empire, provides the most detailed account of the rebellion, the composition of the movement's armed fighters, and the strategy and tactics deployed by their British enemies. More importantly, he details how, after the defeat of the Mau Mau, 11,000 were killed to prolong British rule for a few more years. Britain set about putting in place the African loyalists who had supported them. Many of them were encouraged to buy the white settler lands that were being sold. This was a loyalty reward, designed to ensure continued collaboration after formal independence. It worked. Economically and politically, the limits of independence were being delineated. Decolonization in Kenya and other colonies meant a neo-colonization. Where African leaders refused to comply, the former colonial powers either killed them, Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, or removed them from office, Nkrumah in Ghana, Abbott in Uganda. Jomo Kenyatta, one of the Mau Mau leaders, alas agreed to play the game and was lionized by the British establishment soon afterwards when he visited Britain. The terrorist was invited to dinner at the palace, and offered numerous teas and cucumber sandwiches in the gardens of returning settler families, now safely ensconced in their native habitat. Even when in prison, Kenyatta had fallen out with a majority of the Mau Mau leadership. The British had provided him with separate accommodation because the political differences were so acute that they feared violence. More likely he had been identified as a potential recruit to the loyalist faction of elite Kenyans. One of the other Mau Mau prisoners explained that Kenyatta had never been in total sympathy with the movement's program in the first place. He had refused to join the political party created by activists at the Lokata prison camp, a party whose program was based on the motto liberty, equality, and justice. This was too extreme for Kenyatta. One of the founders, Kagia, explained, Kenyatta was not one of us in prison. He had married a woman whose father was a chief, and because of that when we went to prison, he was often on the side of the conservatives and the government. I became the leader of the group in his place, though we were all disappointed. 3. Churchill, Alan Lennox Boyd, a personal favorite, handpicked for the colonial office after he had also opposed Indian independence, and the governor of Kenya, Evelyn Baring, were core racists. Baring would have easily slotted in as a Third Reich bureaucrat. He was a vicious brute as far as Kenyan Africans were concerned, not simply obeying orders from London, but preempting them. Political resistance to the British had grown in the 1950s and the people who created the Mau Mau were no longer prepared to tolerate the degree of violence inflicted on their people. In response, Baring, with Churchill's backing, created a network of prison camps much worse than anything Churchill had himself witnessed during the Boer War in South Africa. Prisoners' descriptions of how they were treated read like slave diaries. It was like hell on earth, said one survivor. Elkins summarizes what occurred both inside and outside the camps. Violence and torture had for years dominated life in Kenya's camps. A pornography of terror, including public brutality, rape, and starvation, swept through the villages as well, and thousands died therefore. The massacre at Ola camp, in which 11 prisoners were beaten to death, Parliament was told they died from drinking contaminated water, finally did for the British. It was no worse than other atrocities, but turned out to be the last straw. The cover-up failed because a left-wing, anti-colonial QC, D.N. Pritt, was in Kenya at the time and used his connections to uncover the truth. Anglican churches stirred into action, together with many Labour MPs. Conservative MPs, too, were becoming uneasy. One of them, Enoch Powell, found the events at Ola deplorable. Finally, the excruciating prolongation of colonial rule in Kenya came to an end. Kenyatta became the official leader, had lots of children, like Boris Johnson, and was feted by the Queen. One of the strongest myths about the British Empire concerns its demise. How good we were about it, apologists still say to each other and to us. We beat such a dignified retreat, unlike the awful French in Vietnam and Algeria. Hidden from the public gaze are the catastrophe of partition in India, portrayed as unpleasant religions fighting each other, the brutal repression of the Malayan insurgency, and the vicious campaign against the liberation movement in Kenya. All this is under challenge as African and Asian historians, together with some of their US and British counterparts, demystify the mythologies peddled by neo-imperial historians by exposing the price in human lives that was paid to accelerate decolonization. What happened in Kenya was a set of systematic crimes. Churchill, Lennox Boyd and Baring went unpunished. Tariq Walcott, A Far Cry from Africa, 1956. A wind is ruffling the tawny pelt of Africa. Kikuyu, quick as flies, batten upon the bloodstreams of the veldt. Corpses are scattered through a paradise. Only the worm, kernel of carrion, cries. Waste no compassion on these separate dead. Statistics justify and scholars seize the salience of colonial policy. What is that to the white child hacked in bed? To savages, expendable as Jews? Threshed out by beaters, the long rushes break. In a white dust of ibises whose cries have wheeled since civilization's dawn. From the parched river or beast-teeming plain, the violence of beast on beast is read as natural law, but upright man seeks his divinity by inflicting pain. Delirious as these worried beasts, his wars dance to the tightened carcass of a drum, while he calls courage still that native dread of the white peace contracted by the dead. Again brutish necessity wipes its hands upon the napkin of a dirty cause, again a waste of our compassion, as with Spain. The gorilla wrestles with the Superman. I who am poisoned with the blood of both. Where shall I turn, divided to the vein? I who have cursed the drunken officer of British rule, how choose between this Africa and the English tongue I love? Betray them both, or give back what they give. How can I face such slaughter and be cool? How can I turn from Africa and live? 16. What's past is prologue. Churchill's legacies. It was here that the Sioux had a camp on the Long Trail, cutting the loops of the rivers from beyond the Missouri and Mandan, east, towards Big Stone Lake and beyond to the Pipestone Quarry. The place of peace. A confusion of waters, surely, and pollution at the head of the river. Our history begins with the first wound, with Indian blood coloring the water of the original springs, earlier even. Europe, the indentured. Thomas McGrath, extract from Letter to an Imaginary Friend, 1997. The causes of events in which we remain entangled can only be interpreted by our own lights. And these come in different colors. The American poet Thomas McGrath's epic poem is his take on the empires of recent centuries. Most pro-Churchill historians and politicians, on the other hand, admire the British Empire and the even larger one that took its place, and those of other European colonizers. Some even suggested after September 11, 20 years ago, as the US launched its wars for global hegemony, backed initially by Russia and China, that the British Empire model remained the best on offer. Ivy League campuses hired pro-imperialist British historians to drive the lesson home. In their instrumentalist books, they argued for a more solid British-style frame than the more indirect US version. All supported the war in Afghanistan, even though Britain's own past in that region had been an unmitigated disaster. Most defended the 2003 war in Iraq, and the UK Prime Minister Tony Blair presented his leader in the White House with a bust of Churchill. The US Defense Secretary and recently deceased war criminal Donald Rumsfeld, in preparing to launch the war, compared George W. Bush to Churchill in 1939. Both were isolated, hardly the case as far as Bush was concerned, on the eve of taking on evil dictators. Both were determined to push ahead. Rumsfeld was off mark as usual. Some advisor should have informed him that while Bush was certainly following in Churchill's footsteps, the correct analogy was not Europe, but post-First World War Iraq. A nimble-minded advisor might even have done a tiny bit of research and pointed out that, as Secretary of State for War in 1920, Churchill had enthusiastically supported the terror bombing of civilians. Kurds and Arabs were pelted with bombs and chemical weapons when they resisted the British plans for their country. Kurdish tribal chiefs were bought and the size of pliant tribes increased by labeling individuals as tribesmen and placing them under a tribal leader. The process was known as retribalising. A senior British civil servant in the field explained, every man who could be labelled a tribesman was placed under a tribal leader. The idea was to divide South Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan into tribal areas under a tribal leader. Petty village headmen were unearthed and discovered as leaders of long-dead tribes. 1. 2 RAF officers were not shy in explaining how British rule in Iraq would be accomplished. Wing Commander Gale of 30 Squadron pointed out, if the Kurds hadn't learned by our example to behave themselves in a civilized way, then we had to spank their bottoms. This was done by bombs and guns. His colleague, Arthur Harris, who, 22 years later, would mastermind the destruction of Dresden and the bombing of civilians in other German cities, proudly accepting the sobriquet attached to his name, Bomber Harris, was far more explicit, as was his wont. The Arab and Kurd now know what real bombing means in casualties and damage. Within 45 minutes a full-size village can be practically wiped out and a third of its inhabitants killed or injured. A year later, a third wing commander, J. H. Amir, explained that the best way to demoralize the Arabs was to pulverize them by concentrating on the most inaccessible village of the most prominent tribe which it is desired to punish. All available aircraft must be collected, the attack with bombs and machine guns must be relentless and unremitting and carried on continuously by day and night, on houses, inhabitants, crops, and cattle too. Even this was not enough for some. The narcissist and vainglorious idol of the British Empire, T.E. Lawrence, wrote to the Observer and complained, "It is odd that we do not use poison gas on these occasions." Any bombing was justified if it saved the lives of British and colonial soldiers who shouldn't have been there in the first place. On this level the terror bombing was a success. Winston Churchill, Secretary of State for War and Air, estimated that without the RAF, somewhere between 25,000 British and 80,000 Indian troops would be needed to control Iraq. Reliance on the Air Force promised to cut these numbers to just 4,000 and 10,000. Churchill's confidence was soon repaid. The RAF flew missions totaling 4,008 hours, dropped 97 tons of bombs and fired 183,861 rounds for the loss of 9 men killed, 7 wounded, and 11 aircraft destroyed behind rebel lines. 3. This was the legacy that Bush accepted in relation to Iraq and Afghanistan, and Obama when it came to Libya and Syria. As the Second World War ended, Churchill was only too aware of British decline. He wanted an umbilical cord made of piano wire that would tie Britain to the United States in perpetuity. The master races had to remain united. The architecture of white supremacy must be preserved. Trump was not so different from Churchill in this regard. During the Second World War, however, some Democrat politicians found the blatant racism a bit difficult to swallow. The U.S. Vice President, Henry Wallace, a progressive Democrat, was taken aback by Churchill's views, writing in his May 1943 diary. "I said bluntly that I thought the notion of Anglo-Saxon superiority, inherent in Churchill's approach, would be offensive to many of the nations of the world as well as to a number of people in the United States." Churchill had had quite a bit of whiskey, which, however, did not affect the clarity of his thinking process, but did perhaps increase his frankness. He said, "Why be apologetic about Anglo-Saxon superiority, that we were superior, that we had the common heritage which had been worked out over the centuries in England and had been perfected by our Constitution." He himself was half American. He felt that he was called on as a result to serve the function of uniting the two great Anglo-Saxon civilizations in order to confer the benefit of freedom on the rest of the world. British denialism since the war, refusing to fully accept the fact that the UK is little more than a US satrapy, continues half-heartedly to this day. Officialdom boasts that there are British troops in 46 countries, but underplays their total logistical dependence on the United States. British politicians who refuse to declare that, as Prime Minister, they would use nuclear weapons, are pilloried in the media and by their own loyalist colleagues. Few ever ask whether it is possible for any British Prime Minister to use nuclear missiles stationed in Scotland without the permission of the Pentagon. Every politician, military officer, and intelligence operative, not to mention the British royal family, is aware of this fact. But they prefer to mask the truth. A veil has usually been cast over the more unsavory aspects of British imperialism. Greece and Kenya are two examples of evasions, cover UPS and downright falsehoods. It took a couple of US historians, cited earlier in this book, to expose British colonial atrocities in Kenya. Their shamefaced British colleagues at Harvard and elsewhere had either denied the scale of these or ignored them altogether. They now appear to have fallen into line. But secrecy, hiding facts from the electorate, remains firmly in place. A recent book, mildly critical of the British Army's role in the wars east of Suez over the last 2 decades, was pulped by Penguin Random House on the no doubt ultra-friendly advice of the Ministry of Defence. 4. Britain and its European counterparts accumulated a great deal of ideological garbage over 2 centuries. The subjugated populations of empire, the Irish a standalone exception, were all people of colour. Their destinies were dictated by the stirring of a white imperialist finger. Notions of racial superiority were so deeply embedded that racism was the common sense of the imperial age. Colonialism, the slave trade and the extermination of indigenous populations were first cousins. That Churchill was a racist is indisputable. Imperialist historians invariably coded events in black and white. Chiselers of stone-carved statues to celebrate the military and political leaders of imperial triumphs at home and abroad. Colonist peoples were exhorted to admire these statues, symbols of incontestable power, effigies that had suppressed other histories. Perpetual endurance and perpetual resistance, political and armed, have remained close to each other, historically. Deployed to maintain imperial hegemony on political, cultural, and military levels, notions of racial superiority and white supremacy are more recent, linked to Puritanism and its offshoots as well as the Catholic Church, but generalized in the 18th and 19th centuries. All the European powers used colonial soldiers to fight in their wars. Indians and Africans were cannon fodder but were permitted to use the latest weapons. Black South Africans were recruited but not given military training or allowed to bear arms. The U.S. Army was segregated in both world wars. The British imperial legacy was handed to the United States during and after the Second World War. Churchill knew there was no other option. By the early 1960s, the United States had become a key player in large parts of Africa, Asia, and the Greater Middle East. It operated in a different style but destroyed countries with ease, and was not at all squeamish about toppling regimes that refused to kowtow, using nuclear weapons, chemical warfare, and B-52 bombers. The British imperial past refused to die. Churchill and Attlee had not foreseen that Lazarus would emerge in the shape of thousands of migrants from the old colonies. South Asians and West Indians led the field. A wrecked British economy was short of labour. Enoch Powell, a conservative politician in Churchill's post-war cabinet, realized that the cheapest source of labour was the colonial and post-colonial world. As Secretary of State for Health, he authorized NHS posters advertising jobs to be distributed widely in Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, and the smaller islands. 5 The descendants of African slaves were being encouraged to shift voluntarily to get jobs in Blighty. They did so. Visas were not needed. Commonwealth and colonial citizens entered and departed freely. The Empire Windrush passengers of 1948 were legally UK citizens with all their rights intact. 6 News of several hundred Jamaicans on their way to Tilbury created panic. The Labour Prime Minister, Attlee, inquired politely whether the ship might not be diverted to East Africa. Churchill thoughtfully suggested that the Tory election slogan for the 1955 general elections could be "Keep England White." Churchill had few problems with Labour's foreign policy. Even his irrationality regarding India's independence was soon tempered by historical realities. Labour maintained the decaying empire in Africa and the Middle East as long as possible. African independence was ultimately granted by a conservative government. Churchill's main concern was to make sure the United States was given all possible help by the dying, but experienced, British Empire. Usually this consisted of little more than advice. The special relationship that Churchill had set in place did not amount to very much. Roosevelt and his inner circle did not treat it too seriously, even during the war. The United States would have done a deal with Hitler had Britain fallen. It maintained diplomatic relations with the Vichy government till 1944. Like the Dunkirk spirit, the special relationship was essentially a propaganda device, designed for the population at home to justify satrapy status after the war. This became much easier after the communist cells in British intelligence were exposed and the key leaders, Philby, Burgess, and Maclean, sought refuge in Moscow. Trust between the US and British security services, stern monitors of the special relationship, was restored. Philby was honored by the Soviets with a medal and a stamp to celebrate his achievements. Churchill had always believed that the only way to defeat the 1917 Russian Revolution and its variegated offspring was by deploying brute force, a view shared at State, Defense, and the White House during the last century. He never abandoned this position even during the Second World War, when the Red Army was engaged in ferocious battles to defend not only the Soviet Union but also European bourgeois democracy. Churchill and, more importantly, the United States, got it wrong. Churchill had hoped for better things from European fascism. He had befriended Mussolini and Franco and was prepared to take the same approach with Hitler. It was the German who refused to play. He had his own plans. A few millions died during the Cold War, 2 million in Vietnam alone. The Cold War came to an end not with a bang but with a quiet implosion. The Soviet bureaucracy ran out of intellectual fuel. Henry Kissinger had been waiting for a long time. He had thought that a Russian Pinochet might be the result of a Soviet collapse, but that this would be preferable to any continuation of the old Bolshevik state. Kissinger could not forget his fellow murderer General Pinochet and the politicide they had carried out in Chile in September 1973. This prediction too was proved wrong. In both the Soviet Union and China, reform currents emerged from within the communist parties, leading to very different outcomes in each regime. The last two leaders of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev and Yeltsin, put their entire trust in Washington. The rise of the oligarchs and the breakup of the Soviet Union was the immediate result. The First Gulf War and the destruction of Yugoslavia followed soon afterwards. The leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, marking its centenary as I write, followed a different course. They allowed themselves to be used by the United States to cripple the Soviet Union. The most disgraceful action that followed was Deng Xiaoping's attempt to curry even more favor with Washington by unleashing a war against Vietnam in 1979. He wanted to pierce the myth of Vietnamese invincibility and punish the Vietnamese for removing Pol Pot, supported by China as well as the West, and the Khmer Rouge from power in Cambodia, but his troops came back bleeding. One can only hope that one day a courageous Chinese historian will reveal the whole truth regarding this ugly adventure. U.S. motives in giving China an almost free pass to capitalism were premised on weakening their old Soviet rival and gaining entry to a hitherto closed market. 3 decades ago, the collapse of the Soviet Union was more than they had hoped for, and the market opening in China, too, appeared pregnant with promise. With the end of the Cold War and the dismantling of the South American dictatorships, many hoped that the much talked about peace dividend promised by Bush Sr. and Thatcher would actually materialize. No such luck. Instead, we have experienced continuous wars, upheavals, intolerance, and fundamentalisms of every sort, religious, ethnic, and imperial. The exposure of the Western world's surveillance networks has heightened the feeling that democratic institutions aren't functioning as they should, that, like it or not, we are living in the twilight period of democracy itself. Churchill was always opposed to any press criticism during critical periods in Britain. The media conformity today would have pleased him enormously. It is beyond his wildest dreams. Over recent decades there has been an ongoing debate around the world on the question of whether the American empire is on the way out, like Britain's was after the last World War. There is a vast literature on the subject, with many historians and others insisting that the decline has begun and is irreversible. I doubt whether Churchill would have agreed with this assessment. The American empire has suffered serious setbacks, but which past empire didn't? In the 1970s and 80s, many thought that the defeat U.S. imperialism suffered in Vietnam in 1975 was definitive. It wasn't, and the United States has not suffered another setback on that scale since. The debacle in Afghanistan in August 2021 was, leaving aside the images of helicopters packed with U.S. retainers fleeing from embassy to airport, different in character. It was a political ideological defeat but not a military disaster. A short time after the defeat in Vietnam, the U.S. was back in action against the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and supporting the South Africans in Angola. This time they're simply moving on with a new offensive against China, with two testicle states in tow, Australia and Britain. But unless we know and understand how this empire functions globally, it is very difficult to propose any set of strategies to combat or contain it. Realist theorists such as Chalmers Johnson, John Mearsheimer, and Andrew Bishvik have argued that to humanize their country it is essential to demand that the United States dismantle its bases throughout the world and operate at a global level only if it is actually threatened as a country. Many realists in the United States argue that such a withdrawal is necessary, but they are arguing from a position of weakness in the sense that the setbacks which they regard as irreversible, aren't. There are very few reversals from which imperial states can't recover, unless there is a stronger rival waiting in the wings. Some of the declinist arguments are simplistic, that, for example, all empires have eventually collapsed. This is of course true, but there were contingent reasons for those collapses, and at the present time the United States remains unassailable. It exerts its soft power globally, including in the heartlands of its economic rivals. Its hard power is still dominant, enabling it to occupy countries it sees as its enemies, and its ideological power is still overwhelming in Europe and beyond. Its punitive capacities are not simply military, but economic. It imposes sanctions, usually backed by its NATO allies, against countries that refuse to toe the line, Venezuela, Russia, Iran, and now China, whose astonishing economic advances have shaken its rivals in the West. The United States continues to suffer at least temporary blows on a semi-continental scale in South America. The 2021 referendum in Chile for a new constitution, and the victory of a left-wing socialist teacher in the Peruvian presidential elections the same year, are an indication that the pink tide is resisting the imperial order. These political setbacks have been ideological rather than economic. They can't be too controversial now, given that the global nature of the COVID-19 pandemic has delivered such a hit to neoliberal capitalism. A diluted Keynesianism is back in the market, but to be effective it will need to amount to more than the single jab vaccine proposed by Biden's recovery plans. On March 23, 2020, for the first time since the 1930s, the Federal Reserve prefigured Biden by announcing that in response to the global virus it would provide loans to non-financial institutions and services. The pandemic demonstrated that the market was incapable of helping the majority of those afflicted. It forced the US and the EU into recovery programs on a large scale. In February 2021, the Next Generation EU program offered a modest €750 billion deal to help its members restructure, digitalization plus a bit of greening. The precedent, however, is much more important than the cash offered. The United States followed suit on a grander scale, hailed in the mainstream media as a historic shift, as tartly noted by New Left Review. A month later, on March 11, Biden signed the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan into law, giving $1,400 to all Americans earning under $75,000 a year, as well as a monthly child allowance, emergency health insurance and a weekly $300 unemployment benefit. An additional $750 billion went towards vaccinations and state/city support. In late March, Biden unveiled a $2 trillion American Jobs Plan, a paradigm shift in infrastructural investment, transport, power grid, rural broadband, clean energy, electric vehicles, R&D, to win the competition with China, and promised a climate plan and an American family's plan to follow. Comparisons with FDR and Eisenhower proliferated. Biden's rescue program was almost as historic as the pandemic it seeks to mitigate, according to the Financial Times. Not simply the biggest anti-poverty effort in a generation, New York Times, and a seismic shift in U.S. politics, Washington Post, but the dawn of a new economic era, a structural break with the neoliberal consensus. Point 7. State-sponsored economic stimuli, once considered intolerable within the neoliberal variant of the economic system imposed by global capital, are back in fashion. If one argues, as those in power do, if not explicitly then implicitly, that it is necessary to have a political structure in which no challenge to the system is permitted from below, then we are living in dangerous times. Elevating terrorism into a threat equivalent to the communist threat of old is bizarre. Delinking terrorist acts from Euro-America's wars in the world of Islam is short-sighted. The use of the very word terrorism, the bills pushed through Parliament and Congress to stop people speaking up, the vetting of people invited to give talks at universities, the idea that outside speakers have to be asked what they are going to say before they are allowed into the country, all these seem minor things, but they are emblematic of the age in which we live. And the ease with which all this is accepted is frightening. If what we're being told is that change isn't possible, that the only conceivable system is the present one, then we're going to be in trouble. Ultimately, it won't be accepted. If you prevent people from speaking or thinking or developing political alternatives, it won't just be Marx's work that is relegated to the graveyard. Karl Polanyi, the most gifted of the social democratic theorists, will suffer the same fate if he hasn't already. We have seen the development of a form of government I call the extreme center, which currently rules over large tracts of Europe and includes left, center-right and center parties. A whole swathe of the electorate, young people in particular, feels that voting makes no difference at all, given the political parties we have. The extreme center wages wars, either on its own account or on behalf of the United States. It backs austerity measures, it defends surveillance as absolutely necessary to defeat terrorism, but without ever asking why this terrorism is happening. To ask that question is almost to be a terrorist oneself. Why do the terrorists do it? Are they unhinged? Is it something that emerges from deep inside their religion? These questions are counterproductive and useless. If you ask whether American imperial policy or British or French foreign policy is in any way responsible for the terrorism, you're attacked. But of course the intelligence agencies and security services know perfectly well that the reason for people going crazy, and it is a form of craziness, is that they are driven not by religion but by what they see. Hussein Osman, one of the men who failed to bomb the London Underground on July 21, 2005, was arrested in Rome a week later. More than praying we discussed work, politics, the war in Iraq, he told the Italian interrogators. We always had new films of the war in Iraq, those in which you could see Iraqi women and children who had been killed by US and UK soldiers. As Eliza Manningham Buller, who resigned as head of MI5 in 2007, observed, our involvement in Iraq has radicalized, for want of a better word, a whole generation of young people. Before the 2003 war, Iraq, under the authoritarian dictatorship of Saddam and his predecessor, had the highest level of education in the Middle East. When you point this out, you're accused of being a Saddam apologist, but Baghdad University in the 1980s had more female professors than Princeton did in 2009. There were creches to make it easier for women to teach at schools and universities. In Baghdad and Mosul there were libraries dating back centuries. The Mosul library was functioning in the 8th century, and had manuscripts from ancient Greece in its vaults. The Baghdad library, as we know, was looted after the US occupation, and under Islamic State thousands of books and manuscripts were destroyed in the libraries of Mosul. Civilization. Barbarism. Everything that happened in post-2003 Iraq, including the emergence of jihadi terrorism, first Al-Qaeda and later ISIS, was a consequence of the disastrous imperialist war, which assumed genocidal proportions. The numbers who died are disputed, because the coalition of the willing did not count the civilian casualties in the country it was occupying. Why should it bother? But others have estimated that up to 500,000 Iraqis were killed, mainly civilians. The puppet government installed by the occupation confirmed these figures obliquely in 2006, by officially admitting that there were 5 million orphans in Iraq. The occupation of Iraq was one of the most destructive acts in modern history. Even though Hiroshima and Nagasaki were nuked, the social and political structure of the Japanese state was maintained. Although the Germans and Italians were defeated in the Second World War, most of their military structures, intelligence structures, police structures, and judicial structures were kept in place, because there was another enemy already in the offing, communism. But Iraq was treated as no other country has been treated before. The reason people don't quite see this is that once the occupation began, most of the correspondents came back home. You can count the exceptions on the fingers of one hand: Patrick Coburn, Robert Fisk, one or two others. Iraq's social infrastructure still isn't working. Years after the occupation ended, it's been wrecked. The country has been demodernized. The West destroyed Iraq's education services and medical services, and handed over power to a group of clerical Shia parties which immediately embarked on bloodbaths of revenge. Several hundred university professors were killed. If this isn't disorder, what is? I have argued elsewhere that what we are witnessing is a form of recolonization. It's being carried out in different times and different circumstances, but its aim is no different from that of Churchill's empire, the establishment and preservation of U.S. global hegemony. In the case of Afghanistan, most commentators acknowledge that the intervention there was not, as Cherie Blair and Laura Bush, the wives of the two instigators, were wheeled into TV studios to declare a war for women's liberation. If it had been, it would have been the first in history. We now know what it really was, a crude war of revenge which failed because the occupation strengthened those it sought to destroy. I have discussed this war in great detail over the last 40 years, arguing that countries in which a large segment of the population do not wish to be occupied by an imperialist power usually mount a resistance, and the cycle of war occupation resistance, more bombing attacks, more civilian deaths, more support for the resistance, continues regardless of its political complexion. The Taliban were the sole victors because nobody else fought against the US/NATO occupation. 8. These two wars have not done anyone any good, but they have succeeded in dividing the Muslim and Arab world, whether or not this was the intention. The US decision to hand over power to clerical Shia parties in Iraq deepened the Sunni-Shia divide. There was ethnic cleansing in Baghdad, which used to be a mixed city in a country where intermarriage between Sunni and Shia was common. The Americans acted as if all Sunnis were Saddam supporters, yet many Sunnis suffered arbitrary jail sentences under him. But the creation of this divide has ended Arab nationalism for a long time to come. The battles now are to do with which side the US backs in which conflict. In Iraq, it backs the Shia. The demonization of Iran is deeply ironic, because without the tacit support of the Iranians the Americans could not have taken or held Iraq. The Iraqi resistance against the occupation was making headway until the Iranians told the Shia leader Muqtada al-Sadr, who'd been collaborating with Sunni opponents of the regime, to call it off. He was taken to Tehran and given a holiday there for a year. Without Iranian support in both Iraq and Afghanistan, it would have been very difficult for the United States to sustain its occupations. Iran was thanked with sanctions, further demonization and double standards. Israel can have nuclear weapons, you can't. Iran's decision to mend its fences with the Taliban is hardly a surprise. The Middle East is now in a total mess. The central, most important power in the region is Israel, expanding away. The Palestinians have been defeated and will remain defeated for a very long time to come. All the principal Arab countries are wrecked, first Iraq, now Syria, Egypt, with a brutal military dictatorship in power, is torturing and killing as if the Arab Spring had never happened, and for the military leaders, it hasn't. As for Israel, the blind support it gets from the US is an old story. And to question it, nowadays, is to be labeled an anti-Semite. The danger with this strategy is that if you say to a generation which had no experience of the Holocaust outside of movies that to attack Israel is anti-Semitic, the reply will be, so what? Call us anti-Semitic if you want, young people will say. If that means opposing you, we are. So it hasn't helped anyone. It's inconceivable now that any Israeli government is going to grant the Palestinians a state. As the late Edward Said warned us, the Oslo Accords were a Palestinian Treaty of Versailles. They turned out to be much worse than that. So the disintegration of the Middle East that began after the First World War continues. Whether Iraq will be divided into 3 countries, 2 US protectorates and 1 Iranian, whether Syria will be divided into 2 or 3 countries, whether Libya will ever be united again, we don't know. But it would hardly be surprising if all the states in the region, barring Egypt, which is too large to dismantle, ended up as Bantustans, or principalities, on the model of Qatar and the other Gulf states, funded and kept going by the Saudis on the one hand, and the Iranians on the other. All the hopes raised by the Arab Spring went under, and it's important to understand why. Too many of those who took part didn't see, for generational reasons, largely, that to hit home you have to have some form of political movement. It wasn't surprising that the Muslim Brotherhood, which had participated in the protests in Egypt at a late stage, took power. It was the only real political party in Egypt. But then the Brotherhood played straight into the hands of the military by behaving like Mubarak, offering deals to the security services, offering deals to the Israelis, so people began to wonder what the point was of having them in power. The military was thus able to mobilize support and get rid of the Brotherhood. All this has demoralized an entire generation in the Middle East. What is the situation in Europe? The first point to be made is that there isn't a single country in the European Union that enjoys proper sovereignty. Since the end of the Cold War and reunification, Germany has become the strongest and strategically the most important state in Europe, but even it doesn't have total sovereignty. The United States is still dominant on many levels, especially as far as the military is concerned. Britain became a semi-vassal state after the Second World War, and its power to act on its own, after the Suez debacle of 1956, has long gone. Churchill himself was critical that the permission of the United States had not been obtained for that intervention. Since then, Britain has invariably done the Americans' bidding even when large parts of the British establishment were against it. There was a great deal of anger in the Foreign Office during the Iraq War among those who felt there was no need for Britain to be involved. In 2003, when the war was underway, I was invited to give a lecture in Damascus. I got a phone call from the British Embassy there asking me to come to lunch. I thought this was odd. When I arrived I was greeted by the ambassador, who said, "Just to reassure you, we won't just be eating, we'll be talking politics." At the lunch, he said, "Now it's time for questions, I'll start off. Tariq Ali, I read the piece you wrote in The Guardian arguing that Tony Blair should be charged for war crimes in the International Criminal Court. Do you mind explaining why?" I spent about 10 minutes explaining, to the bemusement of the Syrian guests. At the end the ambassador said, "Well, I agree totally with that, I don't know about the rest of you." After the guests had left, I said, "That was very courageous of you." And the MI6 man who was also at the lunch said, "Yeah, he can do that, because he's retiring in December." But a similar thing happened at the embassy in Vienna, where I gave a press conference, in the British ambassador's living room, attacking the Iraq War. These people aren't fools, they knew exactly what they were doing. And they acted as they did as a result of the humiliation they felt at having a government that, even though the Americans had said they could manage without the UK, insisted on joining in anyway. The Germans know they don't have full sovereignty, but when you raise it with them they shrug. Many of them don't want it, because they are obsessed with their past, with the notion that Germans are almost genetically predisposed to like fighting wars, a ludicrous view, which some people who should know better have expressed again in marking the anniversaries of the First World War. The fact is that, politically, ideologically, militarily, and even economically, the European Union is largely under the thumb of the global imperial power. When the Euro elite was offering a pitiful sum of money to the Greeks, Timothy Geithner, then US Secretary of the Treasury, had to intervene, and tell the EU to increase its rescue fund to €500 billion. They hummed and hawed, but finally did what the Americans wanted. All the hopes that had been raised, from the time the European idea was first mooted, of a continent independent of the other major powers charting its own way in the world, disappeared once the Cold War ended. Just when you felt it might be able to achieve that goal, Europe instead became a continent devoted to the interests of bankers, a Europe of money, a place without a social vision, leaving the neoliberal order unchallenged. The Greeks were punished not so much for the debt as for their failure to make the reforms demanded by the EU. The right-wing government Syriza defeated only managed to push through 3 of the 14 reforms the EU insisted on. They couldn't do more because what they did push through helped create a situation in Greece which has some similarities with Iraq: demodernization, totally unnecessary privatizations, linked to political corruption, the immiseration of ordinary people. So the Greeks elected a government that offered to change things, and then they were told that it couldn't. The EU was frightened of a domino effect: if the Greeks were rewarded for electing Syriza, other countries might elect similar governments, so Greece had to be crushed. The Greeks can't be kicked out of the European Union, that isn't permitted by the Constitution, or out of the Eurozone, but life can be made so difficult for them that they have to leave the euro and set up a Greek euro, or a euro drachma, so that the country keeps going. But were that to happen, conditions would, at least temporarily, get even worse, which is why the Greeks have no choice but to resist it. The danger now is that, in this volatile atmosphere, people could shift very rapidly to the right. That is the scale of the problem, and for the Euro elite to behave as it's doing, as the extreme center, in other words, is short-sighted and often foolish. And, most importantly, there's the rise of China. The huge improvement in living standards in that country, and the transformation of its infrastructure that has made it the workshop of the world, have helped shift the center of the world market eastwards. There's no doubt that enormous gains have been made by capitalism in China, and the Chinese and American economies are remarkably interdependent. When a veteran of the labor movement in the United States recently asked me what had happened to the American working class, the answer was plain: the American working class is in China now. But it's also the case that China isn't even remotely close to replacing the United States. All the figures produced by economists over the last decade or so show that, where it counts, the Chinese are still behind. Consider the national shares of world millionaire households in 2012, the United States, 42.5%, Japan, 10.6%, China, 9.4%, Britain, 3.7%, Switzerland, 2.9%, Germany, 2.7%, Taiwan, 2.3%, Italy, 2%, France, 1.9%. So in terms of economic strength, the United States is still doing well. In many crucial markets, pharmaceuticals, aerospace, computer software, medical equipment, the US is dominant, the Chinese are nowhere. The figures in 2010 showed that 3/4 of China's top 200 exporting companies, and these are Chinese statistics, are foreign-owned. There is a great deal of foreign investment in China, often from neighboring countries like Taiwan. Foxconn, which produces computers for Apple in China, is a Taiwanese company. The last decade has seen a catch-up by China, but they are still far from overtaking the US. The notion that the Chinese are suddenly going to rise to power and replace the United States is baloney. The current campaigns being waged against China are largely designed to reassert US economic hegemony by clipping the dragon's wings. The imminent ascendancy of China is implausible militarily, economically, politically, and ideologically. It's obvious that it's not the case. When the British Empire began its decline, decades before it collapsed, people knew what was happening. Both Lenin and Trotsky realized that the British were going down. There's a wonderful speech of Trotsky's, delivered in 1924 at the Communist International, where, in inimitable fashion, the Jewish Bolshevik enraged Churchill by his reflections on the English bourgeoisie. Their character has been molded in the course of centuries. Class self-esteem has entered into their blood and marrow, their nerves and bones. It will be much harder to knock the self-confidence of world rulers out of them. But the American will knock it out just the same, when he gets seriously down to business. In vain does the British bourgeois console himself that he will serve as a guide for the inexperienced American. Yes, there will be a transitional period. But the crux of the matter does not lie in the habits of diplomatic leadership but in actual power, existing capital, and industry. And the United States, if we take its economy, from oats to big battleships of the latest type, occupies the first place. They produce all the living necessities to the extent of 1/2 to 2/3 of what is produced by all mankind. If we were to change the text, and instead of the English bourgeois character say the American bourgeois character has been molded in the course of centuries, but the Chinese will knock it out just the same, it wouldn't make sense. And for good reason. Global hegemony is not a strategy adopted by China, whose aims so far have been largely defensive, despite the US provocation in September 2021 when it overrode a French nuclear submarine deal with Australia, replaced it with its own, and drew the Australian politico-military elite into a new security pact targeting China. There is also a US-EU operation being prepared, intended to use the Uyghurs as pawns in furthering internal destabilization. There are, reportedly, several thousand Uyghurs in Turkey being trained in live wars, such as in Syria, and prepared for a journey home. What is taking place is more than rocket rattling. Where are we going to be at the end of the century? Where is China going to be? Is Western democracy going to flourish? One thing that has become clear over the last few decades is that nothing happens unless people want it to happen, and if people want it to happen, they start moving. You would have thought that the Europeans would have learned some lessons from the 2007-08 crash and the recession that followed, and would have acted. But they didn't. They just put a sticking plaster on the wounds and hoped that the blood would be stemmed. So where should we look for a solution? One of the more creative thinkers today is the German sociologist Wolfgang Streeck, who makes it clear that an alternative structure for the European Union is desperately needed and that it will necessitate more democracy at every level, at a provincial and city level as well as at a national and European level. There needs to be a concerted effort to find an alternative to the neoliberal system. Many people in Eastern Europe feel a nostalgia for the societies that existed before the fall of the Soviet Union. The communist regimes that governed the Soviet bloc after the arrival of Khrushchev could be described as social dictatorships, essentially weak regimes with an authoritarian political structure, but also an economic structure that offered people a threadbare version of Swedish or British social democracy. In a poll taken in January 2018, 82% of respondents in the old East Germany said that life was better before unification. When asked to give reasons, they said that there was more sense of community, there were more facilities, money wasn't the dominant thing, cultural life was better and they weren't treated, as they are now, like second-class citizens. The attitude of West Germans to those from the East quickly became a serious problem, so serious that, in the second year after reunification, Helmut Schmidt, the former German chancellor and not a great radical, told the Social Democratic Party conference that the way East Germans were being treated was completely wrong. He said East German culture should no longer be ignored. If he had to choose the three greatest German writers, he said, he would pick Goethe, Heine, and Brecht. The audience gasped when he mentioned Brecht. The prejudice against the East is deeply ingrained. The reason the Germans were so shocked by the Edward Snowden revelations is that it suddenly became clear to them they were living under permanent surveillance, after one of the big ideological campaigns in West Germany had been to do with the evils of the Stasi in the East, who, it was said, spied on everyone all the time. Well, the Stasi didn't have the technical capacity for ubiquitous spying. On the scale of surveillance, the United States is far ahead of West Germany's old enemy. Not only do many former East Germans prefer the old political system, they also come at the top of the atheism charts. 52.1% of them don't believe in God. The Czech Republic is second with 39.9%, secular France is down at 23.3%, secularism in France really means anything that's not Islamic. If you look at the other side, the country with the highest proportion of believers is the Philippines at 83.6%, followed by Chile, 79.4%, Israel, 65.5%, Poland, 62%, the US, 60.6%, compared to which Ireland is a bastion of moderation at only 43.2%. If the pollsters had visited the Islamic world and asked these questions, they might have been surprised at the answers given in Turkey, for instance, or even in Indonesia. Religious belief is not confined to any single part of the globe. It's a mixed and confused world. But its problems don't change, they just take new forms. One thing alone remains permanent: the refusal of the threatened and underprivileged to remain passive for too long. And this politico-anthropological historical element in world politics began in the ancient world. I will quote two examples. The first from Greece, the second from China. In Sparta in the 3rd century BCE, a fissure developed between the ruling elite and the ordinary people following the Peloponnesian Wars. Those who were ruled demanded change because the gap between rich and poor had become so huge it couldn't be tolerated. A succession of radical monarchs, Agis IV, Cleomenes III, and Nabis, created a structure to help revive the state. Nobles were sent into exile, the magistrate's dictatorship was abolished, slaves were given their freedom, all citizens were allowed to vote, and land confiscated from the rich was distributed to the poor, something the EU or Britain wouldn't tolerate today. The early Roman Republic, threatened by this example, sent its legions under Titus Quinctius Flamininus to crush Sparta. According to Livy, the following was the response from Nabis, the king of Sparta, full of cold anger and dignity. Do not demand that Sparta conform to your own laws and institutions. You select your cavalry and infantry by their property qualifications and desire that a few should excel in wealth and the common people be subject to them. Our lawgiver did not want the state to be in the hands of a few, whom you call the Senate, nor that any one class should have supremacy in the state. He believed that by equality of fortune and dignity there would be many to bear arms for their country. In 9 CE, the Chinese high official who had usurped the throne and become a temporary emperor was quoted in the Han history as arguing for a true way forward. The Qin dynasty was without the true way. It increased taxation to supply itself with services. It exhausted the people's strength in order to take its desires to the extreme. It destroyed the system of the sages and abolished the well fields. In consequence, the accumulation of property began. Greed and vice came into being. The powerful counted their fields in thousands, while the weak had not even the space in which to insert the point of an awl. Fathers and sons, husbands and wives, worked all the year long at plowing and hoeing without gaining enough to live on. So the rich had dogs and horses fed on more grain and vegetables than they could eat, and acted in a manner that was haughty and depraved. The poor could not get their fill of dregs. 9. Far from being squeamish, one of Churchill's favorite words to justify atrocities, about today's military technological developments, missiles carrying depleted uranium, drones able to target individuals and facilities without incurring any Western casualties, watched by the offending president or prime minister, Churchill would have been delighted by them. Better, then, to forget about him. Obama and Biden had Churchill's bust removed from the Oval Office ostensibly because of Kenya and Ireland respectively, but in reality because they don't need Blair's gift to Bush. The imperialist record of many US presidents, especially their kill ratio, leaves Churchill way behind. Britain is destined, unless there is a determined change of course, to live in the capacious posterior of the White House together with the Saudis and Israel, both creations of Churchill's beloved empire. The ship of state that Churchill left behind drifted half waterlogged into the 21st century. It is still foundering under old habits, rotting institutions, and a set of visionless political parties. The Scottish lifeboat might cut the rope and drift in a different direction. Meanwhile HMS Britain's hull remains encrusted with a nostalgia of which Churchill forms a huge part. Best to scrub him off.